Chapter 1 Hua Jesus' Broken Heart. MSI Moon Sky 5-Star Hotel, Presidential Suite number 8889. The first thing that catches your eye when you enter the foyer is a heart shape formed by candles, with rose petals paving the way to the guest elevator on both sides. In the center of the living room, there is a large candle forming a heart-shaped pattern, and in the center is a heart-shaped pattern formed by bunches of bright red roses. Floating around it are balloons of various colors specially arranged into a heart shape. Ah! It's finally done. A handsome young man, about 26 years old, 180 centimeters tall, stretches himself. He looked around with a smug look on his face. The baby will love it. I guess when she gets off work tonight and finds out that I came to see her and even arranged a proposal scene, she will be so happy. Oh no. We're running out of time and there's still one cake we haven't taken. Hua Jiza looked at his watch. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Before leaving, she looked back at the scene she had carefully arranged early in the morning, then left the room with a satisfied smile and quickly went to the nearby cake shop. Hua Jiza had just come out of the cake shop when he saw a couple passing by him. He, who had a happy smile on his face, suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on the couple's backs. Lulu! Hua Jiza stood 10 meters behind them, shouting with disbelief, depression, and trembling powerlessness. The woman wearing a white, somewhat revealing sexy dress who was holding the bald man's arm paused and turned back with a puzzled expression, but when she saw the person behind her, the smile on her face suddenly turned into panic, and she subconsciously withdrew her hand from the bald man's arm. Why are you here? Lulu looked at Hua Jiza, who was walking towards her with a pale face, in panic. Who is he? Why did you hold his hand? Didn't you say you were busy on a business trip? Is this what you mean by busy? Hua Jiza was a little excited as he looked at the woman in front of him, who in his mind was an obedient and gentle woman. Aye. The woman didn't know how to answer when asked. You are the poor boyfriend with conservative ideas that Lulu mentioned, right? No, buddy, what era is this? You still have such thoughts. You didn't touch her for 3 years. Ha ha. But I should thank you, otherwise. The bald man looked at Hua Jiza with a smirk on his face. When Hua Jiza heard the man's words, his mind went blank, as if he had been hit hard in the heart with a sledgehammer. He even almost fell backwards and staggered. Jiza, I'm sorry, let's break up. You and I are not suitable for each other. You can't give me the life I want. Thank you for taking care of me for the past 3 years. I hope you can find a better woman than me in the future. Let's go, darling. After Lulu finished speaking, she took the bald man's arm and turned to leave without any reluctance, not even the slightest bit. Bump! The cake in Hua Jiza's hand fell off and fell heavily to the ground, as if he was being abandoned by someone. Even the sky was covered with dark clouds at this time, and there was a loud thunder from time to time, as if mocking him. The heavy rain soaked Hua Jiza, who was walking aimlessly and had lost his soul. He didn't know how long he was wet until his lifeless eyes were illuminated by the flashing light. He looked up and saw the flashing neon lights not far ahead, Forget Love Bar. 2 men in black at the door of the bar saw the man walking towards them like a wet zombie and raised their hands to stop him, but when they saw the man's empty eyes, they put their hands down and stepped aside. Those standing here guarding the gate are no longer surprised to see this. They can see more than a dozen people like this a day. Alas! Another man abandoned by love. This is the society we live in now. There is no such thing as true love. It is better to use your time to make money than to gamble on the so-called slim love. With money, there will be love every day. The 2 men in black looked at the man walking into the bar inside. The deafening music brought Hua Jiza and Xiao Wei out of their trance, and they squeezed through the crowd and came to the bar. Give me the strongest drink. The wine witherer just took a look, and then began to smoothly perform various beautiful movements. Sir, please enjoy your cocktail slowly. The winemaker handed a glass of prepared wine to the wet man. The man only saw the wine in front of him, as if he didn't hear what the other party said. He picked it up and drank it in one gulp. Ahem. It tastes sour and sweet at first, followed by a burning sensation and a few coughs. Come again. This was the first time Hua Jiza felt this burning sensation. It's boring to drink alone, handsome guy, sister will accompany you. A decent-looking woman sat next to Hua Jiza. Get lost. No woman is good. Hua Jiza cursed without even looking at him. The woman also responded to him, but he didn't know what she cursed at him. He held the liquor in his hand and poured it into his mouth. His mind thought about all the sweet scenes in the past, and his heart ached. He drank it all in one gulp, hot tears streaming from his eyes, and he muttered, 3 years, 3 whole years, I gave up everything just to be with you. It's all about money. I have plenty, why can't you wait? Even after tonight, I will give you everything I have, money, power, whatever you want, it's just a matter of one word from me. But why didn't you give me this chance? Why? Dang. Where's the wine? The man was banging his empty glass on the bar. I don't know how much time has passed, and I don't know how many glasses of wine Hua Jiza has had, but he is already feeling groggy and it seems like he will pass out in the next second. During this time, countless people came to chat with him, but he scolded them all away. There were even a few who almost started a fight with him, but were stopped by the winemaker. Hua Jiza paid for the drinks, staggered to his feet, and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the bartender next to him helped him up. Sir, do you want us to take you back? The bartender kindly asked. Hua Jiza stood still, waved his hand, and said with a mouthful of alcohol. No need, I'm fine. The bartender helped the man out of the bar and watched the man stagger away for a long distance before turning back. Hua Jiza was suddenly blown by the wind outside, and his head became much clearer. He took out a few silver needles from somewhere and quickly pricked his body a few times. In less than 3 seconds, he was almost sober from the state where he was about to pass out in the next second. I stopped a taxi on the roadside, Weishing Moon Sky Hotel. When Hua Jiza walked into the hotel elevator, the silver needles he had taken were almost losing their effect. He felt more and more dizzy and even had to hold on to the elevator with his hands to keep himself steady. The elevator opened on the 6th floor, and he thought it was on the 8th floor. He staggered out of the elevator and almost bumped into someone coming in. That person even said something to him. The aisle that was more than 3 meters wide was not enough for him to walk. He bumped left and right until he came to the door with the number 6669, took out his access card and swiped it a few times. Why can't it be opened? Is it broken? Bump. Open the door. You've abandoned me too, haven't you? The man slammed the door several times with his hands and swiped it countless times, but the door still didn't open. At this time, his head was very dizzy and he almost fell to the ground. 2 silver needles suddenly appeared in his hand. He fiddled with the door lock for a few times, and with a click, the door opened. He staggered in without even closing the door, and walked to the bed and fell down directly, as if he was dead, and there was no movement anymore. Chapter 2: Accidents, Causes and Consequences. In the private room of the restaurant on the 2nd floor of MSI Moon Sky Hotel, 2 men and 1 woman were sitting at the table. Come on President Mu, I toast to you. A man in a brown suit toasted an incredibly beautiful woman next to him. Mu Yanyan showed a look of dissatisfaction and disgust for a moment, but as if she had thought of something, she smiled and picked up the wine glass and clinked it with the man. Please consider our censure media more about the cooperation with the group. No problem. It's just a cooperation. As long as Boss Mu lets us have fun, it's just a matter of a word. The man looked at Mu Yanyan with lustful eyes, his gaze fixed on her slightly revealed cleavage. Seeing this, Mu Yanyan wanted to splash the other person's face with wine, then slam the door and leave, but when she thought of the company, she suppressed her anger. Just as he put down his glass, another man stood up. Mr. Mu, Lu would like to offer you a toast as well. Mu Yanyan could only pick up the wine glass again and clink it with the other man. Mr. Mu has a good alcohol tolerance. The 2 men praised the woman cheerfully, and there was a look of success in each other's eyes. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Mu Yanyan felt dizzy and even a little hot. She thought it was because of the alcohol and didn't take it seriously at first. But as time passed, her body became hotter and hotter, and she even had the urge to tear off her clothes. She looked at the 2 men with a dazed look in her eyes. Boss Kun, Boss Lu, you guys eat first. I'm going to the bathroom to touch up my makeup. Okay, Mr. Mu, it's okay to go alone, right? Do you want to ask Xiao Yu and the others to go with you? The group leader looked at Mu Yanyan, whose face was slightly red. No, I can do it alone. After Mu Yanyan finished speaking, she picked up her bag, walked out of the private room and went to the bathroom. Is your medicine effective, Lao Lu? It's been so long and nothing has happened to me. The group leader looked at the man named Lu standing next to him. Don't worry, Lao Kun, you still don't believe me. The medicine I made can make an elephant cross mountains and hills to find a male, let alone a woman. Ah, that's good. I can't wait any longer. I heard that Mu Yanyan has never had a boyfriend. Looking at her tightly closed legs, she should still be a mother. As the group leader spoke, he swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of filth. Time passes by every second. Old Lu, it's been 10 minutes. She wouldn't have left secretly, right? The group always looked at each other with some uneasiness. That shouldn't be the case, right? Women usually take a long time to go to the bathroom. Besides, she's counting on our project to get out of trouble. She won't give up this opportunity. Old Lu also frowned. How long does it take for your medicine to take effect? Lao Kun looked at the door nervously. It should be about half an hour. He has never used it, so he doesn't know. He can only guess. After all, this medicine is a new type. It's been 20 minutes since she drank it. She wouldn't have died in the bathroom, right? It would be a big loss if that happened. Kun was a little worried, and there was even regret in his eyes. Probably not. Even if I do it myself, I can't solve the effect of the medicine. Master, let's wait for a few minutes. If she doesn't come back, we will go look for her. If, Master, you can try. Mr. Luzman looked at Mr. Kun with a sly smile on his face. Mu Yanyan in the bathroom was feeling hot all over. Washing her face with cold water was of no use. She even began to sweat. Her feet kept twisting and her hands were moving around unconsciously. She knew she must have been drugged. Suddenly she heard footsteps. She forced herself to walk out of the bathroom. As soon as she turned the corner, she heard two familiar voices. Old Lu has been gone for half an hour. She can't really be unable to bear being in the bathroom. It's possible. The drug seller said that once this drug takes effect, you will lose yourself and lose control. Mu Yanyan turned pale when she heard this. She didn't care about anything else and walked into the elevator despite the heat in her body. At this time, her mind was no longer under control, and the scenes she learned in the physiology textbooks at school kept coming to her mind. At the moment the elevator closed, she vaguely heard she's not in the bathroom. She must have gone back to her room. Let's go to her room. The elevator just stopped on the 6th floor. Mu Yanyan didn't care about anything else and staggered out. Fortunately, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening and there were not many people around. Otherwise, she would probably do something when she saw this. After all, she was a goddess-level woman. She staggered to the door of room 6669 with a dazed look in her eyes. She stumbled and almost fell down. She grabbed the door with her hand, but she pushed the door open and fell inside. She even heard a man's voice outside the corridor while lying on the ground. She could no longer recognize who it was. Her mind was out of control and the only remaining thought made her stand up and lock the door. By the time Mu Yanyan woke up completely, she didn't know how much time had passed. What came into view was a muscular right arm, a valley surrounded by fog, and a tattoo of a flower on the top of a mountain. She originally wanted to see the man's appearance, but her face was blocked by the quilt. She didn't dare to lift it. Instead, she endured the severe pain in her lower body, got up, put on her clothes, and left carefully, just like her cheating partner coming back and leaving secretly. I took a look at the house number, then returned to my room and found that it was already past 3 in the morning. I don't know what was going on in my mind, my face turned red, and I even felt a piercing pain in my lower body. It was almost noon the next day when there was movement on the bed in room 6669. Hua Jiza, feeling dizzy, got up and sat against the head of the bed, looking at the room with his eyes slightly narrowed. This? Didn't I book the presidential suite? Hua Jiza patted his head. I came back from the bar last night, and then, fuck. He quickly jumped up from the bed and felt a sudden pain in his lower body. He looked down and found that he was naked. No way? No way? I'm drunk and crazy? He looked at the bed again and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no one else. Looking at the torn strips of clothes on the ground, he rubbed his temple with his hands. He couldn't imagine what he looked like when he was drunk last night. If he hadn't confirmed again and again that there was no one else, he would have suspected that he was raped. Fortunately, his pants were strong, otherwise they would have been torn into strips like his clothes. He put on his pants and went to the bathroom. With a dizzy head, he rinsed his mouth in a daze. Suddenly, he accidentally saw various red spots on his neck and upper body in the mirror, which scared him again. He continued to check no less than a dozen places, and there were 5 or 6 spots on his neck alone. Did you make it yourself last night? He subconsciously pinched it and found that it was almost the same. He thought someone had planted strawberries for him at night while he was drunk. He opened the door with a bath towel wrapped around him, subconsciously stepped back to take a look at the room, came out and looked at the house number 6669. He was stunned. He seemed to have thought of something and looked around quickly. Seeing that there was no one there, he left in a hurry with a guilty conscience. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he returned to the presidential suite number 8889 on the 8th floor. Looking at the romantically decorated room, his heart ached again. He returned to the bedroom, picked up his luggage and prepared to leave. He took one look at the big bed that he had carefully prepared yesterday, smiled bitterly and turned away. When he walked into the living room, he didn't even look at the huge gift box there, even though he remembered that there was a wedding ring worth hundreds of thousands of dollars inside. Hotel front desk. Mr. Hua, your checkout procedures have been completed. I hope you enjoy your time at MSI Moon Sky Hotel. We look forward to your next visit and wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Hua Jiza took the certificate handed over and said, by the way, can I book room 6669 now? Chapter 3, Telling your parents about your pregnancy. The receptionist was stunned, but still checked respectfully and smiled. Mr. Bai, it's okay, do you want to check in? It's so early, the room should be cleaned by now, right? Bai Jiza was still not sure and confirmed it again. Don't worry, sir, we will clean the room as soon as the guests check out. And I just found out that no one has stayed in room 6669 these days. Mr. Bai, do you want to book room 6669? The receptionist smiled again and looked at Hua Jiza. Not for now, thank you, I'll decide next time I come. Hua Jiza smiled at the beautiful lady at the front desk, then left with his luggage. Mu Yanyan didn't come out of the presidential suite until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, a woman wearing glasses was already waiting at the door. Mr. Mu. The bespectacled woman in a tight black business suit took the suitcase from Mu Yanyan. Mu Yanyan looked at the woman and said, I will disband the live broadcast department when I get back. Mr. Kimu. Mu Yanyan, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around to look coldly at the person behind her. She was so scared that she swallowed the words she was about to say. Arriving at the hotel lobby, the secretary said, Boss Mu, I'm going to check out. No, I can do it myself. Mu Yanyan waved her hand and walked to the front desk. Why is President Mu acting strange today? I remember that President Mu's period shouldn't be at this time. Wu Lanlan looked at Mu Yanyan's back as she walked towards the front desk awkwardly, and muttered to herself. Ms. Hua, your checkout procedures have been completed. I hope you enjoy your time at MSI Moon Sky Hotel. We look forward to your next visit and wish you a safe journey. Help me check the information of the tenant of room 6669. Mu Yanyan said as she took the documents handed over by the front desk. Ms. Mu, I'm very sorry. Our hotel cannot disclose the information of our guests. Please understand. The receptionist declined with a professional smile. Mu Yanyan thought that she would never have anything to do with the other party in the future, so it didn't matter whether she knew who it was, so she turned and left. The receptionist frowned and muttered after everyone walked away, What's going on today? Why do people keep asking about room 6669? The system shows that no one has checked in these few days. At around 5 p.m. in the evening, in the lobby of MSI Moon Sky Hotel. Hurry up, take the fire extinguisher to the monitoring room. A lobby manager was shouting anxiously to the hotel staff in the lobby. Half an hour later. What's wrong with the manager? What happened? The beautiful receptionist asked the lobby manager who just came out. I don't know what happened in the monitoring room. It suddenly caught fire and all the information was burned. Fortunately, the fire was put out before it spread beyond the monitoring room. The lobby manager was a little panicked at this time. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the front desk received a complaint call from room number 6669. The reason was that the room was not cleaned and there was bloodstains on the sheets. Finally, they moved the guest to a presidential suite free of charge, but the hotel was very puzzled because the system clearly showed that no one had stayed in room 6669 in the past few days, and coincidentally, the surveillance information was destroyed by a fire, so there was no place to check. Half a month later, number 888, Linghu Island Villa District, Shitong City. A woman in silk pajamas frowned as she looked at the ovulation calendar app on her phone, which clearly showed that her period was already 18 days in the past. I closed the laptop in front of me and rubbed my temples with my hands, thinking that I must have been too tired recently. I got up, left the study and returned to bed. A few days later, in a clinic in the gynecology department of a certain hospital. When was your last period? A female doctor in her 40s or 50s looked at Mu Yanyan. On the 7th of last month. Mu Yanyan replied. It's been more than a month. Why did you just come to check? Did you have sex during this time? The doctor looked at Mu Yanyan and smiled. It happened a month ago. Mu Yanyan blushed a little. Ha, that's right, she must be pregnant. The doctor looked at Mu Yanyan with a smile. Impossible. Mu Yanyan rejected it without hesitation. How is that impossible? The timing just matches. Even if you take good precautions, there are bound to be some accidents. The female doctor looked at Mu Yanyan with a smile. Before the doctor could ask the reason, Mu Yanyan spoke again. I have immune infertility. The doctor said I will never be able to get pregnant in my lifetime, even if I pass. No, go get a urine test. The doctor was stunned by this, then he confirmed his judgment and wrote a prescription. Half an hour later, Mu Yanyan came back with the report. Congratulations, girl, you're going to be a mother. You're already 5 weeks pregnant. You must have been misdiagnosed as infertile before. The doctor looked at the report and smiled at Mu Yanyan. Mu Yanyan's mind was blank at this moment. She couldn't believe that this was true. After all, she had gone to many top hospitals for examinations that year, but each time they confirmed that she would never be able to become a mother in her life. Now that she knew she was pregnant, how could she possibly believe it? But after she went to 5 hospitals, the results were all the same. She was pregnant, and she was already in her 5th week of pregnancy, despite having been diagnosed with infertility by many experts a few years ago. She suddenly thought of something and quickly asked someone to book a plane ticket. By the time she arrived at the front desk of MSI Moon Sky Hotel, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. However, when she used her connections to investigate the information about number 6669 on that day, she was told that no one had stayed there during those days, and that the surveillance camera had been lost due to a fire in the monitoring room a month ago. She could only return disappointed. 3 months later, Mu Yanyan sat in her study at home, staring at a small stack of pregnancy test reports, touching her slightly bulging belly, and finally picked up her cell phone. Soon the phone was answered, and a woman's kind and friendly voice came from inside. How come Yanyan has time to call her mother tonight? Do you miss her? Mu Yanyan, yeah. Mom, are you, Dad, and Grandpa all right? Phone, your father and I are doing well, but your grandfather is old and not as healthy as he used to be. When will you come back to see us and your grandfather? Your grandfather talks about you all the time. Yanyan, this happened several years ago, you. Mu Yanyan's nose felt sore when she heard this. I'm pregnant, more than 3 months. Yanyan is fine. 3 months of pregnancy is not a big deal. Yanyan, what did you just say? Yanyan, are you okay now? The person on the other end of the phone suddenly became excited and concerned. I'm fine, I just missed you guys. Mu Yanyan thought that the other party was unbelievable, happy, and excited about the pregnancy. Yanyan, it's okay. Don't think too much. Mom will go with you tomorrow and find a better psychologist for you. Mom, why should I see a psychiatrist? I'm fine. I didn't believe this result when I got it. I went to 5 hospitals for checkups and the results were the same. I have sent you the medical reports of the past few months via WeChat. You will know after reading them. Yanyan. Mom, take a look first. Mu Yanyan directly interrupted what the person on the other end of the phone was about to say. Less than half a minute later, an excited shout came from the phone. Ah! Her dad, her dad. Come here quickly, look at what this is. What's the fuss? Look what this is. Doesn't it say so? Pregnancy test report. What a fuss. I thought it was something else. It's not yours. Oops, look whose name is in the name column. Mu Yanyan, ISNT it written? I'm not illiterate or blind. However, her name and age are the same as our daughter's. This is our daughter, she just sent it to me. It's impossible. You know what happened a few years ago. If it weren't for this, our daughter wouldn't have left us and gone to Shiton City alone. When he said this, Mu Yanyan could feel the sadness in the man's heart and his voice. Her nose suddenly felt sore, her eyes slightly hot, and tears welled up in her eyes. The two continued to communicate on the other end of the phone. This is what Yan Yan just sent me. I'm still on the phone with her. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. The woman said angrily. Yener, is that you? Then Mu Yanyan heard a doubtful voice coming from the phone. Yeah, it's me, Dad. There was a slight sob in Mu Yanyan's tone. Chapter 4. The whole family goes out. Yener, are you okay? Dad, I'm fine. Why are you acting like Mom just now? Don't you know your daughter's psychological state? If she had any mental problems, they would have appeared several years ago. I am really pregnant. I didn't believe it when I first heard the news. I checked more than a dozen times over 3 months. It was not until today that I dared to tell you because I was afraid it was a dream. When I found out I was pregnant, I couldn't believe it even more than you did. I went to all the major hospitals around here the whole day. Mu Yanyan directly interrupted the person on the other end of the phone. She didn't want to hear her father worrying about her and comforting her like her mother just did. Really? But, Dad, when has your daughter ever lied to you? It's true. I'm really pregnant. It's already the 17th week. My belly is slightly bulging now. If you don't believe me, just look for yourself. I'll send a photo to my mother on WeChat later. As she spoke, Mu Yanyan opened WeChat, opened her mother's WeChat account, took a picture of her belly and sent it to her. However, her mother muttered quietly on the other end of the phone, "My daughter has gained some weight recently." Mu Yanyan was speechless when she heard this. My belly has gained some weight. Dad. Mu Yanyan couldn't stand it anymore when she heard this and screamed. Yener, Dad and Mom didn't mean that. Yener, are these reports really yours? Then who is our uncle? Is he as handsome as our father? Mu Yanyan felt embarrassed when she heard this and didn't know what to say. The person on the other end of the phone thought it was Mu Yanyan who was embarrassed to say it. Our Yener is actually still shy. Dad and Mom will come to see you tomorrow. No, we will go there right now. Wan goes to pack her things, we will leave right away to meet our future son-in-law. Yener, Dad won't talk to you for now. See you in 2 hours. Mu Yanyan looked at the phone that had been hung up, feeling a little touched but also a little scared. She was worried that this was a dream, and she touched her slightly bulging belly. 3 hours later. At 11 o'clock in the evening, several cars in front and behind protected a high-end customized business car and slowly stopped at the gate of Villa number 888 on Linghu Island. Dad, slow down. We are already at your granddaughter's door. There is no need to rush for a short while. Mu Boyan and Li Wanlu were a little worried as they supported the old man who was in a hurry to get off the bus. My health is not good enough to require help from others. The old man pushed away the two people who were holding his arms. The two looked at each other and could only sigh helplessly. Mu Yanyan was waiting in the living room at this time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Just when she was about to call to ask when her parents would arrive, she heard the security system doorbell ring. Wearing a thin nightgown, he walked out in small and quick steps. Grandpa, why are you here too? Dad, Mom. Mu Yanyan opened the door and saw 3 people standing at the door. You never come back to see Grandpa, so this old man can only come to see my precious granddaughter. The old man complained in a joking tone. My dear granddaughter, why did you come out wearing such thin clothes? What if you catch a cold? The old man felt distressed when he saw Mu Yanyan coming out in thin pajamas. Grandpa, I'm fine. Your granddaughter is in good health. Does Grandpa miss you, Yener? Mu Yanyan smiled happily and hugged the old man. The old man patted Mu Yanyan's back a few times. Ha. Grandpa was thinking about my precious granddaughter that day. You haven't been home to see me for half a year. I'm busy now. Come on, Grandpa, let's go inside quickly. It's cold outside. Don't let the wind get you hurt. Mu Yanyan smiled and took the old man's arm and walked towards the villa. Mu Yanyan sat on the sofa with her arm around the old man's arm, her head resting on his shoulder, an expression of happiness and enjoyment on her face. The middle-aged man and woman sitting on both sides did not dare to disturb them and could only look at the grandfather and grandson. Yener, your parents told you that you are pregnant? When the old man said this, his expression suddenly became serious. Any stranger who saw how serious he was at this moment would be so frightened that they wouldn't dare to breathe deeply. Well, it's been more than 3 months. As she spoke, Mu Yanyan took out all the test reports that she had prepared long ago. The old man and the middle-aged couple each took some and looked at them carefully. The three of them had very serious expressions and looked very seriously, with frowns, joy, and worry on their faces from time to time. A few minutes later, the old man put down the information in his hand, turned to look at Mu Yanyan, and still held one of her hands with both of his hands. His expression was serious and even worried. "Yenner, can you let Grandpa, the doctor, check your body?" Mu Yanyan knew that her grandfather definitely didn't believe the fact that she was pregnant. After all, she herself didn't believe it at the time, let alone her grandfather. Mu Yanyan nodded slightly. "Dr. Lee." A strong, deep and powerful sound came out of the old man's mouth. "Old Chief." A middle-aged man in his 40s was standing upright next to the old man's sofa, carrying a box on his back. "Come, take my granddaughter's pulse." A minute later, the middle-aged man, Dr. Lee, frowned so hard that his brows were almost knotted together. "What's wrong?" The old man looked a little worried. "Old Chief, I can't see it well." Dr. Lee was a little nervous, frowning as he spoke. He had checked a few years ago and knew that Mu Yanyan could not get pregnant, but now he actually felt a pregnancy pulse, and it was strong and powerful, at least about 120 days. "If you see anything, tell me now." The old man looked at him seriously. "Old Chief, judging from Miss Mu's pulse, she is a little tired and anemic, and also..." "Hurry up and tell me. If you keep hesitating, don't tell me that you have been in the army." The old man was a little angry. If the pulse is smooth and the beating is powerful and fluent, then it is. Speak human language. The old man had a gun in his hand and he would probably shoot the person in front of him dead. Ms. Mu is pregnant and should be 17 weeks pregnant. Can. The old man waved his hand to interrupt what he was about to say. Is the diagnosis correct? Is my granddaughter really pregnant? From the pulse, yes, old chief. Li Hua looked at the old man anxiously. Take a look at these to see if there are any problems. The old man then handed the examination report to the nervous Li Hua. The middle-aged couple next to them were already extremely excited, but since the old man was here, they didn't dare to show it, but they could already suppress the joy on their faces. The old leader's pregnancy test showed no problems. After reading it, Li Hua was extremely excited, but even more so, he felt incredible and couldn't understand it. The old man waved his hand, then looked at Mu Yanyan calmly with excitement on his face. "Yenner, you are really pregnant. Our Mu family has an heir. Thank you, my ancestors. Thank you." Old man Mu, who never believed in ghosts and gods, also began to thank the sky. When the couple next to him saw the old man like this, they also followed suit and thanked him sincerely. Mu Yanyan was a little amused and helpless when she saw the expressions on her grandfather, father, and mother's faces. She was also very excited inside, but it was a pity that she didn't know who the child's father was. The family was excited about this incident for nearly half an hour before they calmed down. "Yenner, where is our son-in-law?" Mu Bowen looked at his daughter with excitement still on his face. Chapter 5 proposed to find a stepfather. Mu Yanyan, who was originally somewhat happy, suddenly became a little stunned after hearing what her father said, and even had an expression on her face as if she didn't know what to say. Mu Bowen and Mu Angua had met too many people, so they immediately knew what Mu Yanyan was thinking. Mu Angua looked at his granddaughter who was a little embarrassed. "What happened to Yenner? Did he refuse to recognize me after he pulled up his pants?" "It's okay. Grandpa will definitely help you make the decision. I want to see who dares to bully my granddaughter, Mu Angua." Mu Angua was obviously very angry after hearing his last sentence, and a majestic and domineering side of him suddenly appeared. "Police." When Mu Yanyan saw that her grandfather was angry, she quickly raised her hand to stop him when he was about to shout. "Grandpa, it's not what you think." "Yes, it's me." When Mu Yanyan reached this point, she was suddenly at a loss for words. How could she begin to talk about this matter? Could it be that someone drugged me, then I accidentally entered someone else's room, slept with that person, and no one knew about it? If that was the case, how could she save her reputation? She was usually a good girl at home, but she actually did such a thing. When she thought about it later, she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What happened to Yenner? Are you outside? Mu Boyan only stopped talking halfway, but everyone present knew what he meant. Li Wanlu pushed her husband directly. What are you talking about? Is your daughter such a person? How can you be a father? Don't you know your daughter? Why would you do such a thing? I've never been to a bar since I was a child, let alone do what you said and just find someone to do that with. Mu Yanyan's face turned even redder when her mother said it clearly. She didn't even dare to raise her head. If the object on her upper body wasn't a bit large, her back would have been visible. Hey, as Yenner's parents, what are you talking about? Muangwa, who was standing beside him, coughed and then scolded in a low voice. Mu Boyan and Li Wanlu immediately lowered their heads and dared not say anything, not even to look at the old man. Yenner is fine. Tell Grandpa what happened. Muangwa gave a kind smile. Under her grandfather's kind smile, Mu Yanyan finally told him what happened. She even told him about how she returned to the hotel to investigate, but to no avail after learning that she was pregnant. How dare I do such a thing to my granddaughter, Muangwa? Guards! Muangwa became furious after hearing this and slapped the coffee table, causing everything on the table to vibrate and move a little. Commander, what are your instructions? A mighty and capable man suddenly stood in front of everyone and gave Muangwa a standard salute. Go to Qianjiang and arrest Media Chuanzhou and Lu Shi. Yes. Mu Yanyan originally wanted to stop her grandfather from doing this, but she didn't dare to persuade him when he was angry. Yenner is fine. Grandpa will definitely bring those two people who plotted against you to justice. They are so bold that they actually did such a despicable thing to my Yenner. Grandpa, don't get angry and hurt yourself. Besides, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been able to get pregnant. Don't get so angry that it will ruin your health. Let's think on the bright side. Mu Yanyan gently patted Muangwa on the back with her hand. Yes, Dad, don't get angry and hurt yourself. Father-in-law, don't get yourself into trouble because of anger. Yan is fine now. This is a blessing in disguise. Although we don't know who the father is, Yan is pregnant. This may be a special arrangement by God. Mu Boyan and Li Wanlu beside them were also concerned. Grandpa Yenner is not angry, not angry. Yenner, did you really not see the other person's face? Even an approximation is fine. Muangwa looked at Mu Yanyan. No, the room was too dark that day, and anyway, I didn't see his face, it was blocked by something. He seemed to be still very drunk, and he didn't seem to wake up until I left. Mu Yanyan's fingers were hooked together, and her face was lowered as low as it could go. She was so embarrassed that her face turned red, like a red apple. Yenner, think about it carefully. Maybe there is a symbol, such as a scar, a mole, or a birthmark somewhere. Muangwa still didn't give up. After all, being able to make his infertile granddaughter pregnant might be some kind of special physique arranged by God. If he could find it, maybe he could get a few more great-grandchildren. No. Mu Yanyan blurted out, she didn't want to tell anyone about the totem she saw that day. Dad, you can have someone investigate the number of people coming in and out of the hotel that day. A 5-star hotel only has a daily flow of a few thousand people. You'll be able to find out sooner or later. Suddenly Mu Boyan interrupted. You think the State Department is owned by your own family? Muangwa scolded Mu Boyan harshly. Mu Boyan was so scared that he shrank his head and dared not speak. Yenner, you won't blame Grandpa for not. Grandpa, I don't blame you. Besides, this is destined by God. Otherwise, how could the hotel surveillance camera have caught fire that day? The important thing is that I'm pregnant and we should be happy. Mu Yanyan smiled without waiting for her grandfather to finish speaking. In fact, she thought about this matter afterwards and wondered whether she should look for him or not. In the end, she thought that if she found him, many people would know that she was pregnant with his child without knowing it. She doesn't care if the other party sues her or something. What she cares about is what if the other party asks her to have an abortion, or fights for custody, or takes the child away. Yeah, let's just let it be. We should be happy now. In a few months, my great-grandson will come into this world and I will be a great-grandfather. Our Mu family can finally have descendants. Muangwa just smiled. Yanyan's child can't be without a father. It's not good for his healthy growth, and people will gossip about him behind his back. How about Mom introduce you to one? Li Wanlu looked at Mu Yanyan. When Mu Yanyan heard this, her face suddenly turned a little ugly, which reminded her of what happened a few years ago. The man who once promised to marry only her in this life, unexpectedly found out that she was infertile and left the country overnight. They didn't even tell each other the breakup in person, and even the notification of the breakup was done by someone else. Moo Boyan couldn't see that his daughter's face suddenly became a little ugly, so he pushed his wife beside him. How dare you say that? Last time, if it weren't for you. That's enough. Muangwa glared at the couple, then turned to Mu Yanyan. Yenner is fine, we don't have to worry about it, just do whatever makes you happy. We still have Grandpa, he will take care of her when the time comes. Grandpa, I'm fine. Mom is right, my child can't be born without a father. Although I couldn't find my biological father, for the healthy growth of my child, I decided to find a reliable stepfather for my future baby. I want to find this matter myself, Mom. Mu Yanyan said as she touched her slightly bulging belly. The three of them looked at each other and finally nodded in agreement, but a few of them still proposed some simple requirements for the future son-in-law. Mu Yanyan did not consider the friends she once had around her, nor did she consider the people Lingdu knew in childhood. Although the news of her infertility spread throughout the city, there were still several men with good family backgrounds who were willing to marry her, but they were all attracted by her beauty and family background. She first posted her marriage proposal on a dating website, but she deliberately made herself look ugly and her family was also very ordinary. However, for many people, her conditions were already top-notch on the dating website. The only drawback is that there is an unborn child, but fortunately they have a house and a car, so they don't have to pay for raising the child. They just need to be a full-time dad. Her facial features are delicate in the photo, and even a scar on her face can't hide her beauty. She also has a very good figure. Many people want to date her, but I don't know how many of them are really aiming for a lifelong relationship. I guess most of them just want to get her for free and sleep with her for free. In just half a month, she had lost count of how many blind dates she had gone on, but the men were either ugly or didn't look like good people. Some of them even looked at her with lustful eyes from the start, and some even directly asked her to go to a hotel to chat, which made her so angry that she threw a glass of water at them. She was so angry that she was in a bad mood for several days. That day, she rushed to the blind date location as usual, but an accident happened while she was waiting for the traffic light. Chapter 6. Do you have a girlfriend? Hua Jiza was in a daze for several months because of his broken heart. He was like a person without a soul and often got into trouble at work and in his life. Because of what happened at work yesterday, the manager called him to the office and gave him a lecture. It was more like a threat to him than a lecture. After all, his appearance was obvious to everyone. He was now thinking about whether to quit his job or agree to her threat. After all, the other party was a beautiful girl. There was no true love in today's society anyway, so he might as well just find someone to spend his life with. At least the beautiful manager loves him, has some money, is not a materialistic woman, has a good figure and is pretty. When he was riding his electric scooter through an intersection, his mind was not on the road. Suddenly, an old man on a tricycle came by and pushed Hua Jiza directly onto a motor vehicle. When he was about to hit the fence, he suddenly turned the front of the car. As luck would have it, there was a half-sized rock on the road that was piled up from a building. The front wheel hit it hard. However, he never expected that the other party was a rocky woman. After the intimacy, she pushed him away. Bump! With a loud noise, the electric scooter was badly damaged by the stone woman. Not only were the clothes dirty, but they were also scratched and even torn in some places. Hua Jiza was also a scumbag. When he got up from the ground, he didn't even pay attention to the electric scooter that had been with him for several years. It's over, it's over. Now I can't even keep the underwear that has been with me for many years and has been worn out a few times. Looking at the blue car door, there was a big dent in it. Damn it, he even knew what kind of car this was. If he was a little illiterate, at least he wouldn't have been so sad and panicked at the first moment. Why hit anything else? Why hit a Rolls-Royce Phantom? This car costs at least more than 4 million yuan and that's without any options. It's definitely a car that will make you go bankrupt. Just when Hua Jiza didn't know what to do, the sound of a door opening came from the other side of the car, and then a goddess-like person walked over. Are you okay, sir? Is it serious? Do you need an ambulance? Not only is she beautiful, but her voice is also very sweet and pleasant. Hua Jiza's originally frightened heart was touched when he heard this voice. No need, I'm fine. Hua Jiza looked at the dented car door in a daze. I will compensate you. When Mu Yanyan saw Hua Jiza, she had an indescribable feeling for some reason. The corners of her mouth twitched and she shook her head slightly. She just thought about the person she once loved, and the man she had a blind date with recently, and when she saw the look in the other man's eyes when he looked at her just now, even though it was only for a moment, she still saw it, and she couldn't help but feel disgusted. He glanced at the hit car door and his tone was completely different from before, cold. Okay, leave me a phone number and I'll send you the repair bill once the damage is determined. I have other things to do right now. After Mu Yanyan got Hua Ji's phone number, she got into the car and left. Hua Jiza was also stunned by the sudden change of the beauty, but then he changed his mind and realized that he would not be in a good mood if his beloved car was hit like this. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Hua Jiza just got home from get off work and saw the MMS he received on his mobile phone. He was still shocked when he saw the amount of the repair bill on it. After all, the price of the car was there. Fortunately, the other party did not add depreciation fee, otherwise, there would definitely be 2 more digits at the beginning. He thought about it for a long time and even wanted to use the card he had used before, but he gave up the idea in the end. He still wanted to live a peaceful life. I mustered up my courage and dialed the color code that was sent to me. The phone rang about 3 times before it was answered, and a pleasant and sweet voice came through. Hello, who is this? Hua Jiza had the urge to curse. How forgetful you are. It's not even half an hour since you sent me the sky-high bill, and you don't even recognize me. Isn't it said that the one who owes money is the boss? Why is it that when it comes to me, the other party is the boss? No, even the boss is not as arrogant as her. I'm the one who hit your car a few days ago. I want to discuss with you whether the money can be repaid in installments. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back in full, and I don't have to charge interest if I really want to. Hua Jiza said in a low voice. I didn't know if the person on the other end was angry or what, but there was no sound for a long while, and only after about 5 or 6 seconds did a sound come. Sorry, I was busy and didn't hear you. What did you say? Hua Jiza could only speak nervously, thinking that the other party would directly refuse. After all, anyone who heard it just now would think that the other party did not want to embarrass both parties. You've seen the bill. The total cost of replacing the car door and the labor is 550,000. How do you want to pay it in installments? I'll give you 300,000 first, and I'll pay you back the rest within 2 years. Do you think this is okay? Hua Jiza sounded a little pleading. Just transfer the money to the account I gave you. If there's nothing else, that's it for now. Wait, can I give it to you in person tomorrow? Hua Jiza blurted out quickly. Are you afraid that I won't admit it and sue you? Who would have thought that the other party would say it directly? No. I didn't mean that. Okay, tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, there is a children's playground on Huatong Road. You wait for me there. Beep. Hua Jiza looked at the hung-up phone, feeling helpless. The next day, he left home early at around 1 p.m. and went to the bank to withdraw 300,000 yuan. With his cell phone and some cash, he only had a little over 10,000 yuan left. No one expected that he would end up in such a state. At 2 o'clock, he arrived at the agreed location with a backpack worth 300,000 yuan. There were not many people there at that time, so he first found a place to sit and wait. Half an hour later, he was so bored that he saw Yao Yao Ma over there and suddenly wanted to play for some reason. He was fine at first after sitting on it, but as the rocking horse started to rock, he suddenly found it interesting. In just a few minutes, his originally listless face suddenly showed joy, and the children around him were not having as much fun as he was. I even started humming a nursery rhyme I heard from somewhere. Rock and rock until you reach Grandma's bridge, where she'll give you a bowl of soup. Mu Yanyan arrived 1 minute after the other person sat on the rocking horse. Seeing him having so much fun reminded her of the time when her grandfather played with her when she was a child. Before she knew it, she had watched him play for half an hour, from the Yao Yao horse to the slide and seesaw. Seeing that the other person was having so much fun, she suddenly thought of something, touched her belly, and then walked towards Hua Jiza, who was also having a great time. Hua Jiza was so happy that he just came out of the slide and saw a pair of straight white legs in front of him. He looked up and found that it was his creditor, so he quickly put away his happy smile. Sorry about that. This is 300,000, count it. Hua Jiza stood up from the slide and handed the bag of 300,000 yuan he was carrying to the other party with some embarrassment. Mu Yanyan didn't answer, but just glanced at it and said, let's find a place to sit down and talk. This? That's fine too. After all, Hua Jiza still owed the other party more than 200,000 yuan, so he had no choice but to agree. Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan were sitting opposite each other by the window of a cafe. Hua Jiza felt a little embarrassed when being stared at by the other party. "This is 300,000, count it." He handed the bag to her again. This time, Mu Yanyan didn't even look at him. She just stared at him and suddenly said, "You have a girlfriend?" Chapter 7. Go directly to get the certificate. Hua Jiza was stunned for a moment, not knowing what she meant, but when he thought of his first love a few months ago, his expression suddenly changed, revealing disgust, and even the way he looked at Mu Yanyan changed, as if the other party was his ex-girlfriend. "No." Hua Jiza still answered, but his tone suddenly changed. He seemed to be aloof, cold, and disgusted. "I just hit your car. I didn't commit a crime, and you are not a policeman." When Mu Yanyan saw the other person like this, she suddenly thought of her past self. She remembered that when they had just broken up, someone approached her while she was walking in the park, and she seemed to have answered in the same way at that time, and even the tone seemed to be the same. Mu Yanyan was not dissatisfied with his tone at this time. Instead, she stared at him with a curious expression, as if she wanted to see something. She even scratched her head and asked him if he had just been betrayed by his girlfriend, which penetrated her heart. In the end, she didn't ask, fearing that the other party would get angry and turn around and leave. Sorry, that's not what I meant." Mu Yanyan showed some embarrassment. "What do you think of me?" Mu Yanyan suddenly looked at Hua Jiza. Hua Jiza, who was sitting opposite her, frowned immediately. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Are you sick? Or a psychopath?" Before Hua Jiza could finish his words, Mu Yanyan said anxiously, "You may have misunderstood again. What I meant was that if you didn't have a girlfriend, we could work together. How can we cooperate? You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend and deal with your family?" Hua Jiza looked as if he could see through the other person. But the other party's next words almost startled him. "Almost. I want you to be the stepfather of my unborn child. All the money you owe me will be written off, and I will pay you 500,000 per year." Mu Yanyan didn't know why she was afraid that the other party would reject her. Ahem. Hua Jiza, who had just taken a sip of coffee, almost choked to death. "Are you serious?" She took a careful look at the incredibly beautiful woman in front of her. From her appearance, it seemed that she was indeed pregnant and was still in the 3rd or 4th month of pregnancy. What kind of idiot would be so stupid as to give up such a good woman? He is worse than a beast. He made her pregnant and even ignored her. He wanted to beat up the scumbag and scold him harshly. When Mu Yanyan saw the other party say this and look at herself intently, she thought the other party was rejecting her. 1 year, 1 million, how about that?" Mu Yanyan blurted out again. Hua Jiza's inner thoughts, did she misunderstand me? But 1 million a year, I'm a little tempted. He thought again of the scene of the beautiful girl threatening him and being abandoned by his girlfriend. He thought it was a good idea and gritted his teeth. "Okay, just be a stepfather, right? No problem. Let me make it clear in advance that I only sell my art and not my body." Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at the other person, but there was actually a hint of joy on her face. "Give me your bank account number and I'll give you the first year's salary first." Mu Yanyan seemed to be afraid that the other party would suddenly go back on his word. Hua Jiza hesitated for a moment, but still gave the other party his current bank card number. The other party was very straightforward and transferred the money in front of him. In less than a minute, he received a deposit notification on his mobile phone. Account income, amount, 1000000, account information, bank 5759, transaction time, September 16, 1657, account balance, 1010576. Hua Jiza just took a look and then looked away. He had long been immune to these numbers. To him, they were just a string of numbers. Received? Mu Yanyan looked at the other person. Hua Jiza nodded. It's exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Civil Affairs Bureau is still open. Let's go. Mu Yanyan acted decisively and stood up immediately. Hua Jiza didn't react at first, but when he heard the word Civil Affairs Bureau, he immediately knew what the other party was going to do. It turns out that $1 million annual salary is not that easy to get. I actually gave my first time to someone else. Oh, forget it. It's just a certificate anyway. I'm not sure whether I will get married in the future. In the car on the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Hua Jiza smelled the pleasant fragrance in the car and felt it was somewhat familiar, as if he had smelled it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. He even had this feeling when he first came into contact with the other person, but he had no recollection of it and could only attribute it to the fact that a previous patient had smelled it. Did you bring your household registration book? Mu Yanyan, who was driving the car, stared at the front without blinking and spoke. Household registration booklet? What the hell, how could he not know about it? He had never heard of it, not since he came out of retirement 6 years ago. What is a household registration book? He couldn't help but look at the other person curiously and asked. Mu Yanyan turned her head and looked at the other person with an idiotic look. Do you want to regret it? I've already taken your money, and it's still in your car. Will I regret it? Can I regret it? Hua Jiza had a serious expression. What do you mean? Don't tell me you don't even know what a household registration book is? Mu Yanyan turned her head again and glanced at Hua Jiza, who was a little dazed. Well, I really don't know. This is the first time I've heard the term. What is a household registration book and what is it used for? Hua Jiza looked at the other person like a studious baby. Cough cough. Crunch. Mu Yanyan almost hit the car in front that was waiting for the traffic light. No, are you still a Chinese? Are you an illegal immigrant who came here illegally from somewhere? Do you have an ID? Mu Yanyan stared at the other person, even with a hint of fear on her face. ID card, yes. Hua Jiza took out his wallet and ID card. This was given to him by his master when he left the mountain. He said it was a pass to the outside world, and after he came out, he indeed used it in many places. But he didn't know what a household registration book was or what it was used for. Mu Yanyan took it and looked at it, then compared it with the other party. The person in the ID card looked cheerful and energetic, but now he looked a little listless, as dead as death, without any energy at all. It must be because of the broken heart. She began to be curious again. What kind of woman could make a man become like this? In her opinion, men are selfish animals and will not become like this because of certain people. It seems that she has to re-evaluate. It's okay if you have an identity. Mu Yanyan said as she took the ID card away. Hua Jiza wanted to say that it was mine, but finally swallowed his words back. Civil Affairs Bureau Photo Studio. You two come closer. Yes, yes, smile, the lady, come closer to the gentleman, hey, that's it, don't move, don't move. Okay, take a look and choose which one. The man holding the camera asked Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan. Congratulations to the two newlyweds. From now on, you are officially married. I wish you. A middle-aged woman in her 50s handed the marriage certificate to both parties with a smile. Chapter 8, could it be that she is being kept? Outside the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Mu Yanyan watched Hua Jiza staring at the red book in his hand. Regret it? No, I was just curious. So this is what a marriage certificate looks like. A few months ago, he had thought about getting married and getting a marriage certificate with Lulu's ex-girlfriend, but he didn't expect that in just a few months, no, it should be just half a day, he got a marriage certificate with another woman. Boss Mu, this is the contract you asked me to print. At this time, a woman wearing big-rimmed glasses, a professional uniform, black stockings, and high heels stood in front of Mu Yanyan, panting, her chest heaving up and down, and panting at Mu Yanyan. Mu Yanyan took the two contracts and then waved to the bespectacled girl. The bespectacled girl looked at the two of them with her eyes wide open, then looked at Director Min Zhang behind them, and Hua Jiza, a very handsome man standing next to Mu Yanyan with a red book in his hand. When she thought of the contents of the printed contract, she suddenly showed a moment of astonishment. While walking towards his car, he was still guessing all kinds of things in his mind, and the embarrassed expression on his face became more obvious. He even turned around to look at the two people at the door, especially at Hua Jiza. Take a look. If there is nothing, sign it and our cooperation will take effect. Mu Yanyan handed one to Hua Jiza, who looked a little dazed. Hua Jiza took the contract and turned to the last page directly. He took the pen from her hand and signed his name without forgetting to leave his fingerprint. This was all thanks to the fact that he did not wipe off the red ink when he got the marriage certificate just now. Don't you want to look at the contract? When Mu Yanyan saw that the other party signed without even reading the content, she reminded him. What's so good about this? Can you still trick me? Is this a contract to sell my body? Hua Jiza looked at her jokingly, but when he saw the calm look on her face, he had a bad feeling. When he opened the first item of the contract, his expression changed a little. He read quickly and his face became darker as he read on. Can I regret it now? Hua Jize looked at the other person with an ugly face. What do you think? Mu Yanyan took the signed contract from his hand as she spoke, and then handed him her own copy. No, you didn't tell me it was such a contract. How is this different from a contract of selling one's body? Hua Jize once again felt that all women were no good. He wanted to curse, Magbatsi was cheating him. Contract: from now on, the man will be a full-time nanny for the woman's unborn child. 1. During the contract period, the true father-son-daughter relationship must not be disclosed and the child must be treated as a biological parent. 2. Take full responsibility for the child's daily life: get up, wash, dress, feed, coax to sleep, study and education, help the child with homework, supervise learning progress, read, do handicrafts, play games, participate in various extracurricular activities, healthcare, pay attention to the child's physical condition, physical examination, vaccination, coaxing medicine, care. 3. Family relationship maintenance: show children a normal husband-wife relationship, a harmonious family atmosphere, parent-child relationship, establish a parent-child relationship, family activities. 4. Housework: some daily cleaning, clothes arrangement, simple kitchen chores. 5. During the contract period, the woman can control the man's ownership without violating the law or the contract, and the man must comply without reason. 28. The man must accompany the child until he reaches adulthood, during which time he cannot unilaterally terminate the contract, during which time the woman can terminate the contract at any time without any reason. 29. During the contract period, the man shall not interfere with the woman's affairs that are not related to the child. 30. The man is not allowed to stay out all night, must be at home by 9 p.m., and is not allowed to bring anyone home without the woman's consent. All the above expenses are borne unilaterally by the woman. The woman paid the man 1 million yuan every year until the contract ended. If the man breaks the contract, he will compensate the woman 1 billion yuan for breach of contract. How is this different from a contract of sale? Hua Jize's breathing was a little irregular. If he had a heart disease, he would probably die from anger. Did you sign the contract voluntarily? Did I force you to sign it? Did I remind you to read the contents of the contract before signing it? Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at Hua Jize and asked a series of questions. No. No, I reminded you. When Hua Jize heard this, his face drooped and he wanted to slap himself a few times. He was so angry that he started stomping his feet. When Mu Yanyan saw the other person like this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. Will you come with me now, or in a few days? Mu Yanyan looked at the angry Hua Jize with a happy expression. I don't have 10 billion to pay you. I'm not illiterate, nor am I stupid. From now on, I have been sold by you now. I am no longer myself. How can I still make the decision? Hua Jize never thought that one day he would be bought by someone and help others count the money. The key point was that he was the seller and the buyer, Magbatsi. He was so angry. Sure. Didn't you see Article 5 of the contract? I can give you a few days off. Mu Yanyan smiled as she looked at Hua Jize, whose face turned red with anger. No need. My rental contract is about to expire anyway. It doesn't matter sooner or later. Hua Jize said this and walked straight towards the parking lot. Mu Yanyan smiled amusedly when she saw Hua Jize, who was so angry that he kicked every stone he saw on the road. Go to my rental house first and get my luggage. It's Lingyan Road, number 55, Xiaoma Village. Hua Jize fastened his seatbelt and faced Mu Yanyan, who had just started the car. An angry expression was still on his face. A luxury car worth millions suddenly appeared in the small village that was like a slum. People on the road looked at it until the car slowly stopped in front of a 5-story building. Several stores at the entrance were looking at them, wondering which girl was being kept by a rich man. After all, there were several young women with good figures and good looks renting houses here. Last time, a woman was picked up by a man who drove a big Mercedes to move her luggage. Wait for me here. Hua Jize looked at Mu Yanyan, who was looking around with a curious look. No, I'll go up with you and take a look. When the other party opened the car door, Mu Yanyan opened the car door while speaking. And those store owners saw a super goddess coming out of the cab. Her facial features, temperament and figure were all top-notch. She even looked quite young, only about 26 or 27 years old. But when they saw the people coming down from the other side, they were stunned and opened their mouths slightly. Isn't this Xiaoza? How did he get out of a beautiful lady's luxury car? Is Xiaoza being kept by someone? How could Xiaoza, such a good person, do such a thing? Bah, what are you thinking? That girl looks the same age as Ozawa. Ozawa is not only a good person, but also has the best height, looks, and figure. If I were that girl, I would also fall for Ozawa. But doesn't Xiaoza have a girlfriend? They broke up a few months ago. The last time Xiaoza went on a business trip, I saw that he was in a bad mood when he came back. I asked him why he didn't bring his girlfriend with him, and he said they broke up. Several people gathered together and talked in low voices. Who is this beautiful girl, Ozawa? A woman who looked to be in her 50s looked at Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan with a smile. Aunt Lu, I'm a friend. Auntie, I'm his wife. We just got the marriage certificate. Mu Yanyan interrupted Hua Jiza before he finished speaking and even took out a brand new red book to show them. Chapter 9. Are you humorous? Several middle-aged uncles and aunts were stunned again by Mu Yanyan's sudden words and the red book in her hand. Several of them even showed looks and expressions of disbelief. Even Hua Jiza, who was standing next to him, looked at Mu Yanyan with a look of astonishment. He didn't even notice when she put her arm around him. Hubby, let's go up. Mu Yanyan took the uncle and aunt and Hua Jiza's arm and walked into the door while they were stunned and hadn't come to their senses. You. Zhang Hua Jiza came to his senses when he reached the corridor. He looked at the other person's hand that was holding his arm and didn't know what to say. It was the first time in his life that he had been treated so intimately by anyone except his master and some of his junior sisters. Even his ex-girlfriend Lulu had never been that close to him before. The most they had done was hold hands when crossing the street. Mu Yanyan let go of the other person's hand and looked at him. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want those uncles and aunts to think too much of you. And I wasn't wrong. We were legally married in name only. Although it was a contract, we did get the marriage certificate. Yes. Hua Jiza originally wanted to say that this was not a good idea, but thinking of the contents of the contract, he did not say it. Now he could be said to be completely at the mercy of the other party. Did you live here before? Mu Yanyan followed the other party to the corner door of a room on the 4th floor and opened it. When she saw the scene inside, she couldn't help but show a surprised expression. I just told you to wait in the car, but you insisted on coming up. Hua Jiza took a look at her and knew that she must be talking about the bad environment here. The room is small but clean and tidy. Mu Yanyan also followed him in, then looked around and said, I thought you were going to talk about the moldy walls and the dark environment here. Hua Jiza said as he packed his luggage. If you don't mind, just sit down. I'll pack my luggage. You usually live here alone? Mu Yanyan sat on the hard wooden bed, watching Hua Jiza who was packing. Can't you see? There are some annoying companions of the opposite and same sex. Hua Jiza thought of the mosquitoes buzzing at night. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza in astonishment as he said this calmly. We won't sleep in this bed together? Well, in the summer there are these every night, sometimes there are only a few, sometimes there are dozens. When Mu Yanyan saw the other party nod, she was so scared that she jumped up from the bed with an expression of disgust on her face. She frowned when she heard the rest of the story. How many? What do you mean by dozens? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza in confusion. Aren't mosquitoes represented by A? Then what do you think it is? When Hua Jiza saw the other party's frustrated and somewhat angry look, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Do you find that humorous? Mu Yanyan glared at the other person and sat back on the bed. Hua Jiza glanced at the other person and thought, I just wanted to piss you off, to let you trick me, and yet I have such a cold look on my face. If Mu Yanyan knew what the other person was thinking, she would probably be so angry that she would throw something at the other person without caring about her image. Okay, I'm done, let's go. Half an hour later, Hua Jiza came carrying 2 boxes, one of which was a wooden box. What is this wooden box of yours? Why do you make it look like an ancient doctor? Mu Yanyan couldn't help but tease the other person when she saw the box. Something that was used before. Hua Jiza just said it perfunctorily, then took a look at the room he had lived in for almost 3 years before leaving with Mu Yanyan. After handing over everything to the landlord downstairs, Hua Jiza left the place that had been with him for 3 years. At around 6:30 in the evening, Mu Yanyan drove into the gate of a magnificent villa area. Mu Yanyan noticed that the man sitting in the passenger seat didn't seem to have changed at all, and was even calmer than ever, as if this was a normal thing for him. Until she drove the car into her villa, she still didn't see the result she wanted from the other party. She was even a little unsure of what kind of person the other party was. When I arrived at the villa my father gave me, I was shocked, but he was calm and expressionless. "We're here." Mu Yanyan parked the car and looked at the other person. "The lady is back. Who is this?" As soon as they entered the door, they were greeted by a woman in her 40s wearing an apron who greeted Mu Yanyan. "Aunt Lee, there will be one more person in our family from now on. Just call him uncle-in-law from now on. This is Aunt Lee, our housekeeper. If there is anything going on at home, just tell her." Mu Yanyan introduced the two of them. When Aunt Lee heard that the person Mu Yanyan brought back was her son-in-law, she couldn't help but take a closer look at him. She was 41 years old and had a sharp eye, otherwise she would not have been sent by Mu Boyan to take care of Mu Yanyan. She could tell at a glance that the other person was a good person. "Hello, uncle. If you have any problem in the future, just tell me." Aunt Lee looked at Hua Jiza with a smile. "Hello, Aunt Lee. I'm sorry to bother you in the future. Aunt Lee, if you need any heavy work in the future, please call me. I have plenty of strength." Hua Jiza was also smiling. Aunt Lee didn't dare to do that. Although she knew half a month ago that the young lady was looking for a man to be the stepfather of her unborn child, the other party was still half the master after all. "Uncle, let me help you get it." Aunt Lee saw the suitcase Hua Jiza was pulling. "Aunt Lee, that's not necessary. You can go and do your work first. I'll take him upstairs." Mu Yanyan waved her hand. Hua Jiza pulled the luggage and followed Mu Yanyan to the second floor of the villa. "You will live here from now on." Mu Yanyan opened a room. Hua Jiza looked around the room. It was very big. It not only had a separate bathroom, but also a dressing room and even a living room area. It was nearly 10 times larger than the rental house he had lived in before. "Please clean up first. If you need anything else, just tell Aunt Lee." Mu Yanyan said this and turned to leave the room. Watching the other person leaving the room, Hua Jiza smiled bitterly and shook his head, muttering in his heart, "I thought my health was in danger. Fortunately, we didn't sleep together." He had just tidied up the room when there was a knock on the door. He turned around and was stunned. I saw her standing at the door, wearing a light gray silk nightgown that went above her thighs, revealing her white, smooth and straight feet, and a thin nightgown on the outside. It turns out that a beautiful woman can really become a different person by changing her clothes. This was what he thought when he saw the other person for the first time. "Are you done? It's time to eat." Mu Yanyan looked at the people in the room. After the two finished their meal, Mu Yanyan went back to her room alone, while Hua Jiza watched TV in the living room. When Aunt Lee saw Hua Jiza sitting in the living room to rest, she brought a plate of freshly washed fruit. "Eat some fruit, sir." "Thank you, Aunt Lee." Sitting on the sofa, he smiled and nodded, but when he saw a certain part of the other person, he frowned slightly, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. After Aunt Lee returned to her room, she sent the secretly taken photos to a person on WeChat named Mr. Mu and attached a message. "Mr. Mu, this is the son-in-law that the young lady brought back just now. I heard from them that they have obtained the marriage certificate and the young lady has let him move in. He lives opposite the young lady's room." Less than 2 minutes after the message was sent, Aunt Lee's cell phone rang. "Mr. Mu." "Phone, how is Mr. Lee?" "My first impression of my son-in-law is that he is a good person. He is polite, not arrogant or impatient, and is upright." "Phone, haha. Xiaoli, you gave him so many good comments at first sight, I think he must be a good person." Mu Yanyan was reading today's company report in her bedroom when her cell phone next to the computer suddenly rang. "Hey Dad, why did you find time to call me? Is there something wrong?" Chapter 10, A Big Deal? "Hee, Yenner heard from your Aunt Lee that you brought a man back tonight?" There was a friendly laugh from the other end of the line. "I knew Aunt Lee would tell you secretly. I was going to wait a few days and see. I'm telling you guys." Mu Yanyan spoke in a tone that seemed to blame Aunt Lee. "Ha ha. Isn't it because Aunt Lee is afraid that you will be cheated? Aunt Lee is doing this for your own good. How is Uncle Yenner? How did you find him? What's he like? Tell Dad about it." There was an impatient tone coming from the other end of the phone. Mu Yanyan couldn't help but chuckle when she recalled the scene from her first accidental encounter with the other party to her second meeting and then getting the marriage certificate. "Yenner, hurry up and tell me what you are laughing at." I suddenly heard laughter on the other end of the phone and became curious. No. Nothing, Dad, I just thought of something funny. Dad, what did you just say? Mu Yanyan stopped laughing, but she had just forgotten what topic the other party asked. Yenner, something's wrong with you. Are you in love? When Dad and Mom first started dating, Dad was just like you are now, suddenly grinning from time to time, or forgetting things and being absent-minded. Mu Boyan on the other end of the phone was also recalling the decades when he was in love with her mother, and even when he talked about it, one could hear his joy in his tone. Dad, what are you talking about? How could I fall in love? You know I'm pregnant now. Who would like me? Mu Yanyan pouted, but her tone clearly showed that she was lying. Ha, that's not necessarily true. After all, my daughter is a beauty like a fairy. Hurry up and tell Dad about the son-in-law you found for us. How did you find him? Mu Boyan did not forget the purpose of this call. I think he's okay. My first impression of him is that he's a trustworthy person, but... Mu Yanyan then recounted the story of how she met Hua Jiza and how they worked together. After the call ended, the person on the other end was in disbelief. That shouldn't be the case. With the appearance of our Yenner Mino, a celestial being, there are plenty of people who would be eager to be the father of my future grandson even if I had to pay for it. How dare he? Who is this guy you found? I don't know. I didn't check. But it's a little strange that when he got the marriage certificate today, he didn't even know about the household registration book. Fortunately, he has his ID card, otherwise I would have suspected that he had smuggled in from some country. Mu Yanyan said lightly. In our country, there are still people who don't know what a household registration book is? Even foreigners know about household registration books. What's this kid's name? Daddy should ask someone to check it out. Mu Boyan also became curious. Forget about Dad. I don't think he's a bad person. Mu Yanyan thought about it and said, Daughter, you can't be careless about this. After all, this is our family, and you also have to think about your unborn child. At least you know everything about him and have some protection. Mu Boyan's persuasion came from the other end of the phone. Well, don't go too far. Mu Yanyan finally compromised, but she still gave a reminder. Finally, after getting repeated assurances from the other party, she told him Hua Jiza's name. 2 days passed in a flash. Mu Boyan, who was being investigated, was very puzzled, with sadness and worry on his puzzled face. After repeated consideration, he decided to talk to the old man and ask him to investigate. Mu Boyan even cancelled a meeting he had in the afternoon and ran straight to the old man's courtyard. At this time, the old man was playing chess with an old friend in the pavilion. General, haha. Brother Mu, you lost again. No, you just regretted your move. When Mu Boyan walked in, he heard 2 old men talking like little children. Xiao Yan is here. The old man facing the entrance saw the person coming in. Muangwa also turned around and looked, frowning a little. Why are you here? What's up? Hello, Uncle Lu. Mu Boyan greeted the old man next to him. The old man waved his hand and began to rearrange the chess pieces. There are some issues with the person Yenner is looking for. Mu Boyan said this with a serious face. Not only did these words perk up Muangwa, but even Lu Yanhua next to him frowned slightly, with a worried look on his face. What's going on? Muangwa looked at Mu Boyan, who had a serious and worried expression. I learned a few days ago that Yenner had found someone to be the father of her unborn child, so I thought about investigating the other party's background to see if he is a reliable person. Who knew that when I asked someone to check, they found a lot of problems. They only found my life track of a few days 6 years ago in the past 3 years, and nothing else. Mu Boyan was a little scared when he said it. Have you told Yenner about this? Muangwa's expression became more and more solemn. No, I'm afraid of alerting the enemy, which would be disadvantageous to Yenner. Mu Boyan stared at the old man nervously. Brother Mu, do you want my help? Lu Yanhua on the side spoke up. Brother Lu, don't worry for now. Yenner shouldn't be in any danger right now, and it's possible that we are overthinking it. Muangwa waved his hand. I'll have someone check the information. Nguyen National Road. Mu Boyan quickly handed the information he had found in the past 2 days to the old man. When the old man saw the person in the photo, he couldn't help but frown, as if he had seen him somewhere, but he was so young that he shouldn't know him. Hua Jiza, 26 years old, worked at Hanan Railway Station 6 years ago, lived in a rental apartment at number 55, Xiaoma Village, Lingnian Road, Shitong City for more than 2 years 3 years ago, and dated Lulu for more than 2 years, but broke up 4 months ago. The evidence is indeed suspicious. Have you checked the address he has registered? Muangwa said after reading it. I've checked and asked the locals. This person does exist, but he moved away when he was young. I can't find any useful information. By the way, when I asked Yenner a few days ago, Yenner told me that he didn't know about the household registration book. The ID card is real. When Mu Boyan saw the old man's eyes, he knew what he meant and spoke quickly. Then the old man asked someone to check it out, and about half an hour later, the person came back. The old man glanced at the tablet the guard handed him. How is Dad? Has he found out? Mu Boyan saw that the old man's brows furrowed even more as he looked at the tablet. Don't worry about this matter. There's nothing wrong with the person. Go back first and pretend that you haven't checked this matter. The old man waved his hand and asked Mu Boyan to leave. Mu Boyan became even more nervous when he heard this. Who was the other person? Why couldn't even the old man tell him? Seeing the old man's cold eyes, he finally didn't dare to ask, but left with curiosity. Thinking that since the old man said there was nothing wrong with the person, then there must be no problem. After all, with the old man's love for his grandson, it is impossible for Yenner to be in any danger. Brother Mu, does your grandson-in-law have a background? Lu Yanhua, who was standing next to him, spoke only after seeing Mu Boyan leave. Chapter 11 The Tigress Calls. Muanwa directly handed the tablet to the other party. After the other party took a look of realization appeared on his face. No wonder Xiaoyan didn't find the other party's information. It turns out that it was handled by Old Man Feng. This Hua Jiza must also be from Misty Valley. Feng is from the martial arts school, Hua is from the medical school, and your son-in-law's surname is Hua. Brother Mu, your Yenner is truly blessed by God. Not only is she pregnant, but she also found such a good husband. Lu Yanhua looked at the other person with envy. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Hua Jiza, who was tidying up the garden in the villa with Aunt Li, heard the phone ringing in his pocket. Take it out and see the incoming call, Tigress manager. Oh my God. Damn it. How could I have forgotten about this? I haven't even told the company that I'm leaving yet. I haven't been to the company for 3 days. Now that the Tigress has called me, I'm probably going to be scolded again, and even threatened to accompany her to the movies tonight, and then. Hua Jiza's body trembled when he thought about it. He couldn't imagine it. Although the Tigress was a little beauty, she had a very fierce personality. Who knew if she was the same in other places? Hold the phone half a meter away from you before answering it. Hello. Hua Jiza, have you gone to heaven? Ah. You haven't come to the company for 3 days. Do you still want to work? Come to the company right now. I'll give you half an hour. Toot. Oh shit, he hung up on me before I even had the chance to say anything. Oh well, forget it, I'll just go and process my resignation at the same time. As for whether he agrees or not, and whether it will affect my future work, he doesn't care. Anyway, he has already sold himself to someone else. Aunt Li, I'm going out for a while. Hua Jiza put down his phone and said to Aunt Li. Will you come back for lunch at noon? Aunt Li stopped what she was doing and looked at the other person. No, I'll just eat something outside. I glanced at the time and it was already 10:15 in the morning. The round trip would take at least an hour and a half. After going through the resignation procedures and handing over various matters, I probably wouldn't be back before 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Okay. Aunt Li nodded. The only car in the son-in-law's house is the one I use to buy groceries. The young lady's cars have been taken for maintenance and haven't been returned yet. Why don't you drive my car? No, Aunt Li, it's not the rush hour yet. I'd better take the bus or the subway. That's right, so be careful on the road, sir. Hua Jiza nodded, went back to change his shoes, and then walked out of the villa alone. After walking out of the villa, he regretted not following Aunt Li's advice. Damn it, it took 20 minutes to walk from the villa to the gate of the villa community. This is nothing. The key point is that outside the villa community, there are no taxis on the road, let alone bus stops and subways. It was not until he walked 5 kilometers away from the villa community that he saw a bus stop at another intersection. It seemed that God felt pity for him, and this bus route happened to pass by his company. Hua Jiza, who was sitting on the bus, suddenly seemed to think of something. He quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Mu Yanyan, thinking that the other party had taken a long time to see it. "I'm going to go out for a while and talk to you." Less than 3 minutes after sending the text message, he received a reply on his phone. "Well, remember our agreement. You must be home by 9 o'clock in the evening. I don't have 1 billion to compensate you now." After this message was sent, it fell into oblivion and there was no response. In a spacious office, Mu Yanyan showed a little anger on her face after seeing the message, and she put the phone down fiercely as if it was Hua Ji's poor phone. Just as she turned her thoughts back to work, she suddenly remembered something, picked up the phone that she had just knocked down, searched for Aunt Lee's number and dialed it. The call was quickly answered. "Did Aunt Lee tell you where he was going?" "No." "What's wrong, miss?" "But my uncle just received a call. It was from a young girl. It seemed to be from my uncle's company." The girl spoke in a rather fierce tone. Aunt Lee on the other end of the phone suddenly said, "Well, that's all right. Aunt Lee, you go ahead and do your work." After Mu Yanyan hung up the phone, the anger on her face became even more obvious. Hua Jiza on the bus suddenly sneezed loudly. "Akiu. I rubbed my nose with my hand. I have a cold?" This shouldn't be the case. He even took his own pulse, but then gave a helpless smile at his own action. How could his body be breached by a mere cold virus? I quickly arrived at the bus stop near the company and looked at the time. It was already more than an hour since the Tigress manager called, and he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. If it were a few days ago, he would probably have made it into the world record list for the 100-meter acceleration. He walked into the company slowly and came to the floor of his department. Before he even entered the door, he heard a familiar girl's voice. "Where's Hua Jiza? Hasn't he come yet?" "Here I am." "Manager, you are looking for me so urgently. Are you going to give me the bonus in advance?" Hua Jiza walked in leisurely and looked at the Tigress standing in the aisle of the office area. "I said I'd get to the company in half an hour, but now it's been an hour and 27 minutes and you're still taking your time. You don't want to work anymore, right? As for the bonus, it's still a question whether you can get your salary this month." The Tigress was angry, her chest heaving as she glared at the person who walked in as if he was taking a stroll in the park. "Aha! The manager is awesome. No wonder he became a manager at such a young age. I originally came here to apply for resignation a few days ago, but I forgot about it." Hua Jiza didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but his words almost irritated the person on the other side. "Okay, resign, right? I agree now." The young girl thought about how the other party had lowered his posture for work a few days ago, and believed that it was just a temper tantrum and the other party did not dare to resign. But who knew that next, instead of seeing the scene she wanted, he took out a resignation letter from his workstation with a serious and calm face. Thank you, manager. I have already signed it and am waiting for you." Hua Jiza directly handed the resignation application that he had prepared long ago to the other party. This scene confused everyone present. They looked at Hua Jiza in disbelief. Even a few colleagues who were on good terms with him pulled at his clothes and whispered to persuade him. Hua Jiza just smiled at them. The Tigress looked at the resignation letter handed over by the other party and was a little stunned, not knowing what to do. "Come with me to the office." "Brother Zay, why don't you reconsider it?" "Yes, Brother Zay." After the Tigress walked into the office, several colleagues who were on good terms with Hua Jiza tried to persuade her. "Thank you for your kindness. I was planning to resign recently." After a few polite words, he walked into the Tigress's office. This office was very familiar to him. He had been there at least 3 or 4 times a day before, and each time he was scolded. "Sit." When the Tigress saw the other person coming in, she spoke in a very polite tone. This made Hua Jiza a little confused, and he even thought that the other party was mentally ill. In the past 2 years, the Tigress he knew had never acted like this. He would rather believe that the chicken came before the egg than believe that the Tigress spoke to him in such a calm tone. Chapter 12, Stopped by Security. Hua Jiza didn't care whether she was trying to do something weird or frame him. He came to the company today to resign. Whether she agreed to his resignation or not, he would leave anyway. He sat down in front of her desk without any courtesy, and almost crossed his legs. His leisurely look almost made the tigress unable to suppress her anger, and she went crazy at him. The tigress calmed down and smiled at Hua Jiza. Xiaozhe, are you under a lot of work pressure recently, or are you not satisfied with the salary offered by the company? You can tell me, I can help you apply. No, it's my personal problem. Manager, please sign it quickly. I have something else to do later. Hua Jiza interrupted her directly. Did my words a few days ago make you dissatisfied with the company? I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Manager, you better sign it. I really have something urgent to do later. You don't need to persuade me. I was planning to resign anyway. I have already sorted out all the work matters on my computer. I will just hand them over to others later. I promise that I will not cause any trouble to the company. Hua Jiza interrupted the other party again and spoke directly. Manager, you don't have to say anything. I have already made the decision. If you don't sign, I won't come tomorrow. Seeing that the other party wanted to say something, he simply stopped him from saying anything. The tigress signed her name on the resignation application form. Go away. Thank you, manager, for your training over the past 2 years. Hua Jiza didn't care whether she was angry or not. He said something polite and walked out of the office with his resignation letter. Because I had already sorted out the handover before leaving a few days ago, I had completed the handover by 4:30 in the afternoon. I packed up my things, said goodbye to everyone, and left the company where I had worked for more than 2 years with a box. He didn't have much stuff on him, but the bus stop was quite far from the villa, so he simply took a taxi. Master, Linghu Island Villa Community. I said to the master after getting in the car. The taxi driver looked back at the man holding a box and thought it was Hua Jiza who had just been fired, and asked in confusion. Brother, are you sure you are talking about the Linghu Island Villa Community? Yeah, sure. What happened, master? Can't you go somewhere? As he said this, Hua Jiza made a move to get out of the car. No, I can go, I just want to confirm it. After all, there are rich people living there, and they all have assets worth hundreds of millions. The middle-aged taxi driver started the car and drove away, fearing that the other party would get off directly. After all, there are too many DD cars these days, making it difficult for taxi drivers like them to survive. Hua Jiza did not answer him, but looked out the window. No one knew what he was thinking, but the taxi driver was obviously a chatterbox. Little brother, are you going to visit your relatives or to see your boss? No, that's where I live. Hua Jiza looked out the window and spoke calmly without turning his head. Squeak! The car brakes suddenly. Hua Jiza almost hit the chair and thought that the driver had hit the car, but when he looked ahead, there was nothing in front. I'm sorry, little brother. The taxi driver apologized quickly. He was also distracted by the other party's words and subconsciously stepped on the emergency brake. DD. The car behind almost hit the taxi and honked its horn wildly. The taxi quickly started again and stretched its hand out of the window to make an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry, brother. I was shocked by what you said just now. By the way, where do you really live? I heard that the cheapest villa there costs 30 or 40 million. As the taxi driver spoke, he looked several times through the rearview mirror at Hua Jiza, who was sitting in the back seat, but he didn't look like someone who could live there. I don't understand that. Rich second generation? Did your parents give it to you? The taxi driver sighed as he said this, with an envious expression on his face. No, that's where my wife lives. Gaji. The car braked suddenly again. I'm sorry. The driver apologized again. But at this moment, when he looked at Hua Jiza sitting behind him, the feeling was a little different. He felt envy inside. Hua Jiza saw the state of the driver's vehicle and knew that he must be imagining things. He didn't want to explain, but when he saw the other party shaking his head and sighing, he could only speak. My wife is 2 years younger than me. The driver perked up when he heard this, with a look of embarrassment on his face as he felt the other party had seen through his intentions. Young brother is very promising. Little brother, we're here. I can only take you here. Taxis are not allowed in here. The taxi driver parked his car at an intersection 50 meters outside the villa complex. After paying the money, I picked up the box, got out of the car and headed towards the gate. The taxi driver didn't know whether he didn't believe Hua Jiza's words or just wanted to rest, so he didn't leave. Hua Jiza had just walked to the gate of the villa community with the box in his arms when a security guard pointed a baton at him. "You, what do you do? Don't you see it? Go in." Hua Jiza rolled his eyes at the security guard. The security guard was surprised by Hua Jiza's calm state. He thought he was the owner who had just arrived. He frowned with confusion and watched him walk to the gate for intelligent facial recognition. A minute later, when he still couldn't open the door, he came over with a different look on his face. It wasn't until he saw the words "unrecognized information" on the screen that he revealed his anger. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Hua Jiza also saw the information on the screen and his face suddenly turned red, feeling very embarrassed. "I live in Villa 888. I just moved in a few days ago." When the security guard heard that it was Villa number 888, he was also surprised. After all, number 888 is the best and most expensive villa among them, and it is not for sale to the public. But he knew that a beautiful CEO and a housekeeper namely lived in Villa number 888, and he had never heard of a third person. "Gang, do you know who lives in Villa number 888? If you had said something else, I might have believed you a little. You dared to say that you lived in Villa 888. Get out of here now, don't let us throw you out." The security guard looked at Hua Jiza with contempt because of his handsome face. At first, he thought that he was being kept by the rich woman inside. But then she said it was Villa number 888. That was bullshit, so he kicked her out without any hesitation. The taxi driver who was still outside suddenly realized what was happening and muttered in the car, "I knew it. How could someone so young live in there? Even if he has a handsome face, it's impossible for that rich woman to take him home directly." He also said that he had a wife who was 2 years younger than him. Alas, young people nowadays. The driver then drove away, and before leaving he glanced at Hua Jiza, who was driven more than 10 meters away by security. Hua Jiza was very puzzled. No matter how he explained, the other party just didn't believe that he lived there. When he came out this morning, someone opened the door for him respectfully, but once he entered, the temperature changed 180 degrees. He wanted to call Aunt Li, but he didn't even know her home phone number. He wanted to call Mu Yanyan, but he didn't have the nerve to do so. After waiting for half an hour, he finally took out his phone and called Mu Yanyan. But he had no idea that the other party didn't answer the call at all. He called 3 times in a row but still got the same answer. It was almost 6 o'clock and all kinds of luxury cars started to drive into the villa one after another. He could only sit on the curb 10 meters away from the gate and watch all kinds of luxury cars enter the community. Just as the sky was beginning to grow dim and darkness was appearing in the sky, he saw a familiar Rolls-Royce Phantom driving in from the main road. He saw the license plate and recognized it as the car that belonged to his contract wife, whose door he had damaged. He quickly stood up and waved over there with his cell phone, showing the screen lit up. Mu Yanyan was already a little angry because Hua Jiza had not returned home until 5 in the afternoon. As soon as she turned into the entrance of the villa, she saw a man waving at her with a mobile phone on the side of the road. She didn't care at first and drove straight to the gate, but stopped when it was 5 or 6 meters away from the gate. She suddenly felt that the figure of the man just now looked familiar. I lowered the window and looked back, and saw the other person walking towards me quickly with a box in his arms. I took a closer look and saw a look of slight anger on his face, then confusion. "Why don't you go in?" Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who was standing in front of her car door, panting while holding a box. When the security guard saw Mu Yanyan's car stopped, he thought something had happened. Just as he took a few steps out, he saw the person he had driven away before running towards him quickly. Just as he was about to yell at him and drive him away, he heard a pleasant and melodious voice coming from inside the car. He just shut up and was about to shout out something, and even had a bad feeling in his heart. "The security guard wouldn't let me in. I called you but you didn't answer, and I don't know your home phone number." Hua Jiza's tone was flat and it was hard to tell what his mood was. When Mu Yanyan heard the other party say this, she took out her cell phone and saw that there were indeed 3 missed calls. She forgot to turn off the silent mode. But she got angry when she thought that the other party went out early this morning and only came back now, and for a girl. "Give him the information." Seeing the security guard coming, Mu Yanyan said something, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away, leaving only a puff of exhaust gas that choked the confused Hua Jiza. Chapter 13. Please come with me. The security guard and Hua Jiza each followed the taillights of the incoming car with different stunned looks until it disappeared from their sight. I'm sorry for what happened just now. I apologize." "I'm sorry, sir." The security guard quickly bowed and apologized to Hua Jiza. It's okay, it's my problem after all. Hua Jiza didn't say much. He was confused at this moment. What happened to Mu Yanyan? Did she take the stolen medicine? She didn't know to wait for him and give him a ride. It was still more than 10 minutes from the gate to home. With the help of the security guard, Hua Jiza entered his information into the villa database, and then walked towards the villa alone. The security guards behind him looked at Hua Jiza's back as he walked towards the villa thinking, what's going on? Who is this handsome guy? Is he Miss Mu's relative? Or? Impossible, Miss Mu doesn't look like that at first glance, and her attitude towards him just now was not like. Hua Jiza had no idea that the security guards behind him would have wild thoughts about his relationship with Mu Yanyan. As he walked, he cursed Mu Yanyan in his heart. Mu Yanyan had already returned to the villa at this time. She had just changed her shoes when she suddenly sneezed loudly. Akiyu. When Adley heard this, she showed a worried expression on her face and said, Miss, are you okay? Did you catch a cold? I'll make you a bowl of cold-removing soup later. Adley, I'm fine, my nose just itches a little. Mu Yanyan frowned and waved her hand. Miss, your husband has gone out and hasn't come back yet. Do you want to eat first, or wait for him to come back? Adley looked at Mu Yanyan with some worry on her face. Wait a moment, he should be here soon. Adley, when he comes back, give him some family information. Don't let him go out and not come back. There was something different in Mu Yanyan's voice when she said the last sentence. I don't know if she was saying it to herself out of anger, or to Adley? Yes, miss. Adley responded, with a look of confusion on her face. Miss, please take a rest first. I'll close the door first. Adley saw that the door of the villa was not closed, so she smiled and walked towards the smart panel next to the door. Adley, don't turn it off yet. He was behind me just now, so he should be here soon. Let's turn it off later. Mu Yanyan waved her hand and walked towards the living room. Adley's expression showed even more confusion, and she seemed a little bewildered. Looking at Mu Yanyan's back as she walked in, I'm behind you, so why don't you come back together? Are you having a quarrel? Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Adley saw Hua Jiza coming in from the gate holding a box. Uncle, you are finally back. Let me help you. Adley trotted over to Hua Jiza and offered her hand to help him pick up the box. Thank you, Adley. Sir, are you having a quarrel with the young lady? Adley hesitated for a while before asking again. Hua Jiza, who was walking into the villa, was stunned when he heard Adley say this, and looked at her puzzledly. Adley, why do you ask that? We don't have anything, let alone a quarrel. What happened to Xiaoyan? When Adley heard this, she frowned even more confusedly. It's nothing. It's probably a problem at the company. Miss, I feel a little down today. Adley smiled. Hua Jiza suddenly realized when he heard this. No wonder she treated him like that just now. It turned out that she encountered problems at the company and was in a bad mood, so she took it home. He was so unlucky that it happened today. Not only did he run into the muzzle of a gun, but he also appeared in front of her gun when she was shooting. I was thinking that she would not use me as a punching bag and shoot me, right? Son-in-law, the young lady just asked me to give you some family information. When they arrived at the door of the villa, Adley put down the box and spoke to Hua Jiza, who was absent-minded and didn't know what he was thinking about. Hua Jiza, who was originally upset that Mu Yanyan had ignored him just now, felt better when he heard this. With Adley's help, he entered his fingerprints and face one by one. Finally, Adley handed him a bunch of keys to the house. Mu Yanyan, who was sitting in the living room, heard noises coming from the door and knew he was back. She got up and walked towards the dining room. When she passed by the two of them at the door, her eyes caught sight of the box next to Adley. Seeing some documents and some personal items inside, she couldn't help but look at the man, and her eyes changed. Adley prepares the meal. Although she had something to ask the other person, she didn't ask it out loud, but looked at Adley. Yes, miss. Son-in-law, wash your hands first. I'll bring the food. Adley said something to Hua Jiza, then walked quickly towards the kitchen. During the meal, neither of them spoke a word and just ate by themselves. While Hua Jiza was eating, he sat in the living room to rest and watch TV as usual. Unexpectedly, Mu Yanyan followed him to the living room for the first time today and sat down. At first, she seemed to ignore Hua Jiza and didn't even look at him. When Adli saw the two of them like this, she could even feel an invisible cold pressure from the living room when she brought the fruit plate. She didn't dare to say anything. She put it down, said eat the fruit, and left quickly. Adli returned to her room, picked up her cell phone and called Mu Boyan. Hey, what's wrong with Xiaoli? Did anything happen to Yenner and the others? Mr. Mu was like this. Adli simply told her that Hua Jiza went out today, and Mu Yanyan called to ask several times and what happened just now. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then the voice came. Okay, I get it. It's normal for couples to have some conflicts. It will be fine in a few days. If there is anything unusual with Xiaoli and the others, please remember to notify us immediately. Adli responded, then hung up the phone, walked out of the room and continued doing her work, fearing that Mu Yanyan and the others might become suspicious without seeing her. Mu Yanyan was finally defeated and looked at Hua Jiza, who was sitting on the sofa at the side with a calm look. You resigned? Hua Jiza nodded in response. Then the living room returned to depressing silence, with only the sound coming from the TV. Are you angry because I didn't answer your call just now? When Mu Yanyan said this, her tone was obviously different, and her eyes were looking at the other person. If you look closely at her, you can see that she is obviously a little nervous. No. Hua Jiza once again responded simply without even moving his body. Well. When you go out later, there are several cars in the underground garage. You can drive any of them. If you don't like it, you can tell me and I'll have someone bring it to you, or you can buy it yourself and I'll reimburse you. Mu Yanyan thought about how she had just left him at the door and felt that it was a bit too much. She wanted to apologize, but she couldn't say it, so she could only say this. Hua Jiza still nodded and replied with The good-tempered Mu Yanyan was a little bit impatient at this moment, but after thinking about it, she endured it. Are you angry because I didn't pick you up just now? Mu Yanyan couldn't help but ask directly. Chapter 14, Massage My Shoulders. No, I'm not that stingy. Hua Jiza clearly sensed the dissatisfaction in the other party's tone and didn't dare to pretend anymore. He originally wanted to take the other party's path and leave the other party with no way out to overcome the crisis, but he didn't expect that she would keep asking. Mu Yanyan was relieved when she saw that the other party finally stopped talking to her in a cold manner. She thought the other party was angry. However, whether it was intentional or because she was relieved, she only nodded and replied with one word. Then the living room was silent again, but only for half a minute. I'm a little tired today, can you give me a shoulder massage? Mu Yanyan really didn't know what to talk to the other party about. Suddenly, she felt her shoulders a little sore, so she spoke abruptly, but she regretted it after she finished speaking. I was a little nervous one. I was afraid that the other party would refuse, which would make both of us embarrassed too. I was also afraid that the other party would agree, and then I would be touched by him, which would make me feel a little. Hua Jiza didn't think much about it, but nodded in response, then stood up and walked to the sofa behind her, and without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand and massaged her shoulders. When the other person touched her shoulder, Mu Yanyan subconsciously tried to dodge. What's wrong? Was the force too strong? Hua Jiza frowned. No, the strength is just right. Mu Yanyan was a little confused and spoke subconsciously. But after a minute, she showed an enjoyable and comfortable expression on her face. She even felt that his massage was not as comfortable as those done by professionals in a beauty salon. Before she knew it, Mu Yanyan fell asleep on the sofa in such comfort, but Hua Jiza did not stop and continued to massage her, especially those acupoints. This was too easy for him. About an hour later, Hua Jiza suddenly pinched an acupuncture point with a little force, and the sleeping Mu Yanyan suddenly opened her eyes. Did I fall asleep just now? Mu Yanyan opened her eyes with a relieved look on her face and thought in her mind. However, she felt a comfortable massage on her shoulder, and she showed doubt on her face, and turned her head to look at the person behind her. Did I fall asleep just now? It's been an hour. Sorry, that's enough. I won't do that anymore. Mu Yanyan picked up her phone and saw that it was already 9:30 in the evening. An hour had passed since she asked him to help, so she quickly apologized. Maybe. It's okay. Hua Jiza smiled as he raised his hand. But in his heart he was thinking, after I needed you for 10 minutes, you fell asleep, and slept soundly, and even dreamed. I'm sorry. It's getting late now, Go back and get some rest. Mu Yanyan said this as she stood up from the sofa and stretched. She felt extremely comfortable. She had never felt this way before. She thought that if it was like this every day, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. The two of them went up to the second floor one after the other. Hua Jiza saw the other party opening the door opposite his own and couldn't help wondering. Do you live here? It was the first time in a few days that he knew Mu Yanyan actually lived opposite him. In the past, she always came up early and he had never seen her coming in or out, so he thought she lived on the third floor. What else? Mu Yanyan didn't know if it was because she had a good sleep that made her in a good mood, so she was very happy when she responded. Yeah, it's okay. Good night. Hua Jiza also responded with a smile, then opened the door and walked into his room. When he closed the door, he said good night to the other party. Aunt Lee on the first floor was very confused at this time. She looked in the direction of the second floor, scratched her head with her hands, and muttered in her heart. Is this a reconciliation? How come I, who has 1 foot halfway in the coffin, can't understand it? Young people nowadays are really hard to understand. Before finishing the meal, both parties had cold faces and seemed to have a grudge against each other, but in the blink of an eye, they were helping each other to massage shoulders. We, the ones who apologized, went upstairs together with smiles and ease. Aunt Lee then told Mu Boyan about this, and Mu Boyan couldn't stop smiling after hearing it. He kept praising his daughter for being smart and being as smart as her mother. As time passed, Hua Jiza had been in the villa for 3 months, and Mu Yanyan's belly was getting bigger and bigger. As early as 7 months of pregnancy, she rarely went to the company. Until the end of the year, she had handed over the management of the company to others. Hua Jiza also took up his post and gave her various massages and medicated foods every day so that she would not feel the discomfort of pregnancy. It can even be said that Mu Yanyan was one of the few people in the world who did not feel the discomfort of pregnancy. There are less than 10 days left until the Chinese New Year. In villa number 888 on Linghu Island, on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, Mu Yanyan was lying on the sofa while Hua Jiza was massaging her hands, feet, shoulders, etc. Mu Yanyan did not show any discomfort on her face, and her expression was very natural. Even when the other person pinched her thigh, there was no change on her face. She had completely adapted to the situation in a few months. The two of them became somewhat close, even like a real couple. Except for not doing some intimate things between couples, they did everything that should be done. They even slept in the same bedroom, except they didn't sleep on the same bed. There was no other way. Mu Yanyan had to have him massage her every night before she could fall asleep. Secondly, she was worried about any accidents, so she always felt more at ease with someone around. Jiza, it will be New Year's Eve in 9 days. Do you want to come back with me to my home and celebrate the New Year with my family? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who was massaging her feet, seriously. I am your 24-hour employee now. I will go wherever you go. Otherwise, I will be unworthy of the $1 million annual salary you offer me. Hua Jiza looked at the other person with a teasing look. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at the other person. So you agree? Then we will go back in 2 days. Boss Yenner, did I get a red envelope for the new year? Hua Jiza had a grin on his face. Mu Yanyan had the urge to kick him. Yes, as long as you behave well, I will give you a big red envelope. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza with a money-obsessed look in his eyes. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task excellently and will never embarrass you. Hua Jiza did not forget to wink at the other party while speaking. On the 27th of the year, Hua Jiza walked out of the cabin door, pulling a suitcase with one hand and holding Mu Yanyan, who was pregnant, with the other hand. Yenner. As soon as they came out, a man in his 50s waved at them. Mu Yanyan saw her father and mother waving at them at the end of the covered bridge, so she took Hua Jiza and walked over. That's me, my dad and my mom. Do you know what to do next? Mu Yanyan walked forward while talking to Hua Jiza. I know. Don't worry, honey. I promise I won't let you down. Hua Jiza responded with a smile on his face and even called out wife. Mu Yanyan was slightly stunned when he suddenly called her wife. She even stopped and looked at him. She didn't say anything and then walked towards the entrance of the corridor. Chapter 15 Oscar winner. Dad, Mom. Hello, Dad and Mom. Hua Jiza, who was holding Mu Yanyan, also shouted. His words stunned Mu Yanyan's family, especially Mu Yanyan, who looked at him in disbelief with her mouth slightly open without her realizing it. Hello, you must be the Xiaoza that Yanyan mentioned. You're a good-looking guy, Mom likes you. Li Wanlu reacted quickly, her face full of joy, and she smiled happily. Well, as a father, I am still very satisfied with Yenner's gaze. Not bad, not bad. When Mu Boyan saw the real Hua Jiza, he nodded repeatedly and was very satisfied. This is because Dad and Mom have good genes, that's why they have a daughter as good as Yenner. She's not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and has a sharp eye. Hua Jiza praised with a smile on his face. Mu Yanyan felt something was wrong when she heard this. After thinking carefully, she realized that he was praising them, but in the end he didn't praise himself. Shameless, absolutely shameless. Who are the couple? It is still unclear what the words mean. The smile on his face became more obvious, and he even accepted Hua Jiza as his son-in-law in his heart. I was thinking how nice it would be if I could really become their real son-in-law. How come I didn't know you had such a sweet mouth? Mu Yanyan did not try to hide her feelings and spoke directly to Hua Jiza without blushing or getting nervous. Yenner, what are you talking about? Mu Boyan pretended to be serious in front of Mu Yanyan. Son-in-law, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Li Wanlu also blared at Mu Yanyan before smiling at Hua Jiza. It's okay, I like Yenner like this. Hua Jiza did not forget his duties. Mu Yanyan really wanted to give this shameless man who suddenly became so thick-skinned a bump and step hard on his feet. After a few polite words, they walked towards the parking lot. In the car, Mu Yanyan and her mother sat in the middle row, while Hua Jiza and her father sat in the back row. Fortunately, this business car has been modified, and its comfort and space are impeccable, both of which are top-notch. Xiaozhe, how did you get to know our Yenner? Although Mu Boyan learned about it from Mu Yanyan's investigation, he still wanted to hear it out loud and understand what kind of person he was from her words. Hua Jiza did not hide it either, mainly because Mu Yanyan had already told him on the way back that there was no need to hide anything between him and her, just say it openly. So when he heard the other party asking this, he told him everything, even in great detail. The first time was when he hit Mu Yanyan's car, and then the amount of compensation he paid. After that, Mu Yanyan proposed cooperation, and he told him how much money he gave him every year. She was sitting in the front, chatting with Li Wanlu about women and children, when she suddenly heard the conversation behind her. She bit her lip and turned back to glare at Hua Jiza. In my heart, I told you not to hide it, but you can't be so clear, why don't you tell me the time and place? When Mu Boyan saw the slightly angry expression on his daughter's face when she looked at him, he couldn't help but smile. It even gave him the feeling that these two people were not like a contract couple as they claimed, but were really more like a couple. Soon the car returned to the Mu family mansion. It was actually located in a prosperous area. The villa was very big. Judging from the area as far as the eye could see from the entrance, it should be about 10 acres. To be able to own such a large mansion in a prosperous area in Lingdu where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, it can be seen that Mu Yanyan's family is not only rich, but also powerful. It is even more magnificent inside the villa, just like a palace. The hall not only displays noble and elegant style, but is also very spacious. The ceiling is a bit high, and there is a super large chandelier in the middle. Hua Jiza didn't sigh when he saw this, but when he saw the chandelier, a thought popped up in his mind. For some reason, if this lamp fell down, wouldn't it smash people into pieces? Don't be so reserved, Xiaoza. It's your own home, sit anywhere you want. Mu Boyan said to Hua Jiza with a smile, but there was a slight frown on his face, just like when Mu Yanyan brought Hua Jiza back to the villa. He became curious about Hua Jiza's identity again, but the old man didn't tell him, and he couldn't find out. He couldn't ask the other party, so he could only be curious in his heart. Mu Yanyan had been with the man for almost half a year and knew that he was not a reserved person at all, so she ignored him and went straight to the sofa in the living room and sat down as usual, with a somewhat lazy posture, showing her self-centered side. When Li Wanlu saw her daughter like this, she didn't say anything. After all, she was pregnant with a big belly and there were no outsiders around. She also sat next to her and took an apple to peel it. After a few people sat down, someone brought them a few glasses of water. Xiaozhe, have a drink of water. Okay, you're welcome, Dad. Whoever Hua Jiza called was natural, just like his own father. Mu Yanyan was really impressed by the other person's look. She was still giving all kinds of instructions on the plane. She was overthinking it. She wouldn't have wasted her breath on it. She even drank half a bottle of water because of it. Li Wanlu peeled the apple and handed it directly to Hua Jiza. Come on, son-in-law, eat the apple. Hua Jiza saw this and felt that it was not right to accept or not accept the call. In the end, he accepted it. Thank you, Mom. Hua Jiza smiled and thanked him. Mu Boan and Mu Yanyan beside him both looked at him strangely. Come on, wife. Hua Jiza didn't eat it. Instead, he reached out and picked up another fruit knife on the fruit plate, cut a small piece and handed it to Mu Yanyan's mouth. When Li Wanlu saw this scene, she showed a look of satisfaction, and the smile on her face became even more obvious. Mu Yanyan had no idea that Hua Jiza would do this. This was the first time, and she became a little hesitant. While she was hesitating, Hua Jiza did not give up and said to her directly, open your mouth, wife. He and his wife suddenly felt a little awkward. You looked at me, I looked at you, and even wanted to give the two of them some space alone. If I tell people that these two are a cooperative couple, will anyone believe it? Damn it, this is what a couple in love is like, right? Mu Yanyan's face suddenly turned red, but she still opened her mouth, wanting to take the small piece of apple that was handed to her. Well, my wife is so good. Hua Jiza may even win the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor. Mu Boyan and his wife looked at each other again, and their colleagues all understood. Son-in-law, Yenner, your mother, and I have some things to discuss. You two can chat for a while. Yan, take good care of your son-in-law. After they finished talking, the two of them left quickly, fearing that they would be filled to death by the dog food. Hua Jiza did not return to normal until the two men disappeared from view. How's Yenner? Is my performance okay? Chapter 16. Do you want to try? Mu Yanyan, with a red face, did not answer when she heard what the other party said, but looked at him intently. Hua Jiza felt a little embarrassed when being looked at. Yenner, why are you looking at me like this? Are you moved by what I did just now? He. If you're touched, you can give me a bigger red envelope when you give it to me. Hua Jiza smiled as he looked at Mu Yanyan, who was looking at him in a daze. Originally, Mu Yanyan was actually somewhat touched, but his words made all that emotion disappear without a trace, and she turned into a look of mild anger. Hua Jiza, I find that I can't understand you anymore. Which one is your true self and which one is your disguise? Mu Yanyan looked at the other person as if she wanted to figure out something. Me? I am who I am now. I don't have a split personality. Hua Jiza curled his lips. But what you did just now didn't seem like an act. Or have you come across something like this before? Mu Yanyan stared at the other person intently. How is it possible? I can't even. Hua Jiza suddenly shut up, his face instantly became a little sad, and he even had a self-deprecating smile. Mu Yanyan listened and noticed that the other party didn't say anything, and seemed like a different person, as if he was thinking of the saddest thing in his heart. What's wrong? Why don't you say anything? What do you even say? Mu Yanyan stared at the other person. Nothing. Here, eat the apple. Hua Jiza was absent-minded and cut a piece of fruit. Mu Yanyan looked at the large piece of apple in front of her. It was obviously not cut all the way in, but only cut in half, and then the joint was forcibly pried open. She took the apple and said nothing more. She looked at the other person steadily and was also silent. She guessed correctly that the other person was probably thinking about something sad that happened in the past. I want to eat cherries. Seeing that the other party was absent-minded and didn't want to pay attention to her, Mu Yanyan spoke. Hua Jiza's mind cleared from the past thoughts and he took a cherry and handed it to her mouth. Mu Yanyan took a bite and while spitting out the food, she stared at Hua Jiza's mouth and muttered his movements. Hua Jiza understood what he meant and simply extended his palm and placed it under her chin. Mu Yanyan was not polite and spat out the cherry seeds naturally. Want to eat more? Hua Jiza held a cherry in his left hand and pointed with his right hand at a dozen round, plump and attractively red cherries on the coffee table. Aha! Mu Yanyan nodded repeatedly. Soon, there were 7 or 8 cherry seeds on Hua Jiza's left palm. That's enough. I can't let you eat anymore. Although cherries contain vitamin C and A, which can help pregnant women's immunity, you've already eaten 7 or 8. Eating too much is not good for your stomach. Hua Jiza also spread out the cherries in his hand to show the other party, with a serious expression, just like a parent talking to a child. All right. Mu Yanyan pursed her lips as she spoke, as if she was somewhat reluctant. In fact, she had already complained in her heart, I don't want to eat anymore, okay? It's only because I saw you were in a bad mood that I became like this, okay? My stomach is a little bloated, and the baby in my stomach has kicked me several times. Here, drink some water, it will help digestion. Seeing that the other person looked unhappy, Jesus softened his tone and picked up the cup of water and handed it to her. Mu Yanyan held onto the sofa, trying to sit more comfortably. Okay, just lean on me, I'll feed you. Seeing that the other person was in difficulty, Jesus quickly stopped her, then sat down next to her, holding her back with one hand and feeding her water with the cup of water in the other hand. I feel a little bored. Please accompany me outside to get some fresh air. Mu Yanyan said this and wanted to get up. Seeing this, Jesus quickly reached out to help. Slow down, be careful. Jesus helped the other person to take a walk in the garden outside and looked at the huge villa, which was like a small park. I thought you were just a rich woman, but I didn't expect you to be a super rich second generation. Jesus held Mu Yanyan's hand with one hand inside. What? You still want to invest in our family property? Mu Yanyan looked at him jokingly with a teasing smile on her face. I don't have such big ambitions. I am just an ordinary person. I just need to have enough food and clothes. It's useless for me to have so much money. What's the point of having so much money for a person? I will just die and that will be the end of it. Jesus sighed. Why? You sound like you're blaming me. You can still regret it while the baby in my belly is still unborn. Mu Yanyan stared at the other person. No, I am just a poor kid anyway. As Jesus spoke, he began to shake his head sadly, thinking that he was abandoned at birth. If Master Linger hadn't picked him up and raised him, there would be no trace of him left even from his bones. Did I ask you not to look for a woman? You can find a woman in the future and give birth to 8 or 10 children for you to continue the family line. Or do you not have the ability to do that? Mu Yanyan watched this man sleeping under the same roof with her for several months. Even some of her more private parts had been seen by him, but he remained calm. She had suspected that he was not capable of doing this several times. He even suspected that she was pregnant. She was already old and ugly, and had no appeal. Otherwise, why did the other party have no reaction at all? He was even worse than a eunuch. Who can't do it? You can't do it. Jesus could still bear it. You can say whatever you want, but you can't say that a man is incompetent. Isn't this more insulting than asking for his life? Why are you so excited? Are you really not capable? It's okay, I won't tell anyone. Mu Yanyan covered her lips and giggled. I can't do it? Do you want to try? Jesus was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick, and he finally blurted out. As soon as he said this, Jesus immediately regretted it and Mu Yanyan also became embarrassed, and both of them fell silent. The two of them walked in the garden for about 10 minutes without saying a word, until they walked around and returned to the gate of the villa. They were seen by Mu Yanyan's parents who had just returned, breaking the extremely awkward situation. Yanyan, why did you come out? It's windy outside and you must have caught a cold. Li Wanlu was talking to Mu Yanyan, but when she got closer she found that there was something wrong with the two of them. Why were their faces so red? Was it because of the cold wind? It's okay, Mom. I felt suffocated sitting inside, so I came out for a walk in some fresh air. Mu Yanyan's voice was low, and one could even sense a hint of shyness mixed in it. It's okay. Look at your faces, they're all red. Go back quickly. It's 10 degrees outside. If you hurt the baby in your belly, I don't think you'll regret it. As she spoke, Li Wanlu took Mu Yanyan's other hand and walked into the villa. When Jesus and Mu Yanyan heard what the other party said, they remembered what they had just said. The embarrassment and shyness on their faces, which had originally disappeared, appeared again. The two of them could not help but remain silent and agree with each other's words. Mu Yanyan and Jesus, who were sitting on the sofa in the living room, still had red faces. They didn't even dare to look at each other, and they both tilted their heads slightly. No, why do I feel like there's something wrong with you too? Is it true that he caught a cold from the wind? Li Wanlu looked at the two people with blushing faces and heads leaning against each other and asked with a frown. Chapter 17. You must give me a sure word today. No. No. Mu Yanyan blurted out subconsciously. No. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Yenner, did you guys just do something in the garden? Hee. Yenner, did you guys just do, that? Mother Mu smiled with a look on her face, as if she knew what was going on, and even signaled something with her eyes. Mu Yanyan saw her mother rolling her eyes towards Hua Jiza. Mu Yanyan didn't know who she was and didn't understand what her mother wanted to express. Her face suddenly bled with shame, even though she didn't, but thinking back on it, the topic they had just talked about was really something that people couldn't know. When Li Wanlu saw her daughter like this, she was 100% sure that it was what she thought. The smile on her face became more obvious, and she almost laughed out loud. Master, Madam, Miss. The meal is ready, do you want to eat now? At this time a servant came over. I'm hungry, let's eat. Mu Yanyan stood up immediately. Maybe she was too excited or what, but when she stood up, her hand slipped and she almost fell off the sofa. Fortunately, Hua Jiza was not far from her and reached out to help her, so no disaster occurred. Mu Yanyan's father and mother were so frightened by this scene that their hearts were in their throats. If something bad really happened at home, not only would they regret it, but the old man would chase them across 3 blocks and beat them up. Honey, are you okay? Hua Jiza asked softly after helping Mu Yanyan straighten up. No. I'm fine. Mu Yanyan was also shocked by herself. Ouch. Fortunately, you're okay. Mom was scared to death. Li Wanlu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this and patted her chest with one hand. Luckily, Xiaoze reacted quickly and supported Yenner, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Mu Boyan also let out a deep breath. Afterwards, Mu Yanyan was supported by Hua Jiza and Li Wanlu on both sides as they walked to the restaurant. After she sat down, they let go of the hands that were holding her. After the meal, Mu Yanyan's parents became more convinced of Hua Jiza. During the meal, I don't know how many times he picked up food for Mu Yanyan. He was even considerate enough to help her cut the food into smaller pieces. He even told her which dishes pregnant women should not eat too much and which ones they should eat too much. They were a little worried when they thought about the contractual relationship between the two. However, they thought that as long as the two were together for a long time, they would surely fall in love with each other. Their daughter might have been attracted to him now. After dinner, they chatted in the living room for more than an hour. Yenner, it's getting late. You should go to bed early if you are pregnant. I'm chatting with Xiaoze for a while. I'll take him to the prepared room later. Mu Boyan said. Mu Yanyan still couldn't understand what her father meant. She glanced at Hua Jiza and was then helped away by her mother. Hua Jiza watched Mu Yanyan leave for a few seconds before turning back to look at Mu Boyan, who was sitting over there. He stared at him, waiting for his next words. Xiaoze, what do you think of my daughter? Mu Boyan looked at Hua Jiza, and there was even a faint smile on his face. Hua Jiza was ready to be questioned and warned by the other party, but he never thought that the other party would not play by the rules and ask such a question. What does this mean? Could it be that he has a crush on him? Did I perform too well today? This shouldn't be the case. With my status, I am poor and have nothing. It is impossible for him to be interested in me. Maybe he wants me to relax, praise his daughter, and then give me a blow, so that I can pee and look in the mirror, right? Then she expressed her true love for his daughter, and then he took out a small notebook, swished a few times, and then there were checks for hundreds of millions, and he said something domineering like, take the money and leave my daughter, and then. Yenner is very good, beautiful, elegant, gentle, kind, smart, considerate, and loving. Hua Jiza just blurted out all the words he could to praise someone. Mu Boyan was very satisfied at the beginning, and even began to reveal an unconcealable smile on his face. However, when he saw that the other party kept pouring out words of praise from his mouth, he even blurted out some unconventional idioms to praise people. Come on, if you keep talking, it's already daybreak. Mu Boyan took the lead in stopping him. His ears were calloused from listening to him, and he even felt that her mother was not as nagging when she talked to him. Hee, uncle, I haven't finished yet. Hua Jiza said this with a smile and wanted to continue speaking, but he didn't expect the other person to frown immediately. Uncle? Didn't you call me dad just now? Now you're calling me uncle? Mu Boyan frowned and looked at the other person. Ah. When Hua Jiza saw the other person's expression and heard such words, he was stunned. What? That's wrong? Why is this not following the routine again? What does this mean? What? Am I not worthy of you calling me daddy? Mu Boyan looked at Hua Jiza with a heavy expression. No, no, I'm not afraid of my uncle, Dad, you don't like me and don't let me call you that. After all, your daughter and I are. Hua Jiza was halfway through his words when he noticed Mu Boyan's strange look in his eyes, and he was so scared that he quickly changed his words. I don't want to beat around the bush with you anymore, I'll just say it directly. Since you think my daughter is beautiful, have you ever thought about becoming a real couple with her? Seeing the other party's smooth talk, Mu Boyan didn't want to beat around the bush with him and spoke directly. No, Uncle Dad, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Hua Jiza still looked at the other person with a confused expression. He didn't know whether he was pretending or not. Anyway, he couldn't tell from his expression and tone. You're still pretending, right? Mu Boyan looked at Hua Jiza fiercely. No, Dad. You also know that Yenner and I are contractually married. She pays me and I do my job well. You're asking me to do this now. Are you? Not what? You want me to be a free laborer, right? This is an annual salary of 100 Hey. Hey. Dad, don't do it, talk to me nicely, talk to me nicely. Before Hua Jiza could finish his words, he saw Mu Boyan, who looked very fierce, facing him with a red face. He picked up an apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table and was about to hit him. Hua Jiza was so scared that he quickly dodged and begged for mercy. Don't play dumb with me, you know what I mean. Give me a definite answer. Mu Boyan's breathing became a little rapid. He held the apple in one hand above his head, as if he wanted to smash it. He looked fiercely at Hua Jiza, who was hiding beside the sofa. Chapter 18. Sure enough, things used by women smell good. Hua Jiza, who had been hiding beside the sofa with a look of fear on his face, now sat back on the sofa with a serious expression. Mu Boyan was also stunned when he saw the other party's sudden change, and he wanted to throw the apple in his hand even more. You are really good at pretending. That? Dad, this is not something we can decide. Even if I want to, it depends on Yenner's opinion. Hua Jiza looked at the other person seriously. He didn't care. He had no plans to get married again anyway. However, after living with each other for more than half a year, he feels very good. He even feels the closeness with her that he didn't feel with his ex-girlfriend. He is very happy and likes this feeling. He even thought that it would not be a good idea to live with her like this for the rest of his life. Good. I just want your words. As for Yenner, don't worry about it. Anyway, we old couple will definitely support you. I will leave Yenner to you from now on. I believe you will not let our Yenner down. Okay, I'll take you to your room first. It's getting late, so go to bed early. Mu Boyan stood up and patted Hua Jiza on the shoulders a few times, somewhat heavily, as if he was expressing something. Hua Jiza was a little confused. He couldn't figure out who Mu Yanyan's father was. Even when he returned to the room they had prepared for him, his face was still filled with confusion. Okay, go to bed early, Dad won't disturb you. Mu Boyan left the room right after he finished speaking, without caring about Hua Jiza, who was still standing there looking a little confused. Half an hour later, Hua Jiza had just come out of the shower when he saw his cell phone screen light up several times. He walked over to open it and found that it was a WeChat message sent to him by Mu Yanyan. Have you finished talking to my dad? Are you still chatting with my dad down there? It's been an hour, haven't you finished chatting yet? What are you talking about? After chatting, remember to reply me. Are you there? Hua Jiza couldn't help but frown as he looked at the several messages Mu Yanyan sent him in an hour. I just came out of the shower, I didn't pay attention. What's up? As soon as I sent the message, I saw that the other party was typing. In less than 2 seconds, I received a message from him. Mu Yanyan, my back hurts, come over and give me a massage. Hua Jiza, this is not good. If your parents find out, I will never be able to clear myself of the blame even if I jump into the Yellow River. Mu Yanyan, just come and give me a massage, what can they say, come quickly? Or do you want to do something? Or are you afraid? Before Hua Jiza could reply to the other party, he saw another message like this from the other party, which instantly reminded him of the conversation between the two of them while walking in the garden in the afternoon. I just looked at the message on the phone without replying to the other party for a minute, and the other party seemed to have thought about it and did not send any more messages. About 3 minutes later, Hua Jiza typed a horizontal word and sent it. Wait a few minutes, I'll go over and get a hairdryer to dry my hair. Mu Yanyan, come over here and blow. Hua Jiza, okay. I'll go over now. 5 minutes later, Hua Jiza sent another WeChat message to the other party. Where is your room? Mu Yanyan, holding forehead expression on the third floor, the third room on the left side of the stairwell. Hua Jiza, I'll be there soon. Hua Jiza climbed from the first floor to the third floor and came to the third door on the left according to the information given. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he saw that it was ajar. Then he slowly pushed the door open and walked in like a thief, not forgetting to close it gently at the end. He sniffed and smelled a familiar fragrance. He knew he had not walked into the wrong room. This smell was unique to Mu Yanyan. Just looking at the room decorated by the girl, he was a little hesitant. He had a feeling that this was not Mu Yanyan's room. After all, the style of her room in Shitong City was not like this. The difference was too big. He tiptoed in and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the scene of the bed came into his sight. Mu Yanyan was seen leaning on the bed reading an unknown book with a cell phone under the book. It was not until he was only 3 or 4 meters away from her that he whispered to Mu Yanyan, who was lying on the bed and had not noticed him yet. I'm here, what are you looking at? Ah. Hush. Hush. It's me. It's me. Hua Jiza was almost scared to death by the other party's sudden shout. Why are you walking without making any sound? Are you trying to scare me to death? Mu Yanyan gently patted her heart and looked fiercely at Hua Jiza, who was making a gesture of silence with his hand on his lips. Do I dare to walk with a sound? I'm afraid your family will know before I even get here. You were too focused and didn't notice. Where's your hairdryer? My hair is still wet. It's so cold. I'm going to freeze to death. Hua Jiza pretended to tremble. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at the other person. If this wasn't my home, I would have believed your lies. The temperature at home is between 26 and 28 degrees Celsius 24 hours a day, all year round. You're telling me that I'm freezing to death? There are hairdryers in the bathroom and in my dressing room. Hua Jiza was suddenly embarrassed, smiled foolishly, and then went straight to the bathroom. He came out after a few minutes and sat directly on the edge of her bed. Should I help you with your shoulders or your waist first? My back, it feels sore. Mu Yanyan handed him the book and turned sideways. What did my dad talk to you about just now? Mu Yanyan said with her eyes closed, looking very enjoyable. Nothing much, just chatting about you and me. Hua Jiza spoke calmly and casually. So what were you talking about? Mu Yanyan turned her head to look at Hua Jiza, who was massaging her shoulders seriously. Do you think I'm handsome? Hua Jiza's sudden words confused Mu Yanyan. She was stunned for 3 seconds before glaring at him. What does this have to do with my dad talking to you? Yes, your father thought I was so handsome and outstanding that he wanted me to be your husband. Hua Jiza said this with a smirk on his face. Mu Yanyan looked back and gave him a big eye roll. Just you, I have a lot of mirrors at home, so I can see more clearly than your pee. Hey, I was praising you just now. Hua Jiza sighed and shook his head, looking very shocked and sad. You can say it if you want. If you don't want to say it, forget it. I don't want to hear it anymore. Where are you pinching? Come closer, use more force. Why are you using so much force? Do you want to pinch me to death? Do you know how to pinch? Hua Jiza was suddenly speechless and regretted provoking her. It was obvious that she was just playing a trick on him. He was tortured like this by her for half an hour before she stopped, but she was so tired that he almost slapped his face to apologize. You can sleep here later. Don't let your imagination run wild. The sofa over there is your place. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes when she saw the other person suddenly staring at her in the bed in a daze. You scared me, I thought, hee. Hua Jiza was indeed frightened. After all, he had just said that in the afternoon, and now he was saying it again late at night. How could he not think too much? Mu Yanyan's face also turned slightly red. She probably thought of it as well. That's enough, I won't do that anymore. Mu Yanyan stepped up and shook off Hua Jiza's hands, who was massaging her legs. The quilt is under the third cabinet in the cloakroom. A few minutes later, Hua Jiza came out of the cloakroom holding a quilt. It smelled very good, but it didn't have the unique scent of her. No, just a quilt, but no pillow? Hua Jiza came to the sofa at the end of the bed and looked at Mu Yanyan, who was already lying down. Suddenly a pillow flew over. Don't get it dirty. if I know you drool on my pillow, you'll be dead." Then some warning words came from the bed. Hua Jiza took the pillow that flew over to him and smelled the familiar and pleasant smell on it. He couldn't help but put the pillow against his face and took a deep breath through his nose. It turns out that women's quilts and pillows smell good. As soon as Hua Jiza finished speaking, he regretted it and suddenly felt a chill in the room. Chapter 19. Are you impure? What did you say? A majestic voice came from the bedside, and at the end a man looked up at him with a majestic and fierce gaze. "Ah, nothing. That's what I meant. It's getting late now. Let's go to bed." Hua Jiza's forehead was covered with sweat. The other party snorted coldly and did not pursue the matter, then lay down. "Turn off the lights." Just when Hua Jiza breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other person lying down, he was frightened again by her sudden words. Fortunately, she just asked him to turn off the lights. Although it would only take the other party to close it, he didn't dare to say it. After all, the other party was obviously angry. He even tiptoed to the bedside, for fear of making any noise and disturbing her. With a slight click sound, the room became dim and my fingers became blurry. "Good night." As he walked back, he did not forget to say something softly towards the bed. The other party did not reply to him, but he still vaguely heard a light press. Hua Jiza returned to his own sofa, smelled the fragrance of the pillow under his head, and fell asleep quickly. The next morning at 6:30, Hua Jiza got up early, thinking that he should go back to his room before the two elders got up. As soon as he carefully got up from the sofa, he felt someone was looking at him. He looked based on his feeling and was almost scared to death. Mu Yanyan was leaning against the head of the bed, staring at him. You, when did you get up? And you're really scary, okay? Fortunately, I've been a good person since I was young and haven't done anything wrong, otherwise I would have been scared to death by you." Hua Jiza tapped his heart gently a few times. The other party just rolled his eyes at him. If you were a good person, there would probably be no bad people in the world. Why did you get up so early today? Hua Jiza stood up immediately and folded the quilt, thinking of taking it back to the cabinet later. Otherwise, if his uncles and aunts saw it, they would know without a doubt that he had been here and might even think about it. "I was just afraid that your parents would see me and think about it, so I sneaked back to my room before they got up." "Coward, we didn't do anything. Or maybe your heart is not pure, otherwise why would you think like that?" "I'm not afraid, but you are afraid." Mu Yanyan glanced at Hua Jiza who was folding the quilt. "I'm not pure? I'm afraid that you're not pure. After all, for a handsome man like me, you might have been thinking about me for a long time." Hua Jiza shook his hair as he spoke, a gesture he thought looked very cool. I find you're so narcissistic. You're so ugly, and you still want me to be impure to you? Bah. Mu Yanyan was so angry that her chest was heaving. If there wasn't only one pillow on the bed and she used it to support her back, she would have really hit his narcissistic face hard. Look, how come you're still angry even after I exposed it? When Hua Jiza saw the other person like this, he immediately laughed out loud, not knowing whether he did it on purpose or not. Seeing that she was already beginning to lose control of her anger and was looking for something, Hua Jiza said to her anxiously. "Well, I have to pee urgently, so I'll go back to my room first." After saying that, Hua Jiza had already reached the door. When he rushed out the door, he almost bumped into the person who was about to come in. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have really bumped into the person. "I'm sorry. Mom, why is it you?" "Good morning, Mom." When Hua Jiza looked up, he saw that the person coming was Mu Yanyan's mother and was scared to death, but he quickly calmed down and greeted her. Xiaoza, you came to see Yanyan so early." Li Wanlu had curiosity and a smile on her face. Yeah. Mom, you're here to look for Yener too, I'll go back first." With that, Hua Jiza ran straight to the third floor. "What's wrong with Xiaoza? Why is he in such a hurry? It's like he has done something wrong." Li Wanlu muttered to herself as she watched Hua Jiza disappear down the stairs on the third floor. Li Wanlu frowned and turned on Mu Yanyan, when she suddenly heard a noise coming from the bedroom. "Also, why are you here, Mom?" When Mu Yanyan heard the movement at the door, she thought it was Hua Jiza running in again. After all, he ran away without even making up the quilt. But she didn't expect it was her mother. She suddenly thought of Hua Jiza who had just left, and her face suddenly became a little nervous. "What else, Yener?" Li Wanlu came in and looked at Mu Yanyan on the bed with confusion. Nothing, Mom. Mom, why are you here so early? Is there something wrong? Mu Yanyan looked at the person who came in nervously. Li Wanlu was about to reply when she suddenly saw a quilt and a pillow lying on the sofa. Mu Yanyan also noticed the other person's expression when his eyes fell on the sofa. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she thought, it's over this time, my mother won't think too much, right? If Hua Jiza knew her panicked thoughts at this moment, he would probably ruthlessly complain, where is the fearlessness you just said? Where is the temperament of bold words? Yan, what about you? Li Wanlu pointed at the half-folded quilt on the sofa with a puzzled expression. I covered myself with this because I saw it was a bit cold last night. Mu Yanyan spoke with a flustered look. You are such a fool. Why are you still lying on the sofa? What if you get the baby in your belly out? Li Wanlu said with a scolding tone. By the way, I just saw Xiaozi coming out of your room at the door. Why did he come to see you so early in the morning? As Li Wanlu spoke, she walked towards the sofa and was about to help tidy up the quilt, but when she touched the quilt, a frown appeared on her face. Why is Yanyan's quilt still warm? These words frightened Mu Yanyan, who was lying on the bed, and she became a little panicked. Maybe it's because Xiaozi was sitting there just now. Mu Yanyan thought quickly in her mind before these words came out. Let me help you put it away then. Don't do this again in the future. Otherwise, if something happens to the baby in your belly, your father and I won't know how to explain it to your grandfather. Li Wanlu didn't seem to think much about it, but she had already guessed most of it in her heart. Yeah, I got it, Mom. Mu Yanyan, who was lying on the bed, finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Mu Boyan and Li Wanlu, who went out together after breakfast, were now sitting in the back seat of a luxury car. Her father, do you think there is something going on between Yanyan and Xiaozi that we don't know about? You know what, when I got up from Yanyan's room this morning, I happened to run into Xiaozi coming out of Yanyan's room. Wouldn't they be the two? Li Wanlu looked at Mu Boyan beside her with a thoughtful expression. Chapter 20. You're not serious, are you? Are you sure it's true? Is it possible that Xiaozi had something to do this morning, or was worried about something happening to Yenner? Besides, Yenner asked him to come over, so he went to Yenner's room so early in the morning? Mu Boyan looked at his wife. I thought so at first. But do you know? When I entered Yanyan's room, I saw a quilt and pillow on the sofa. They were still warm, and it was obvious that someone had just left. And Xiaozi just happened to come out of Yanyan's room. Isn't this obvious? Li Wanlu looked at her husband with a smile on her face. Last night I asked that boy if he wanted to be our real son-in-law, and he tried to play tricks on me. I didn't expect that they have already done this behind my back. Looks like we don't have to worry. Mu Boyan immediately slapped his thigh and laughed. Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza, who had just finished their breakfast, were sitting on the sofa to rest. Did you run into my mother when you went out this morning? Mu Yanyan thought of what happened in the morning, with a hint of shame and anger on her face. Not only did her mother see it, but she probably also guessed what happened. She even lied to her mother about it. I did meet my aunt. Hua Jiza touched his head and smiled foolishly. But in my heart I was thinking, if you hadn't talked to me, would I have played for a few minutes? I wouldn't have met your mother, and it's you who should be blamed. Still laughing, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have. Oh. Never mind. Mu Yanyan waved her hand halfway through her speech, saying there was no need to explain this matter. Not what? Hua Jiza raised his head and looked at her in confusion. What do you think? The quilt is not even tidied up. If my mother sees it, she will probably make some wild guesses. Mu Yanyan held her forehead and spoke. This shouldn't be a big deal, since we didn't sleep in the same bed anyway. If not, I'll explain it to Auntie later and say that I went to sleep on your sofa for the night because I was worried that you might have something to do at night. Hua Jiza stared at the other person and asked. Mu Yanyan was so furious when she heard this that even the baby in her belly kicked her a few times. Otherwise, Hua Jiza would have been in trouble. You still want to sleep in the same bed with me? Do you believe I will drown you first? When Mu Yanyan said this, her eyes were even looking somewhere on the other person. Hua Jiza originally thought that the other party was joking, but when he saw her gaze, he became scared and subconsciously used his hands to protect a certain part of his body. Don't talk nonsense, I never had this idea. Besides, it was you who asked me to go to your room. Now you are blaming me. Can you please be reasonable? You call this, what is it? Hua Jesus suddenly couldn't remember the idiom and even scratched his head. Let the wolf in. Mu Yanyan spoke up to remind him. Yes, you let the wolf in. You let the wolf in. Can you blame me for that? When Mu Yanyan heard this, she was immediately amused by the other party. You mean, you are the wolf? And you said you have no feelings for me. It seems I need to drown you first to prevent future troubles. Fuck, you're not serious, are you? When Hua Jesus saw the other person's gaze, he felt that the other person was not joking. What do you think? Mu Yanyan stared at the other person. I want to cancel the contract. Goodbye, I will transfer the 1 billion to your card later. Hua Jesus stood up and left without hesitation, even with his hands protecting a certain place when he stood up. Mu Yanyan was stunned by his sudden action, and did not react until he walked 3 or 4 meters away. Return. I was just kidding, are you so scared? Mu Yanyan shouted at Hua Jesus' back as he trotted away. The voice was a little loud, and even mixed with a tone of anxiety and fear, which startled all the servants in the villa and made them look over here. Even an old man who looked like a butler wanted to step forward to inquire, but was stopped by Mu Yanyan. Hua Jesus stopped and turned to look at the other party. Are you sure you're kidding? I don't think so. The look in your eyes makes me feel like if I stay here any longer, you'll do it yourself. Mu Yanyan was speechless when she heard this, but to be honest, she did have this thought just now. I'm not that violent. I was just joking with you. Look how scared you are. Your face has turned pale. Come here quickly and sit down. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jesus, who was standing over there with a pale face. You didn't lie to me? Hua Jesus was still a little hesitant and looked at the other party with a look of disbelief. What good will it do me if I lie to you? Come here quickly. Mu Yanyan's expression was both angry and funny. When Hua Jesus saw the other person like this, he walked over and sat down nervously. However, the distance between him and the other person was a bit far, more than 3 meters away. I guess if the sofa here was big and wide enough, he could sit further away. When Mu Yanyan saw the other person's look, she couldn't help but smile again. It's not even 10 o'clock now. Come with me to my grandfather's place later. Mu Yanyan remembered that she had not told her grandfather that she was back, so she thought about giving him a surprise later and letting him meet the person she was looking for. No problem. Should I change my clothes? Hua Jesus was still a little shy at this time, and kept staring at the other party, as if the other party might attack him at any time. Mu Yanyan looked at the other person. No need, let's just take this one, it's pretty nice. Mu Yanyan didn't know why, but every time she looked at the other person carefully, she always felt that he gave her an indescribable feeling, and even felt that he was a little handsome. Grandpa Wu. Mu Yanyan shouted to the person behind her. Soon after, a straight-looking old man in his 50s came over. Miss, what can I do for you? Grandpa Wu, please arrange a car for me. We will go to Grandpa's place later. No need for a driver. Okay miss, anything else? Mu Yanyan waved her hand. 10:30 Hua Jesus supported the pregnant Mu Yanyan out of the villa and came to the car parked in front of the villa. He was stunned when he saw the pass in front of the glass. Be careful. I carefully helped the other person into the passenger seat, adjusted his position, and fastened his seatbelt before returning to the driver's seat. Where is the destination? Hua Jesus started the car and drove towards the villa gate and glanced at the other party. Turn left when you get out of here. It's not like you just tell me what the destination is and I'll navigate there. Hua Jesus frowned. Unexpectedly, the other party just glanced at him and then kept silent. He could only drive according to her instructions. Fortunately, the other party kept talking while turning along the way. After about an hour, they finally arrived at the destination. It looks like the defense here is very tight. Could your grandfather be the chief? Hua Jesus passed several checkpoints for questioning and the car was inspected before he drove into a mountain road. The environment here was clear and cool, with birds singing and flowers blooming. There are more than a dozen courtyards here. I remind you, don't look around, just drive in the direction I point. Hua Jesus withdrew his gaze. They were not even close to their destination yet, but there were all kinds of sentries and covert sentries outside. As soon as he entered the mountain path, he felt like he was being watched. When they arrived at the gate checkpoint in front of the mountain, their car was stopped. Mu Yanyan spoke a few words to the person who was checking her. After a while, a car drove out and stopped at the gate of a courtyard house. Chapter 21 Complaining to Grandpa. Yan, where is this? Hua Jiza looked at the gate of the courtyard and saw two guards standing upright in front. Where my grandfather lives, Mu Yanyan said as she walked forward. When Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza approached the gate, a man in his 30s or 40s wearing a straight military uniform walked out. Uncle Lu. Mu Yanyan called out when the man walked up to them. Yes. Yan, hurry inside. It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold. If anything happens to you here, the old chief will shoot me hundreds of times. Lu Zhong, the security guard, said quickly. Yan, the man next to you is the son-in-law you were looking for, right? He's a good young man, full of energy and in great shape. It would be a shame if he didn't join the army with his figure. Lu Zhong walked into the courtyard and looked at Hua Jiza who was holding Mu Yanyan. Hello, Uncle Lu. Hua Jiza answered with a smile, and just as he was about to say something sweet, he swallowed it back when he was looked at by Mu Yanyan. The two followed Lu Zhong to the door of a room. Old Chief Yanyan is waiting for you inside. I have other things to do, so I won't go in. Lu Zhong said this and walked away. Hua Jiza has been looking around since he came in. This place is really a good place and a perfect choice for retirement. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense later, understand? After what happened last time, Mu Yanyan didn't dare let Hua Jiza do whatever he wanted. Who knows what kind of trouble he would cause when he meets his grandfather later. Yeah, I know. I promise I won't cause any trouble for the boss. Hua Jiza looked at the other person with a smile on his face. When Mu Yanyan saw him like this and was about to take action, she heard a strong and powerful voice of an old man coming from the room. Is Yenner here? Come in quickly, it's cold outside, don't catch a cold. Mu Yanyan gave Hua Jiza a warning look before stepping into the room. Grandpa, I'm here to see you. Did you miss me? Mu Yanyan walked closer and smiled at the old man sitting at a desk. Ha ha. How can I not think about it? Come to Grandpa. The old man smiled kindly and raised his hand to let Mu Yanyan come over. Hua Jiza followed behind her, and when Mu Yanyan walked to the old man, he moved a chair in front of her. When the old man saw Hua Jiza's actions, he couldn't help but look at him for a while, nodding his head, but there was a gleam in his eyes, and he even frowned as if he was thinking about the past events. Grandpa, let me introduce you to this grandson-in-law I found for you. How is he? Is he okay? Mu Yanyan sat on the chair Hua Jiza brought for her and introduced the old man with a smile. Hello, Grandpa. Hua Jiza immediately greeted the old man with a smile on his face. Aha, hello. The old man looked at the other person with a smile on his face. When Mu Yanyan saw her grandfather like this, she was a little confused and even stunned for several seconds before she reacted. She couldn't help but look at Hua Jiza a few more times, wondering if the person she was looking for was really that good, otherwise why would her grandfather treat him like this? Xiao Zhe, right? Come and sit down. You're at home. Don't be so reserved. Muangwa looked at Hua Jiza and gestured for him to sit down with a kind face. Hua Jiza was not polite at all. He just sat on the chair opposite, looking very casual. When Mu Yanyan saw this, she looked at him fiercely, but Hua Jiza seemed not to see it. On the contrary, Mu Angwa smiled happily. He liked such free and easy people. Xiao Zhe, my Yenner doesn't bully you or anything, right? Mu Angwa knew what kind of person his granddaughter was, and he was really worried that she would bully the other person. Grandfather. When Mu Yanyan heard this, she immediately stopped working and screamed. Yes, Grandpa, you don't know. As Hua Jiza was speaking, he suddenly felt an icy gaze. If the other person's gaze could kill, he would have been turned into minced meat as soon as the words came out of his mouth. He was so scared that he shut up. What happened to Yenner? Yenner, did you bully him? Muangwa first asked Hua Jiza curiously, then looked at Mu Yanyan and said. Grandpa, I didn't. If you don't believe me, ask him. Tell me, have I ever bullied you? Mu Yanyan explained to the old man a little nervously, then looked at Hua Jiza who had an obviously smug look on his face, and warned him with her eyes not to talk nonsense. No. Grandpa Yen Yen has never bullied me. Hua Jiza blurted out the words directly, but his tone clearly sounded like he had been threatened, and he even looked at Mu Yen Yen while saying it. Mu Yen Yen was furious when she saw this, and she wanted to cut the other person into pieces in front of her grandfather. It didn't happen in the first place, but after you said that, it's like yellow mud falling into your crotch's shit. When Hua Jiza saw Mu Yen Yen's appearance, he was so frightened that he trembled and even sat up straight. Grandpa, don't you know your granddaughter? How could I possibly bully her? I even avoid ants when I see them on the road. When Mu Yen Yen looked at Muangwa, her expression instantly changed. Yes, Grandpa knows. Xiaozhe, if Yenner does anything wrong in the future, please bear with me. Muangwa then smiled at Hua Jiza. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will not fight back when you hit me, and I will not talk back when you scold me. Hua Jiza seemed not to notice that the other person's face had turned red, and he didn't know whether it was intentional or not, he spoke so excitedly. Muangwa looked at both sides with a smile on his face, knowing that the other party must be joking. Okay, Grandpa has some things to do here, so let Yenner take you out for a walk. I'll have dinner with Grandpa later. Muangwa looked at the two of them. Okay, Grandpa, then we won't bother you anymore. Mu Yen Yen said with a smile on her face. It's okay, it's okay. If Grandpa can't disturb you, I can sit next to you and keep you company. I promise not to disturb you. Hua Jiza felt like he was being targeted and was just waiting for the right moment to attack him, so he started to back off. Grandpa doesn't need you to accompany him. Come on, I'll take you out for a stroll. Have a good stroll. Mu Yen Yen finally started to grit her teeth. Hua Jiza was directly helped up from the chair by Mu Yen Yen. While pulling him up, she couldn't help but take action and directly pinched his hand and pulled him up. Hua Jiza was about to shout out, but he held back because of the other party's murderous gaze and the warning of pinching his arm. From Muangwa's point of view, the two of them seemed to be very close as they walked out arm in arm. However, who was Muangwa? How could he not know what they were doing? He could not help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Mu Yen Yen took Hua Jiza's hand and walked out of the room, and only revealed her evil look when she was about 10 meters away from the room. The hand that was pinching Hua Jiza's arm twisted hard, and his expression was full of gritted teeth. You are so powerful, aren't you? How dare you slander me in front of my grandfather? Let me make it come true. Hua Jiza took a deep breath and was in so much pain that he couldn't even cry out. Chapter 22. Mu Yen Yen is about to give birth. Ah, does it feel good? Mu Yen Yen gritted her teeth and looked at the other person's painful expression. She felt very happy that he said the same thing to her in front of her grandfather just now. It hurts, my aunt, please be gentle, be gentle. Hua Jiza felt like he was about to cry. He didn't expect that a woman's pinching would be so painful. He almost wanted to cut off the pain nerves in his arm. Ha ha. Where's that arrogance you had just now? Can you continue to be so arrogant? Mu Yen Yen pinched it hard as she spoke. From the expression on her face, we can tell that she was very happy at the moment, especially when she was pinching the other person and saw the other person's painful and begging expression. She felt very happy. She even had this thought in her mind, it turns out that other people are really having fun, it seems that in the future, hee. I don't dare. Besides, even if I'm angry, I have to vent my anger in front of your tigress. Hua Jiza said this while feeling pain. What did you say? Tigress? Mu Yen Yen was feeling happy, but suddenly she became even angrier when she heard the other party make such a comparison. Although she had never heard of this word in real life, she often saw it on the internet, and she became angry again. No. Nothing, I didn't say that. I just said that I'm not arrogant anymore. Hua Jiza cried out in pain. Hua Jiza was released by the other party after a few minutes, and that was because someone passed by them, otherwise Hua Jiza would probably have continued to be tortured by the other party. If you talk nonsense again in the future, you know what will happen. As Mu Yen Yen said this, she also made a gesture as if she was pinching someone. This frightened Hua Jiza so much that he took a step back. His face still showed pain, and one of his hands was rubbing the place where she had pinched him. Soon it was time for lunch. Just as the three were about to start eating, a deep old man's voice came from the door. Brother Mu, I heard that little girl Yenner came to see you? Mu Yen Yen turned around when she heard the voice behind her. When she saw the person coming, she immediately stood up to greet him. Grandpa Lu. Little girl Yenner, long time no see. Do you miss me, Grandpa Lu? Lu Yenhua walked in with a smile on her face and a bottle of wine. Of course I do. I was just thinking about going to see you, Grandpa Lu, after dinner. I didn't expect you to come now. Grandpa Lu, have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat with me? Mu Yanyan took 2 steps with her big belly, hugged the old man's arm, looked at him with joy and spoke. Grandpa Lu didn't love you in vain. Grandpa Lu brought some wine to eat with him, you wouldn't be unwelcome, would you? Lu Yenhua joked cheerfully. Of course I can. I'm so happy. Come on Grandpa Lu, please sit down. Mu Yanyan moved her chair next to her grandfather. This must be the husband Yenner is looking for, right? Lu Yenhua asked knowingly and looked at Hua Jiza and smiled. Yeah. Grandpa Lu, this is my husband, Hua Jiza. Husband, this is Grandpa Lu, who loves me the most. Mu Yanyan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and introduced herself. Hello, Grandpa Lu. Hua Jiza greeted him with a smile, but he didn't dare to say anything else, otherwise he would be taken to the execution ground again. Hello. You look good at first glance, no wonder our Yenner likes you. Lu Yenhua patted Hua Jiza on the shoulder a few times and smiled. Mu Yanyan seemed to be afraid that Hua Jiza would say something nonsense again, so she quickly smiled and said, Grandpa Lu, please sit down and eat, otherwise the food will get cold. Okay. Can you drink, young man? After sitting down, Lu Yenhua raised the bottle of wine in his hand. Okay. Hua Jiza glanced at Mu Yanyan beside him, then responded with a smile. Ha. Why doesn't Yenner let you drink? Lu Yenhua couldn't help laughing when he saw the look in Hua Jiza's eyes just now. Grandpa Lu, what are you talking about? I didn't mean that. Mu Yanyan looked a little shy. Okay, Brother Lu, stop teasing these young people. Mu Anhua smiled. Eat. Lu Yenhua laughed. The meal took them almost an hour to finish. This was because the 2 elderly people had other things to do, otherwise it would have taken who knows how long. Hua Jiza got the approval of the 2 old men for this drinking party, and they even made an appointment for the next drinking party. In a blink of an eye, New Year's Eve is coming. From 10 o'clock on, people began to come and go in the Mu family mansion, all kinds of people came to pay New Year's greetings, and the process did not end until 7 in the evening. During dinner, Hua Jiza was again pulled by the 2 old men to drink with them, and then he played chess with them. Fortunately, he knew some chess skills and even won several games against the 2 old men. The duties of the oxen and horses were not completed until 12 o'clock, after the New Year's Eve. It was the first time that Hua Jiza felt the feeling of celebrating the New Year at home, and it even reminded him of his master whom he hadn't seen for several years. Hua Jiza was so happy on the first day of the Lunar New Year. It was the first time in his 26-year-old life that he received red envelopes, not only from Mu Yanyan, but also from his grandfather, father, and mother. Although they were not very big, only 1,800 each, but they brought a sense of the new year and made him happy. After the new year, the 2 of them stayed here for about 10 days and then returned to Shitong City. Originally, Mu Yanyan's family didn't want her to go back, after all, she was about to give birth, but Mu Yanyan insisted on going back. Not long after returning to Shitong City, Mu Yanyan gave birth to a daughter at 3:27 p.m. on February 19. Both mother and daughter are safe. The few people who were anxiously waiting outside the operating room breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, and joy appeared on their faces. The door of the operating room opened and a nurse came out holding a baby. Mu Anhua, Mu Boyan, Li Wanlu and Hua Jiza all hurried forward, wanting to see what this newborn baby who had just come into this world looked like. Looking at the nurse holding the wrapped baby, the baby was looking around with his big beautiful eyes open. His face was a little red, but from his facial features, it can be judged that he was a very cute child, especially his big eyes, which made people like him at first sight. Congratulations on the birth of your daughter. Both mother and daughter are safe. 1527, weighing 6.8 genes. The nurse smiled and said to everyone, the little guy's big eyes are so pretty, so cute. Li Wanlu looked at the guy in the nurse's arms and talked happily. She even wanted to touch it with her hand, but she put her hand back halfway as if she thought of something. Granddaughter, I'm your grandpa. Mu Anhua's face was filled with a smile that was so happy. Hua Jiza was squeezed at the back by a few people and could only look inside through the gap. But you have to say that the little kid was quite cute. Just as several people were staring at the baby, the door of the operating room was pushed open again. Mu Yanyan was lying on the bed and was pushed out by several nurses. Chapter 23, A Very Cute Daughter. Hua Jiza came to the door of the ward and looked at the person lying on the bed. At this moment, she looked very weak, as if she had been hollowed out, and her face was a little pale. Yinner, are you okay? Hua Jiza held the other person's hand and looked at her with a nervous and worried expression. Mu Yanyan, who was lying on the bed resting, heard a call beside her ear. She glanced at Hua Jiza, who was a little nervous beside the bed, and for some reason she felt warm in her heart. Fine. Mu Yanyan said weakly. Then the three people who were staring at the baby over there came over together, also showing nervous and concerned expressions. Yinner, you are amazing. You are Daddy's pride. Yan, you are even better than when your mother gave birth to you. Lie down and rest more. You are worthy of being a member of our Mu family. Grandpa Yinner is proud of you. Mu Yanyan listened to the praises from several people and forced a smile on her face. Several people helped push Mu Yanyan back to the ward. Mom, you guys stay here with Yinner first. I'll go home and make some soup for Yinner to replenish her blood. Hua Jiza looked at Mu Yanyan, who had closed her eyes to rest on the bed, and then spoke to Li Wanlu. Xiaozhe, let me go back with your father, and you and the old man stay here with Yanyan. Li Wanlu glanced at Hua Jiza, thinking that a grown man should not understand these things. It's okay, Mom, I'll just go back. Having said that, Hua Jiza walked out directly without giving the other party a chance. Hua Jiza first went to the Chinese medicine store and then to the vegetable market. As soon as Jiza returned home, Aunt Li rushed forward. How is Miss Uncle? Did she give birth? Well, Aunt Li, Yinner has given birth to a daughter, a cute baby with big eyes, very adorable. Hua Jiza said this to Aunt Li with a happy face. Even Hua Jiza forgot that he was just an invited nanny, and he was so excited as if she was his own biological daughter. Ha ha. Really? Are both mother and child safe? Aunt Li was happy at first, then she looked at Hua Jiza nervously. Well, mother and daughter are safe. Aunt Li, I'll go prepare some nourishing soup and food for Yinner first. Uncle, let me do it. Aunt Li took the several large bags from Hua Jiza. Aunt Li, it's okay. I'll be there. Hua Jiza waved his hand and walked towards the kitchen. Ha ha. Aunt Li will help you. Aunt Li looked at Hua Jiza and smiled happily. She even thought that he was the young lady's real husband. Yeah, that's fine too. Auntie Li, please help me wash these black chicken and crushing carp first. After arriving at the kitchen, Hua Jiza directly handed the bags in his hand to the other party. Son-in-law, what are you putting here? Why do I think it looks like Chinese medicine? Half a minute later, Aunt Li looked at what Hua Jiza put in the soup and millet porridge and couldn't help but feel puzzled. They are indeed some Chinese medicines. They are good for pregnant women who are about to give birth. These are. Hua Jiza then introduced the benefits of the effects to Aunt Li. Son-in-law, you know all this. I thought you were already amazing for being able to do diet therapy, but it turns out you also know about pharmacological effects. Aunt Li couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Haha, I know a little bit. Hua Jiza said modestly. The two of them were busy in the kitchen for 2 hours, especially the soups, which took a long time to cook. It smelled so good that Aunt Li couldn't help swallowing. Son-in-law, it smells like you're lying here. Aunt Li has been cooking for so many years, but this is the first time that the smell makes people have such a strong appetite. Ha, Aunt Li, do you want to try it? Hua Jiza looked at the other person with a smile. May I? Although Aunt Li knew that this was inappropriate, she couldn't resist the temptation of the smell. Of course, there are still a lot here, I'll just bring some for Yinner. Hua Jiza took the thermal box from Aunt Li while smiling. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Hua Jiza opened the ward carrying 4 or 5 incubators and saw 3 people sitting in the living room discussing something. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, is Yinner awake? Xiaozhe, you're here. Yinner hasn't woken up yet. Li Wanlu smiled when she saw Hua Jiza coming. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I brought you some food, please eat first. As he spoke, he opened 4 lunchboxes and placed the food he brought on the table one by one. Xiaozhe, you are thoughtful. Dad, let's eat first. We'll think about it carefully later and pick a few more names. Then let Yanyan choose by herself. Li Wanlu first thanked Hua Jiza and then looked at the old man. Xiaozhe, have you eaten? Mu Boyan sat down and looked at Hua Jiza. He. I ate it when I was at home. You guys should eat it quickly, otherwise it will get cold and won't taste good. Hua Jiza looked at the other person with a smile. Mu Boyan just took a sip of soup and his eyes lit up. Then he looked at Hua Jiza beside him. This soup is good, but I remember Aunt Lee's cooking skills weren't that good. Xiao Zhe, you didn't do all this, did you? Haha, I did make these soups. Hua Jiza gave an awkward smile. When the three heard this, they looked at Hua Jiza in surprise and disbelief. Ha, you're not bad, kid. This old man rarely praises people for their food, but you're one of them now. Not bad, not bad. Muangwa, who had just taken a sip of soup, looked at Hua Jiza with shining eyes. He. Grandpa, you're too kind. I just made these casually. I hope you like them. Hua Jiza said this with a humble look on his face. His cooking skills were forced upon him by his master Linger. Master Linger forced him to learn how to cook since he was 12 years old. The master even told him that a man must learn how to cook so that he can find a wife in the future. It wasn't until he was 15 that he realized he had been deceived by her, and it was all for her own sake. You are too modest, kid. I guess even 5-star chefs can't cook as well as you do. Just this soup alone, every bite is full of rich flavors, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. Not only is the aroma overflowing when you smell it, but it is also rich and delicious when you put it in your mouth. Muangwa couldn't help but tease, and then praised. Half an hour later, all three of them burped. Mother Xiaoze is afraid to bring a few more pounds of meat with her when she returns home. Li Wanlu touched her slightly bulging belly. Hua Jiza just smiled innocently. They returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, then began to discuss what name to give the child. Grandpa, Dad. I'll go see if Yenner is awake. Hua Jiza didn't quite understand the name and couldn't get a word in, so he just wanted to go in and see Mu Yanyan. When he came in, he didn't know if it was because of the sound of the door opening that disturbed her, or if Mu Yanyan just happened to wake up at this time. As soon as he walked to the bed, he saw Mu Yanyan just opened her eyes and looked at him. Yenner, did I wake you up? Chapter 24 named Musier. No, I just woke up. Where are my mom and the others? Mu Yanyan said this and wanted to sit up. Slow down, slow down. Mom and Dad, Grandpa is outside. Hua Jiza hurriedly held him up and adjusted the angle of the bed with one hand. Is this okay? Ask when you feel it's about right. Mu Yanyan responded weakly. Are you hungry? I just made some soup for you, I'll get it later. With that, Hua Jiza quickly walked out of the ward. When Hua Jiza came out, he saw the three people discussing there. He picked up the incubator box aside and returned to the bedroom ward. The moment I entered the door, I heard Mu's mother's voice behind me. Xiao Zhe, is Yan Yan awake? Well. Yan Yan just woke up. Li Wanlu was about to get up and follow him in when she was stopped by the old man. Why are you going in now? Don't you understand that you should give the two of you some space to be alone? Yes. Li Wanlu suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this and immediately started laughing. Mu Yanyan didn't feel hungry when she just got up, but the other party's words were like a forbidden spell that lifted her hunger. When the other party left, her stomach began to growl. At this moment, seeing the other party coming in with a lunchbox, he couldn't help swallowing. Yenner, try the soup I made for you. Hua Jiza pushed a dining cart in front of him, and then opened each layer of the lunchboxes one by one. This was the medicinal soup he specially customized for her. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at the other person. She had heard him say this half a year ago. He was the one who made the soup, and it was probably Aunt Lee who was personally guiding him. He just started the fire and put things in. She didn't believe that he could cook. After taking a sip of the soup, she despised him even more. Did she admit that Aunt Lee's soup was so difficult? She would not say anything about him. Is it delicious? Hua Jiza didn't know what the other person was thinking at this time, and he still looked at him expectantly with a smile on his face. Delicious. Mu Yanyan nodded helplessly, but her expression clearly showed that she was just going through the motions. Hua Jiza thought that she was weak because she had just given birth, so he didn't think much about it and continued to feed her one spoonful at a time. He even blew on it with his mouth for fear of being too hot. What they didn't know was that 3 minutes after Hua Jiza had been feeding the other person, there were people peeking at the door, 3 of them in total. It was not until they saw people clearing the dishes inside that they pretended to come in normally. Yenner is awake. Muanhua walked in with a happy smile on his face. Grandpa, why are you still here? It's already 8 o'clock. You should go back and rest. Mu Yanyan nodded and looked at the clock next to her. It was already around 8 o'clock in the evening. What time is it now? Besides, today is the day my precious granddaughter is giving birth. As a grandfather, how can I not stay a little longer with you? Muanhua walked to Mu Yanyan's bed, sat down directly, and looked at her with a loving face. By the way, we just picked out a few names for my great-granddaughter. Take a look and see if there are any you like. Daughter-in-law, bring me the name book we just chose for our great-granddaughter. Muanhua said this and turned to look at Li Wanlu beside him. Yan, take a look at these names. These were all chosen by your grandfather himself. See if there is any that you like. Li Wanlu handed the small notebook to Mu Yanyan. Mu Yanyan picked up the notebook and took a look. There were about 16 or 17 records on it. Grandpa, are these what you just picked? Mu Yanyan looked at Muanhua, who was sitting next to her, with an expression of disbelief. Yenner, isn't there anything you like here? How about you come up with one yourself? Muanhua thought that the other party didn't like the name they had chosen just a few hours ago. No. I saw several that I like, let me take a look first. Mu Yanyan just took a quick glance and found that there were a few that she liked. Mu Wanqing, Mu Luoyun, Mu Yakan, Mu Kor, Mu Yue, Mu Yunshu, Mu Shuiying. Mu Shier, I feel good about Grandpa's Mu Shier, what do you think? When Mu Yanyan saw the name Mu Xier, she immediately felt touched. Ha. Yan, you also think this name is nice, right? Mom and your dad also think this name is nicer. Li Wanlu next to her immediately smiled and responded. Well, this is also one of Grandpa's favorites. As long as Yenner likes it, then let's use this name. Muanhua responded with a smile. Mu Yanyan was about to make a decision when she suddenly saw Hua Jiza beside her. What do you think, Jiza? Well, I think that's fine. Hua Jiza, who was originally listening at the side, was also surprised when he suddenly heard Mu Yanyan's words. He didn't expect that she would ask for his opinion. Well, my daughter will be called Mu Xier from now on. Mu Xier, sounds good. Mu Yanyan called out softly a few times and found that the more she called out, the better it sounded. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who came in. Have my grandpa and his family returned? Well, I went back. I personally sent them to the elevator before returning. Yenner, do you want me to rub and massage your abdomen? I heard that this helps the uterus recover. Hua Jiza walked to her bedside and asked her about her concerns, but the last few words made both of them feel a little awkward. This is fine. Mu Yanyan thought about the effect of her daily massage for the past 6 months and agreed. At the beginning, the two were a little awkward. After all, this place was indeed a bit sensitive. Is the baby okay now? Mu Yanyan could only use chatting to hide her embarrassment. Yeah, very good. I just went to check on her and she was sleeping soundly. So cute. Hua Jiza recalled the scene he saw in the baby room just now. Is it really cute? When I saw her, she was a little. When Mu Yanyan recalled the scene when the nurse held the baby in her arms and showed it to her when the baby was just born, she felt disgusted. Newborn babies all have some amniotic fluid, so... Hua Jiza explained with a helpless smile. Mu Yanyan was suddenly stunned for a moment, and looked at Hua Jiza, who was rubbing her abdomen with scrutiny. How do you know this? Have you seen it? If Mu Yanyan hadn't given birth to the child while sober, she would have suspected that Hua Jiza was present. There are a lot of them on the internet. Just check it online, you will find a lot of them. Hua Jiza said calmly. I thought you'd seen it. Mu Yanyan breathed a sigh of relief. How could I, a man, see such a scene? Hua Jiza was a little nervous. Not only had he seen this scene, he had also touched it with his own hands. Is it okay for me to rub this? Hua Jiza seemed to be afraid that the other party would continue talking about this topic, so he quickly changed the subject. Chapter 25. Call me husband from now on. Um, by the way, when are you free to find a nanny? Forget it, I'll just ask someone to find one. Mu Yanyan glanced at Hua Jiza, but then rejected the idea of letting him look for it. Do you not believe me, or do you want to relieve me? You still need to find a confinement nanny, how many more? Didn't you ask me to be a full-time babysitter? What's going on now? Hua Jiza stopped what he was doing and looked at the other person. Why would I fire you? I asked you to be a full-time nanny, but you can't handle all these things by yourself, and now you have to give me massages every day. Your main job is to be a qualified father to my daughter. Other things can be done by others. Besides, as a man, it is not appropriate for you to do that. Mu Yanyan still looked a little embarrassed at the end. What's the big deal? You just said that you want me to treat your daughter as my own daughter, so isn't this normal? What's the inconvenience? If someone else, or the child grows up and discovers something, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? Hua Jiza shook his head slightly. That's what you said. Then you should treat my daughter as your own daughter now, and you can do whatever you want. Also, don't say anything like my daughter, etc. in the future. Say our daughter, okay? Mu Yanyan thought for a moment and then looked at the other person. Well, I listened to my boss. I am just an employee. Suddenly, he saw the other party's face change, and he immediately thought of something. Well, it's my wife. I listened to my wife. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other party's satisfied expression after he changed his words. That's more like it. Be careful from now on. You have to treat us as a normal couple. Otherwise, who knows if you will say something out of turn one day, and it will be bad if Sierra finds out. Did you know? Mu Yanyan warned again harshly. Yeah, got it, wife. Hua Jiza got into the role immediately. Well, this is how it should be. Mu Yanyan nodded with satisfaction. That's not fair. I call you my wife, but what do you call me? My name? Isn't our precious daughter confused? Hua Jiza suddenly remembered that she always called him by his name. This? Then I will call you husband from now on? Mu Yanyan felt a little embarrassed, and even felt nervous when she said the word husband. What do you think? Hua Jiza suddenly became interested when he saw the other person like this. Well, I will call you husband from now on. Mu Yanyan was so shy after hearing what she said that she didn't dare to look at the other person. She lowered her head and her two fingers started fighting against each other. That's right, remember to call me like this from now on. Hua Jiza felt happy for some reason. Wife, you see I can yell so smoothly now. You should yell at me more often, too. Just treat it as practice, while our Sheer still isn't grown up. Come on, call me now. Hua Jiza looked at the other person with a smug look on his face, and he was already grinning in his heart. Mu Yanyan was already very embarrassed and shy, and now hearing him say that, she became even more embarrassed, and even lowered her head to her chest. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep. As she spoke, Mu Yanyan pulled the quilt over her head and covered it completely. You just woke up not long ago, you're sleeping after saying so. But no matter how Hua Jiza called out, the person on the bed didn't move at all, as if he was asleep. Finally, he could only shake his head helplessly and level the bed. Okay, then, wife, go to bed early. Call me if you need anything. I'm outside. Before Hua Jiza even reached the door, Mu Yanyan, who was originally in bed, suddenly opened the quilt and said to Hua Jiza, who was about to reach the door. You can just sleep inside. You can sleep on the sofa over there. Let the nurse find a bed for you. Mu Yanyan suddenly noticed that the sofa next to her was narrow and short, so she changed her mind and made a suggestion. I thought you were going to call me hubby. Hearing the voice behind him, he turned around and looked at the person on the bed with a grin on his face. Go away, it's time to sleep, don't disturb me. As she spoke, Mu Yanyan pulled the quilt again to cover her head. So should I ask someone to find a bed? Hua Jiza asked Mu Yanyan, who was covering herself with the quilt, but there was no response for a long time. Open the door and say to the nurse waiting outside. Beautiful nurse, please find me a bed to put inside. Yes, sir. One of the nurses nodded, and then two nurses walked to another room and pushed out a bed. Under Hua Jiza's command, they placed it more than 3 meters away from Mu Yanyan's bed. When Mu Yanyan heard the voice, she watched secretly, and even when she heard the other party asking for her opinion, she pretended not to hear it. Hua Jiza didn't care about it anymore. He didn't see any objections and just looked at it casually. If it didn't work, he would change the position later. After the nurse left, he took off his coat, lay down on the bed, and began to sleep soundly. He was very tired from the past 2 days. Not long after Hua Jiza slept, he heard a faint sound coming from the side. Hua Jiza, dead pig, dead pig. What happened? He rubbed his eyes with both hands and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Mu Yanyan looked at him with her big eyes, and she even held a palm-sized remote control in her hand, as if she was going to hit him. At this time, the door opened a crack, and a nurse poked her head in. After seeing the scene inside, she asked in a low voice, "Miss Mu, do you have any instructions? I want to take over." Mu Yanyan glared at Hua Jiza, who had just gotten up and looked confused, and then looked at the nurse who came in from the door and spoke. "Okay, Miss Mu, please wait a moment." The nurse said this and turned away, only to come back in less than 10 seconds with a urinal. "Miss Mu, do you want me to do it, or should your husband?" The nurse stood beside the bed holding a urinal and looked at Mu Yanyan and asked. Mu Yanyan blushed, gritted her teeth, and looked at Hua Jiza over there. "You get out." The tone was shy and commanding. The nurse was standing between the two people and thought she was being called, so she planned to put down the urinal and leave. "I didn't call you, I called him." Mu Yanyan saw that the nurse misunderstood her meaning and explained. Hua Jiza didn't say anything. He got out of bed and walked out of the ward, even considerately closing the door. About 5 minutes later, the nurse came out with a urinal. "You're peeing for quite a while, and you're peeing a lot." Hua Jiza walked in and suddenly looked at Mu Yanyan on the bed and said something. It was unclear whether he was not awake or he said it on purpose. Chapter 26. Are you right with me? Mu Yanyan was already embarrassed about having others catch her urine, and now when she heard Hua Jiza say this, she felt angry and embarrassed. "You don't want to live anymore, do you?" Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza fiercely when he came in, but her face was red. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Hua Jiza's mind suddenly became clear. What time is it? Mu Yanyan no longer felt sleepy. It's about 3 in the middle of the night, almost 4. What's going on? Are you hungry? Hua Jiza came up to her and looked at her. No, I can't sleep. Can you chat with me for a while? Mu Yanyan signaled him to move the bed. Well, I thought you were hungry. Hua Jiza sat beside her bed somewhat reluctantly. What? You seem very unhappy about this? Mu Yanyan looked at the other person. No, how could that be? I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid that you won't get enough sleep and it will affect your milk supply. Hua Jiza blurted out subconsciously. Mu Yanyan was stunned, a little embarrassed, but still looked at the other party with curiosity. Ha? You know all this? Don't tell me you found this on the internet again? What do you think? Otherwise, how would a grown man like me know all this? Hua Jiza looked at the other person with some fear in his heart. You are so nice, you are not really in love with me? How could you possibly check these things? You care about me too much. It's a little abnormal. Tell me, are you? Mu Yanyan's heart quickened as she looked at the other person. Hua Jiza rolled his eyes at the other person. You think too much. I am dedicated to my job. You are my employer, and I have to live up to the $1 million annual salary you give me. Mu Yanyan felt a little disappointed, with an angry expression on her face. Are you saying I'm ugly? Or are you saying you're not good enough, or you like men, and you're a lesbian? You're the one who likes boys. No, you're a lesbian and you like girls. Hua Jiza was so angry that he almost jumped up and pointed at her and cursed. Why are you so excited? If it's not true, then it's not true. That's because you can't do it. I still believe in my charm. Mu Yanyan looked at the other person with a smile. Can I say you're narcissistic? Hua Jiza glanced at the other person. Am I not good looking? Am I not in good shape? Mu Yanyan stared at the other person again, and even felt a little expectant in her heart, but she didn't know why. Well, she's pretty and has a great figure. I can say she's many times prettier than those big stars, and her figure is impeccable. As Hua Jiza spoke, he was still looking at the other person, thinking back to the first time he saw the other person's figure. Even though she is pregnant, her big belly cannot hide her super goddess level appearance and figure. Ha, that means you are really not good enough. Mu Yanyan's face showed a happy expression. Even though she was saying some words that could not be said now, it could not hide the joy on her face. Do you really have to continue the conversation on this topic? And I'm telling you right now, there's nothing wrong with me, absolutely nothing. I need to go to the bathroom. Having said that, Hua Jesus stood up and left. Mu Yanyan couldn't help but smile when she saw Hua Jesus back, who was obviously running away in anger. But when the other party disappeared from her sight, she frowned and thought, muttering softly. Such a big reaction, is it really not okay? He has touched almost all of my body in half a year. If it were a normal man, he would have been eager to do it a long time ago. Mu Yanyan touched her face. Have I become ugly? Otherwise, why didn't he react at all? Even a eunuch would have shown some lustful expression. No way? He's gay. As Mu Yanyan thought about it, she intuitively felt that this one was closer. Just as he was lost in thought and daydreaming, he was startled by the words of Hua Jiza who came in. What homosexuality? What are you talking about? Ah! What are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death? Mu Yanyan was lying on her side, patting her heart with one hand. This can scare you? Have you done something wrong? Also, I just heard you say something like homosexual. Are you a lesbian? Hua Jiza looked at the other person with an incredible and surprised look, and in an exaggerated way, he covered his mouth with one hand and pointed at Mu Yanyan on the bed with the other. This made Mu Yanyan on the bed angry again. Her chest heaved up and down. In addition, because she had just given birth, her breasts were even more plump. Hua Jiza became a little agitated when he saw this, but it only lasted for a moment before returning to normal. You are the lesbian, your whole family is lesbian. Mu Yanyan was so angry that she became excited. But as soon as she finished speaking, she remembered how excited the other person was after she said what he had said, and she was stunned. I was thinking, this. Is he not gay? Then why? While Mu Yanyan was shaking off the mess in her mind, Hua Jiza looked at her with a smile on his face. Ha, why are you so excited? It's not true, is it? Why else were you here alone, talking to yourself about homosexuality? I'm too lazy to pay attention to you when I'm asleep. Mu Yanyan felt very angry, but she didn't know how to refute, so she just pulled the quilt to cover her head. Tell me, I won't laugh at you. Do you really like girls? Are they lesbians? Hua Jiza saw that the other party still covered her head with the quilt and ignored him. What is Yuri like? I'm curious, who played the male role in which period of time? Hua Jiza was really curious about this question, and even began to imagine the scene in his mind. Then he talked incessantly to Mu Yanyan, who had her head covered with a quilt. Suddenly, a black shadow slowly grew larger in Hua Jiza's eyes, and then bang followed. Go away, you are a Yuri. If you want to know, go ask those people yourself. Hua Jiza took the pillow that was thrown at him, which scared him. Fortunately, it was a pillow. If it was anything else, he would have been in surgery by now, or even in the crematorium. He carefully returned the pillow to her. Seeing her gnashing teeth, he didn't dare to say another word. He just smiled foolishly. Pillow, I'm going to sleep, good night. Hua Jiza put the pillow next to her, then nervously walked to his bed and lay down. Around 3 p.m. on the second day. Jiza, I asked someone to register you with a maternal and childcare institution. It's in the confinement center I chose. We'll be there in 2 days. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza standing beside her. Do I need to learn this? It's just taking care of a child, changing diapers, feeding, bathing. I know all that. Hua Jiza patted his chest with confidence. Go when you are told to. Mu Yanyan looked at him fiercely. Yes, I'll listen to you. Hua Jiza pinched it directly. Mother Lin, who was standing beside them, looked at the two of them with a smile on her face, feeling very relieved. Xiaozhe, it's better to learn a little bit of this. Although there will be a confinement nanny, she is an outsider after all. How can she take care of us as well as we can ourselves? Li Wanlu also persuaded. Yes, Mom, you are right. I will study hard then. Hua Jiza looked at the other person with a smile. Mu Yanyan withdrew her fierce gaze only after seeing this. Chapter 27 Pregnant women make money easily. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Mu Yanyan, who had a normal delivery, was discharged from the hospital. Monsieur also came out of the nursery these 2 days. The little guy is not only cute, but also easy to take care of. He doesn't cry often and is very well behaved. He doesn't look like a baby who was just a few days old at all. At the beginning, everyone was worried about whether there was something wrong with the baby, but after a full body check, there was nothing wrong with the baby. All the data were even better than those of a normal newborn. Jane was born with perfect health. Hua Jiza also secretly checked the little guy and could say that he was very healthy. He was simply too strong to be right, to the point of being outrageous. He even suspected that he was the product of some masters, otherwise how could he have such a physique? He originally wanted to check him carefully, but the little guy was too popular. He could not hold him for a few minutes before the three elders snatched him away. Even Mu Yanyan didn't hold him many times, except when feeding him. Otherwise, it was probably not her turn. Even though Muangwa was very busy with his work, he put aside a lot of things just to hold this little guy. However, he only took care of the baby for 3 or 4 days. When Mu Yanyan was about to be discharged from the hospital, he rushed back overnight. When he was leaving, he was still reluctant to let go of the little guy. Hua Jiza accompanied Mu Yanyan in an ambulance to the booked confinement center, while Monsieur was taken there in another car by the two elders. Yenner, I feel like I'm a bit redundant as a nanny. Look, I've only held Sierra 4 times in the past few days, and the total time was no more than half an hour. Hua Jiza's words even contained some dissatisfaction. Mu Yanyan, lying on the stretcher, looked at Hua Jiza, who seemed to be a little angry and blamed his father and mother for not letting him hold Sierra all day, and smiled helplessly. I didn't hold her a lot, except when I was breastfeeding. I did hold her that time. Just bear with it and wait for them to go back. Then no one will compete with you for it. Just bear with it for now. After all, old people like children. 2. Yenner, you won't deduct my salary because of this, right? Hua Jiza suddenly changed the subject. Mu Yanyan was originally feeling somewhat warm-hearted, but after hearing what he said, she was no longer in a good mood. Mu Yanyan glared at the other person. If you want me to deduct it, I can meet your condition. Ha ha. No, I'm just afraid. After all, I'm a bit incompetent now. He. Hua Jiza smiled somewhat foolishly. The confinement center is the best one in Shitong City, no doubt about it. All the people here are powerful and wealthy. I heard that the minimum standard starts at 1 million. When I arrived at the confinement center, there were already people waiting. Hello, Ms. Mu, welcome to choose our confinement center. I am the general manager here, Ho Dequan, and the people around me are. From now on, they will be responsible for all your affairs here. Mu Yanyan waved her hand and didn't want to listen to him talking about these useless things. She spent millions to come here not to know about the management here. Ho Dequan could only smile awkwardly, and then took Mu Yanyan to her guest room. Yenner, this place looks very large, so it should be very expensive, right? Hua Jiza looked around along the way. This place was very big and the environment was very good. He thought the price must be very expensive. It's not expensive. It's just what I spend on clothes for half a year. Mu Yanyan said casually. No way, it's so cheap, only about 10,000 yuan, that's really good. Hua Jiza thought that he only spent a few thousand yuan on clothes a year, so Mu Yanyan's clothes wouldn't be that expensive either, probably only around tens of thousands of yuan. The several maternity center staff members who followed them in were almost shocked to the ground when they heard Hua Jiza's words. Mu Yanyan was also shocked by him. She looked at him, wondering if he had some problem with his brain. Mr. Mu and Ms. Mu have booked a 42-day luxury custom package for 1.5 months with us. The total price is 6.66 million, including. Ho Dequan blabbered about what Mu Yanyan's customized packages were. Hua Jiza was shocked when he heard the price. Although money was just a string of numbers to him, when he heard that it would cost more than 6 million in just 30 or 40 days, he thought it was a scam. It was not that fast even when robbing a bank. No wonder the scale was so large. Okay, you guys go out first. Mu Yanyan was a little dissatisfied. Ho Dequan felt that he had spoken too much again, so he apologized and left with his people. Monsieur was taken somewhere unknown by her old couple, and Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan were the only ones left in the room. It's really easy to make money from pregnant women. I even want to open a confinement center. Hua Jiza's words came from the heart. Why do you have such an idea? If you can take good care of Sierra, maybe I will prescribe one for you if I am happy. Mu Yanyan looked at the other person with a smile on her face. Ha, forget it, I'm not suitable. If a man has to go through the confinement period, I can't open a prescription, huh? Hua Jiza was amused by his own words. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at him, then looked at him seriously. To be honest, if you can take good care of Sierra, I will open one for you in the future as a reward for you. Forget it. If you really want to repay me, you might as well be practical and just give me cash. If I open a store, I'll probably close it down in less than a month. Hua Jiza said jokingly, shaking his head. He didn't think Mu Yanyan was serious. After all, 1 million a year was not a low amount for him. The contract says it's 18 years, which means 18 million, and with the compensation included, it would be at least 20 million. You really are a money slave. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at him again. By the way, remember to go to the training class I signed you up for. Mu Yanyan, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly thought. Okay, I get it. Hua Jiza showed a helpless expression, and then muttered quietly, I really don't know what's so good about this thing. What are you mumbling behind me? Mu Yanyan didn't hear clearly and looked at him in confusion. Nothing. By the way, where are mom and dad? Why can't I see them? Hua Jiza quickly waved his hands and changed the subject. It should be in the nursing department. Why are you still angry because dad and mom took Sierra away? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza with a smile on her face. No, I just saw that they came before us, but I didn't see anyone here. I'm worried. Hua Jiza had a silly smile on his face. Ms. Mu, is it convenient for us to examine your body now? At this time, a few staff members from the maternity center came in. You should go out and look for mom and the others first. Mu Yanyan nodded to the staff before speaking to Hua Jiza. Chapter 28 Who Can't Call Out. Hua Jiza came to the nursing area under the guidance of the confinement center. As soon as he came in, he saw the elderly couple looking at the staff seriously as they explained some precautions for daily care of their children. Dad, Mom. Hua Jiza walked up to them and greeted them softly. Xiaozhe, you guys are here. Where's Yin Yan? Why isn't she with you? Li Wanlu, holding Musier, said to Hua Jiza. Hua Jiza, Yenner is having a physical examination. I came out to see you. Li Wanlu, well, come on Xiaoze, you can also see how they take care of the children. By the way, didn't Yenner sign you up for a childcare training class? Well, I'll go in 2 days. Hua Jiza waved and teased Musier while nodding in response. That's fine. We're all here anyway. We can do it anytime. It's convenient. This way you can still accompany Yen Yen. Sheer, do you want to let daddy get better for a while? Li Wanlu saw the little one in her arms looking at Hua Jiza with his big eyes rolling around. Hua Jiza took the little thing handed to him by the other party with some surprise. Mu Boyan next to him immediately refused to do so. He had only hugged the girl a few times, thinking that the old man was gone and he would wait until his wife got tired of hugging her before he could take her turn. However, he did not expect that the girl would be snatched away by the new brat. Lure, you can't do this. We agreed that I would hold you right away. You should do this now. No, my precious granddaughter should come to Grandpa's place. Your father doesn't know how to hold you, so it's more comfortable here with Grandpa. As he said that, Mu Boyan directly snatched the little guy who had just arrived in Hua Jiza's arms. Hua Jiza hadn't even hugged Musiera completely before she was snatched away. He could only shake his head helplessly. He couldn't snatch her back, so he thought there would be plenty of time in the future, so he just let them hold her for a while longer. Who would have thought that Li Wanlu would not tolerate him, and patted Mu Boyan on the shoulder, a little angry. You old man, what are you doing? How many times have you hugged her today? Xiaoza hasn't hugged her many times in the past few days. Hurry and let Sierra go to her father's arms. Mu Sierra and Mu Boyan's arms had the same idea. She had not cried much at first, but suddenly she started dancing and crying. Look, Sierra is crying, hurry up and give it to Xiaoza. Sheer, don't cry, just let daddy hug you. Li Wanlu stared at Mu Boyan, who looked somewhat at a loss, then snatched Musier from his arms and tried to comfort the crying Musier. Come Xiaoza, give her a hug and comfort her. Li Wanlu handed it to Hua Jiza's arms. As luck would have it, the little guy who had just arrived in Hua Ji's arms suddenly stopped crying, and actually stared at Hua Ji quietly with his cute big eyes. Sierra really wants daddy to hug her. Li Wanlu was also a little surprised when she saw this. No. It must be a coincidence. How could a little one who is only a few days old know who his father is? Besides, Xiaoza hasn't even held him many times. Mu Boyan almost let the cat out of the bag, but luckily he was quick-witted. Who cares? It's okay as long as Sierra doesn't cry now. But you cry as soon as you get a bag. Li Wanlu looked at Mu Boyan with a squint. After about 10 minutes, Mu Boyan saw that the little guy had fallen asleep, and he became restless again. Xiaoza, you've been holding me for so long, you must be a little tired. How about daddy hold me for a while? Dad and mom will be back in the next 2 days. You'll have plenty of time in the future, right? Mu Boyan seemed a little lacking in confidence when he spoke, and one could even say he was begging, and he mainly looked at Li Wanlu. It's okay, Dad, here you go. Dad, you guys have to go back too, why don't you stay a few more days? Hua Jiza handed the sleeping little guy to the other person. Even when he handed it to the other person, the little guy twisted his body as if to express his protest. Fortunately, he just twisted his body and there was no other movement. Mu Boyan was also frightened by the little guy's twisting body. He was afraid that the little guy would wake up and cry, but fortunately the little guy slept peacefully in his arms. Yes, your father and I have been here for several days. The company has a lot of things waiting for us to deal with. Li Wanlu felt relieved when she saw the little one sleeping soundly in her husband's arms, and then looked at Hua Jiza and explained. Yeah, that's right. The company is more important. We'll have plenty of time later anyway. Hua Jiza nodded. After we go back, Xiaoza, I'll trouble you to take care of Yin Yin and Sierra by yourself. If anything happens, remember to tell us. Li Wanlu gave instructions again. Hua Jiza nodded slightly. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the couple had returned home, while Hua Jiza stayed here to accompany Mu Yin. Yenner, are you used to it on your first day here? Hua Jiza helped her massage. And this massage has become Mu Yin's habit before going to bed. It's okay. It's just that the nutritious meals here are a bit unpalatable. They're much worse than the meals Aunt Li made a few days ago. Mu Yin complained a little. What? I made it for you these past few days when I got home, okay? Hua Jiza said with some dissatisfaction. Mu Yin had heard the other party say that he had cooked the meals many times. He didn't believe it at all, but he still pretended that he had cooked them. Okay, you did it, okay. By the way, did you forget what we talked about 2 days ago? Mu Yin suddenly remembered what both parties had discussed that night. What's up? Hua Jiza looked at the other person with confusion. I knew you must have forgotten, otherwise how could you call me Yenner? You forgot what I said the night Sheer was born. We must pretend to be a real couple from now on. We have to change our names, otherwise Sheer will be able to figure out the clues when she grows up. Mu Yin looked a little shy as she spoke, and her heart even started beating faster. You said that I call you wife and you call me husband, that's fine. Hua Jiza looked indifferent. But you didn't seem to call me hubby, except once that day. Are you too shy to scream? If you can't call out, it doesn't matter. Sierra will be sensible by then and will find out the clues. Just don't blame me. Hua Jiza looked at the other person with a smug look on his face. Who can't be called anymore, it's just, husband well. As Mu Yin spoke, her voice became softer and softer, and even the last few words could not be heard clearly. What? What did you say later? Hua Jiza knew what she was going to say next, but when he saw that her face was blushing all the way to her neck due to embarrassment, he pretended not to hear it and teased her. You. Mu Yin was angered by Hua Jiza's evil smile, but she didn't know how to refute him. Me what? Forget it, if you can't call me that, then don't call me that. We are contractually married anyway, and it won't matter if Sheer finds out. You can just find someone to say that this is her father. Hua Jiza was simply possessed by a spirit of drama, and he began to act out as he spoke, looking aggrieved and sad. Who can't call me that? It's just, my old husband. Husband. Mu Yin lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Hua Jiza. Her hands inside the quilt began to clench because of nervousness. Chapter 29, Recording. When Hua Jesus saw her look, he wanted to laugh for some reason and even wanted to tease her. What? I didn't hear it clearly. The wind was a bit strong just now. Hua Jesus put his ear close to it. Mu Yanyan was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in, but she still got bold and shouted again. Husband. It's a little quiet, I can't hear it clearly. Mu Yanyan, who was looking down, suddenly heard Hua Jesus' smug laughter, which scared her. She turned around and saw his big face. She almost had a close contact with him and was just about to kiss him on the face. Her heart was beating faster, but when she saw his smirk, she reached out and grabbed his left ear. Hua Jesus was grinning smugly when he suddenly felt a chill in his ears, followed by a piercing pain that made him scream out in agony. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. When Mu Yanyan heard this voice, she couldn't help but feel much better. Did you hear clearly just now? I think there's something wrong with your ears. Let me fix it for you. Mu Yanyan twisted her body again as she spoke. Listen carefully, I heard it clearly, Yenner, be gentle, it hurts. Hua Jesus was bent over, baring his teeth and walking around with his mouth clenched. What did you say? When Mu Yanyan heard the other party's name, she glared at the other party and exerted a little force with her hands. Wife, be gentle, it hurts. Hua Jesus quickly changed his words and spoke fluently. Humph, that's better. If I find out you don't call me like this in the future, I'll pull your ears when you see me. Mu Yanyan said this harshly before letting the other person go. Yes, wife, I will call you this from now on. Hua Jesus rubbed his ears, which were burning from being pulled. Remember, if you call me the wrong name, don't blame me for being rude. Mu Yanyan glared at him fiercely as a warning. Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. Even in my dreams I will only call you my wife. Hua Jesus nodded like a chick pecking at rice. About 2 minutes later, Hua Jesus suddenly looked at the other party with some trepidation. Then I'll call you my wife, what about you? You won't. Hua Jesus didn't dare to finish what he said, but stared at the other person halfway through his speech, but his feet had already stepped back, ready to run away. Don't worry, I will obey. For the sake of future notarization, I will set an example. If I make a mistake, you can. I will write a self-criticism and a letter of guarantee, each of which is 10,000 words. Mu Yanyan originally wanted to say, you can also pull my ears, but then she thought of something and changed her words. Okay, you said it, whoever goes back on his word is a dog. And I just recorded it. Hua Jesus looked at the other person with a firm gaze and raised his cell phone. Mu Yanyan didn't expect the other party to record the video. She was so angry that she almost threw a pillow at him. Her chest was heaving and she looked like she deserved a beating. Okay, let's start from now on. Okay, no problem. Hua Jesus made an okay gesture. If there's nothing else, I'll go to bed. Hua Jesus said this and pointed to another bed next to him. Sleep, like a pig. I want to drink some water. Can you pour me a glass of water? Mu Yanyan suddenly felt her mouth a little dry. You? Who are you calling, wife? Hua Jesus suddenly gave the other person a wicked smile. When Mu Yanyan heard this, she almost blurted out, who else but you, Hua Jesus, but she swallowed the words back in her throat. Then her face turned shy, her mouth slightly opened, but she couldn't utter the two-word command that came out of her mind. If there's nothing else, I'll go to bed, eh? Hua Jesus was very proud and happy. Husband. Mu Yanyan blurted out the words in a hurry, and her voice was so loud that even she was surprised. Why? Wait a minute, honey. I'll pour it for you. Hua Jesus woke up from his surprise and responded proudly. Come on, wife, drink some water. Be careful, it's hot. Hua Jesus poured the water and handed it to her, and even blew on it twice in her face before handing it to her. In the middle of the night, Hua Jesus suddenly heard a baby crying. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 2 staff members pushing open the door and coming in with a baby in their arms. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Hua. The child doesn't want to drink formula, so we can only. A staff member came in and saw Hua Jesus standing up and looking at the door, which scared her. Maybe you don't want to drink because you are shy? Hua Jesus came to the staff holding the baby, reached out to take it, and Musier's crying actually became much quieter. This shocked the 2 staff members. Where's the bottle? I want to see if she'll drink it. Hua Jiza saw that the little guy's crying had subsided a lot and looked at the staff. Just when Hua Jiza handed the bottle to the little guy's mouth, although he bit the nipple, he pushed it out with his tongue the next second and turned his mouth away. Ha! You don't drink either? That's weird. Do you really only drink breast milk? The staff were a little surprised to see the child disliking the baby's mouth again. After all, a 1-week-old child had such a reaction. This was the first time they had seen such a reaction in all their years in this job. At this time, Mu Yanyan on the other side was also awakened. She sat up in a daze and looked at the figures of several people outside the open door. Little, what happened to my husband? Is Sierra hungry? Mu Yanyan ordered the wrong order on the menu. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, otherwise she would have to write a 20,000-word self-criticism and letter of guarantee. Wife, you're awake. Sierra must be hungry, but she won't drink the powdered milk. Hua Jiza walked into the room holding Mu Sierra, who was crying softly. Come, let me see. Mu Yanyan reached out and took it from Hua Jiza, but the little guy was still crying. Mu Yanyan looked up at Hua Jiza and the 2 female staff members behind him who were staring at her. You want to watch me breastfeed the baby? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who was still staring at her in a daze, with a scrutinizing gaze. He. I'll be out for a while. Hua Jiza smiled awkwardly and then walked out. Hua Jiza, who had been outside for less than 10 seconds, suddenly did not hear the crying of the baby in the room. Then I could vaguely hear the surprised voices of 2 staff members in the room. It seems that this little guy only drinks breast milk. No wonder he didn't drink the powdered milk no matter how hard I tried to feed him. Did Ms. Mu feed her baby breast milk while she was in the hospital? Well, it's all breast milk for the baby. About 20 minutes later, the staff brought the child out. At this time, Mu Sierra had fallen asleep with her eyes closed. She was sleeping soundly, as if she was still savoring the breast milk she had just drunk, and her mouth was still moving. Are you full? Hua Jiza looked at the baby. Yes, Mr. Hua. Look, he's sleeping soundly. Mr. Hua, we won't disturb you. Go to bed early. The child may wake up again at 5 or 6 o'clock. If he doesn't drink the milk powder, we can only. A staff member looked at Hua Jiza and said helplessly. After watching the 2 people leave the room with the baby, Hua Jiza walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 30. Brother, I saw a beautiful woman. Honey, why aren't you asleep yet? The staff just said that Sierra might need milk in 2 hours. When Hua Jiza came in, he saw Mu Yanyan leaning against the head of the bed and looking towards the door. I can't sleep, I'm not sleepy. If you are sleepy, go to sleep. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who walked in and spoke softly. I'm a worker, my wife hasn't slept yet, how can I sleep? I am a hard-working worker with a professional spirit. Hua Jiza walked up to her and sat directly beside her bed with a smile on his face. But I heaved a sigh of relief in my heart, damn. Fortunately, I almost said the wrong thing. It seems that I need to practice more in the future, otherwise I can't guarantee that if I say something else one day, I will be in trouble. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at Hua Jiza, who was smiling and acting frivolous. She found that he was very different from the one she just met. He used to be like a wooden man, with a dull face all day long, just like a dead person. But a few months ago, he seemed like a different person, especially after he went home with her for the new year. Although he was always acting weird and making her angry, she liked Hua Jiza like this. Don't be so playful. Be serious. I want to discuss something with you. Mu Yanyan glared at Hua Jiza. Well, you mean wife. Hua Jiza adjusted himself immediately, looking at the other person seriously, and even sat with his body straight. Mu Yanyan was both angry and amused by Hua Jiza's behavior. She smiled and glanced at Hua Jiza, who was sitting upright and looking at her seriously. Sierra feels different from other children, have you noticed? Mu Yanyan looked at the other person seriously. Hua Jiza pondered for a few seconds and nodded. Well, I noticed a few days ago that I was different from some of the kids. Did you find anything wrong? Mu Yanyan frowned and even showed a worried look. For example, just now she only drank from me, only breast milk, and no other dairy products or nutritional milk. Just now, I was halfway through feeding her, but she refused to drink the formula I tried to make for her. She should have drank a little and then spit it out, but she didn't even inhale it. He doesn't look like a baby who has just been born for a few days. Instead, he looks like a baby who has understood some things after a few months. Ha, who told me that you are such a smart person? The child you give birth to will definitely be just as smart. After hearing this, Huajiza looked at the other person before speaking, but the smile on his face made it seem like he was joking. I was talking to you seriously, but you acted so serious just now. I wanted to praise you, but as soon as I started talking, you acted like this again within a few minutes. In this case, I can. As Mu Yanyan spoke, she stretched out a hand and pinched the other person's waist. This scared Huajiza so much that he moved his butt and was about to jump up. It's because you're too serious and a little depressing, so I just smiled to relieve the tension. I promise I won't do that again, honey. Huajiza looked at the other party seriously and made a promise, almost raising 3 fingers to swear to the sky. What do you think of my question just now? Mu Yanyan saw that the other party put away his playful smile and asked again. Well, to be honest, honey, I think this has something to do with the genes of my parents. You have regular facial features, big eyes, double eyelids, and a beautiful lady. You must be a great beauty, right? Sierra, you can tell from your facial features that you will definitely be a great beauty in the future. This is your gene. As for the fact that the child's health data is better than others, I think it should be the genes of the child's father. After pondering for a while, Huajiza expressed what he had thought, but he did not express his guess that the child's biological father was not an ordinary person. Honey, can I ask you about Sierra's biological father? Huajiza looked at the other person with some curiosity. Mu Yanyan seemed to be listening fine at first, but she became a little listless after hearing his next words. No, and you can't ask anymore. Just pretend that you are Sierra's biological father. Okay, I'm sleepy, let's go to bed. Mu Yanyan said this in a depressed mood, and then she just lay down. When Huajiza saw the other party's look, he knew there must be a big story. However, since the other party said so, he, a salaried person, had to obey the arrangement. Otherwise, not only would he not get his $1 million annual salary, but he would also have to pay a large sum of breach of contract fee. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Huajiza was very happy after the 2 elderly people went back home a dozen days ago. He could hold the little one and tease her every day, and no one would snatch her from him. He was very happy. The training class he attended was extremely simple. He only needed to watch it once and learn it twice to learn it. Even the fathers who studied with him were envious of him. A father who was studying with him that day said, "Hey, brother, do you know? We have a super beautiful mother here. Her appearance, figure, and temperament are simply too perfect, just like a fairy descending to earth. If I hadn't seen her wearing the confinement clothes that the confinement center requires, I would have thought she was a staff member or a visitor. She's so beautiful. She doesn't look like she just gave birth. She's not like my daughter. She has a big belly now. The stretch marks make me feel sick. I wonder if they will still be there after she gives birth." Huajiza was speechless when he saw the other person's infatuated look. If his wife knew that he was praising others at this time, he wondered if she would suffer from postpartum depression. Aren't you afraid that this will get to your wife? I heard that mood is very important for pregnant women, otherwise they are prone to mental illness. Huajiza glanced at the other person with a dull expression, completely unmoved, as if he was not interested in women. TSK, what are you afraid of? Even if they hear me, I'm not afraid. Women are plentiful. As long as we have money in our pockets, we can do whatever we want. Don't you think so? The man looked as if he didn't care. Huajiza just smiled lightly. Huajiza thought to himself, how could someone with such a mentality come to train these people? Brother, do you want to go out and have some fun together later? I know a place with beautiful girls who are so pretty. It's so cool to serve you. Will you go? It's my treat. The man looked like he was enjoying the memories, just like a sow in heat. Ha ha. Never mind. I won't go. I have to accompany my wife later. Huajiza chuckled and refused. Brother, stop pretending. I don't believe you didn't cheat on your wife when she was pregnant. We're all men, so we all know each other. I'll find you a young and beautiful one then. The man winked at Huajiza as he spoke. Thank you, no thanks. And I love my wife very much. Huajiza was getting a little impatient. Brother, you didn't go out and cheat on me during this period, did you? The man showed a look of surprise. Huajiza just smiled at him and was too lazy to talk to him. Great, he is indeed a good man. The man gave Hua Jiza a thumbs-up gesture and stopped talking about the topic. When Hua Jiza returned to Mu Yanyan's room after class, he saw her practicing yoga. He sat beside her and watched her, but he became so absorbed in the watching. It was the first time that he looked at the other person so carefully. Not only was she really beautiful, but she also had a great figure, which was simply perfect. He couldn't help but think of the pregnant woman the man had just mentioned to him, and even compared them in his mind. Mu Yanyan had already noticed the other person when he came in. She even saw him looking at her with a straight gaze, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Several of her movements were not standard. The rehabilitation teachers nearby all frowned, thinking that they had been practicing well in the past few days. Why did they keep making mistakes now? Chapter 31. Am I good looking? Ms. Mu, let's stop here for today. Seeing that Mu Yanyan was not focused, the teacher ended the rehabilitation training. Mu Yanyan nodded, then stood up and walked to Hua Jiza. Seeing that he was still looking at her, she couldn't help feeling happy. Do I look good? Mu Yanyan waved her hand in front of his eyes. Ah. You're done. Hua Jiza looked embarrassed. Good? What do you mean? Am I good looking, or am I ugly? Mu Yanyan looked at him with a slight smile on her face. Needless to say, it must be beautiful. Hua Jiza was exposed by the other party and he didn't pretend anymore. Anyway, he had been caught in the act. What's the harm in taking a look? It won't hurt him. Even if he told others, what could others say about him? After all, he and she were nominally husband and wife. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes, but was secretly happy in her heart. Just thinking about how the other person was staring at me and how I was doing some shy things, my face turned red with shame. Pervert. Mu Yanyan muttered softly. But Hua Jiza still heard these words clearly. Who is the pervert? If I praise you for being pretty, then you are a pervert. Never mind. I changed my mind. You are not pretty. I don't want to be labeled a pervert. It's better to be considered a liar or a liar. Hua Jiza said with a pout. Mu Yanyan was left speechless by his words. How could he say that? You, forget it, just your tongue. By the way, how are you doing with your studies? Mu Yanyan suddenly thought of his training. What do you think? Don't you see who I am? It's just some things like changing diapers, bathing, feeding, and coaxing my wife. It's simple. Hua Jiza said this very proudly. Mu Yanyan gave him a glare. Really? I'll go take a look some other day. If you don't learn well, I'll deduct your salary. You are welcome at any time. Deducting salary, that is impossible. Hua Jiza looked unconcerned. When Mu Yanyan saw the other person's expression, she felt the urge to beat him up again. By the way, I'll send you my dad and mom's WeChat later. When you spend time with Sierra, take photos or send them videos. They miss Sierra very much. You look for me every day, which makes me a little annoyed. I will leave this matter to you from now on. Mu Yanyan felt a headache as she spoke. No problem, these are just small things. Do you want me to send it to you too? Let me tell you, Sierra is having fun now. Hua Jiza suddenly laughed as he spoke. You're messing around again, aren't you? Mu Yanyan suddenly became nervous again when she heard this. After all, the last time she saw Hua Jiza running around with Sierra in his arms and kissing her hands and feet all the time, she warned and beat him up. She didn't expect it to start again. No, I didn't kiss her. Otherwise, all my studies would have been in vain. If it was a bacterial infection or a fever, I would be asking for death. I just tease her normally. It's funny and cute when she laughs. Hua Jiza waved his hands quickly, fearing that he would be killed if it was too late. He was scared after being beaten several times. This woman could pinch people so hard that it hurt his hands terribly. Humph, I hope what you said is true. If I find out that you are messing around, I will show you how I will deal with you. Mu Yanyan glared at the other person fiercely. No. The anxious Hua Jiza finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party did not take action. Okay, I'll send you my parents' WeChat. Mu Yanyan put down her phone. Okay, I'll add it right away. Hua Jiza added it directly without any remarks at all. Mu Yanyan's mother's number was rejected in less than a minute. When Hua Jiza saw the rejection message, he was stunned. He looked at the phone in a daze with an expression of disbelief. What's wrong? What's that expression on your face when you confess to a girl? Mu Yanyan, who was standing aside, saw the other person staring at his phone in a daze and couldn't help but tease him. Rejected, I was rejected. Hua Jiza looked at his phone with some excitement. Ha? What do you mean, you're not really confessing your feelings to someone else? Mu Yanyan was just joking, but when she heard the other party say this, she suddenly started to panic, and she didn't even realize it, her face turned slightly pale. What? You're still confessing your love. Why don't you say you're proposing? Your mother rejected me. Add her on WeChat, see. Hua Jiza was speechless and pointed his phone screen directly at her. That shouldn't be the case. Didn't you reveal your identity? Mu Yanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Can't we just add it directly? Hua Jiza tilted his head and looked at the other person. Mu Yanyan showed a speechless expression, as if her eyes were saying, Are you an idiot? What do you think? If you don't reveal your identity, who would add you? Rejecting you is already polite. It's possible that they would just ignore you. Who would add someone on WeChat like you do? Then I'll add it again. Hua Jiza smiled innocently, then added it again. This time he added, Mom is me. This time it was even faster, and it was rejected instantly. Hua Jiza was even more confused, looking at the rejection message on his phone. What happened? You won't be rejected again, right? Didn't you state your identity? Rejected immediately. I have revealed my identity. Could it be that your mother doesn't like me, doesn't approve of me, and doesn't want to add me? Hua Jiza looked a little lost. How is that possible? You're overthinking. What did you note? Mu Yanyan took the other person's phone and saw it's me, Mom. It looked like nothing, but when she thought about it, she wanted to hit the other person. I say you are a tiger, can you make a note like this? I am the only daughter of my mother, and you are a man on WeChat. If you add each other like this, it would be strange if others don't think you are a liar. Mu Yanyan was really speechless, and then she tried again, Mom, this is Jiza's WeChat ID, please add it. But the message had already been sent, and it was directly prompted that it had been blocked. Mu Yanyan directly touched her forehead, helplessly looking at Hua Jiza, who was looking at her in a daze. I think you are amazing, you should be proud of yourself, but I didn't add you on WeChat, and I was blocked instead. What? Hua Jiza was also speechless when he heard this. Mu Yanyan picked up her phone and found the WeChat ID with the note Mother, Mom, that was Jiza's WeChat ID, please add him. Mother, that Sozawa's WeChat ID? My mother thought it was a liar. She covered her face with her hands. I just blocked him. Awkward expression. I will add him now. Then Mu Yanyan saw that Hua Jiza's WeChat received a message to add a friend, and it also said, Xiaozhe, I'm sorry, Mom didn't know it was you. As soon as Mu Yanyan added the other party, she sent a video call. Chapter 32 Mu Yanyan arrives. Hua Jiza saw the other party operating his own phone and then her phone. Just as he was about to ask if she had been added, he heard the sound of a WeChat video call from his own phone. Who is it? Hua Jiza was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously. He was still a little worried that if the woman called him on WeChat video at this time, he would probably be treated sarcastically by her again. Who else could it be? It must be my mother calling. Then you answer it yourself. Mu Yanyan handed the phone directly to him, then leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes, completely ignoring the video call between the other party and her mother. Hua Jiza frowned as he picked up the phone. Sure enough, he saw a video call from the person he had added on WeChat twice. He didn't dare to delay for a second. Mother. After answering the call, Hua Jiza saw Li Wanliu's face on the phone. Looking at her back, she should be in the office. Xiaoza, I'm sorry. Mom didn't know it was you who added me on WeChat. The person on the phone looked embarrassed and apologetic. Mom is fine, it's my fault. I didn't make any notes and didn't express myself clearly. By the way, where is Xiaoze Yanyan? Here I am. I just finished my workout and am taking a rest. Hua Jiza pointed the camera at Mu Yanyan, who was lying next to him. Mu Yanyan opened her eyes and took a look when she heard this. What's wrong, Mom? Is there something wrong? It's okay. Just rest more if you're tired. It will help you recover. Has Xiaoza Sierra been behaving well lately? The two chatted for about half an hour before hanging up. As soon as I ended the video call, I saw the message that the WeChat account of the other person I just added had been approved, and the other party even sent me a few messages. Hehe, it's Ozawa, right? Is Xiaoza Sierra being well behaved now? Did you cry? The time showed 11:30, and almost 20 minutes had passed. He. Dad, I thought you were going to reject my friend's approval too. Sierra is very well behaved and doesn't cry or make a fuss. Half a minute. The other party sent, awkward expression, if I hadn't seen Yenner's message, I might not have known that this was your WeChat ID. Hua Jiza was speechless when he saw this. It seemed that this was Yenner's reminder, otherwise it would have fallen on deaf ears. I just finished a video call with my mom. Photo. Video. Dad, these are the videos and photos I took recently. Sierra is getting cuter and cuter. 1 minute later. Seeing these photos and videos, I want to fly over right now and hug my lovely granddaughter. Xiaozhe, if you have time, please call Daddy via video when you are with Sierra. I want to see my baby Sierra. Yes, no problem. I will video call you when I go to see Sierra this afternoon. Hua Jiza smiled and typed a line of words and sent it over. As expected, men are like this, including dads. In the past, he always called me his precious daughter and precious Yenner, but now all he has in his eyes is my Sheer. Sigh. Suddenly, Hua Jiza heard Mu Yanyan's unclear sigh in his ears, which scared Hua Jiza, who was chatting. Honey, you scared me to death. Hua Jiza turned around and saw that the other person was staring at his phone. He almost had close contact with her and could even feel the hot breath she exhaled. Mu Yanyan gouged her eyes out at him without saying anything. It was unclear whether she was angry because she saw the chat messages between him and her father just now, or what. Ha, wife, you're not jealous of your own precious daughter, are you? Hua Jiza looked at the other person with a grin on his face. It's okay. Sierra will definitely love you as her mother in the future. So will I. Hua Jiza said this with a smile, and even subconsciously rubbed the back of her head with one hand a few times, feeling her smooth hair and a comfortable sensation in his palm. Suddenly he realized something, and when he looked at the other person's face, he saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Hua Jiza was so scared that he quickly put his hands away, showing an embarrassed look, and apologized. Hehe, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch your hair. Be more careful next time. Mu Yanyan withdrew her gaze, ignored the other person, and stood up and left. The second morning training classroom. Brother, you missed it. I asked you yesterday but you didn't go. I told you that there were several beauties yesterday. They were so pretty that you could squeeze them and make water come out. Their faces, bodies, and legs were simply amazing. Brother, I almost couldn't make it to class today. It almost drained me dry. It was so cool. How about it? Do you want to go out and play with me this afternoon? I'll treat you. The man looked at Hua Jiza with a look of nostalgia. Hua Jiza was about to refuse him when he saw him staring behind him with his big eyes, and even his mouth was slightly open. He. Hello, beautiful lady, I am. Hua Jiza turned around and saw Mu Yanyan standing behind him, looking at him with murderous eyes. Her expression was cold, and she didn't even look at the person who greeted her. She turned around and left. Hua Jiza felt sweat on his back and thought that the other party had just beaten him up. He just didn't understand why she suddenly came here and looked at him with murderous eyes. Hua Jiza thought about what happened today and yesterday, but nothing could make her so angry. Even the conversation with her father didn't make her so angry, but just now. Hua Jiza suddenly thought of something and looked at the man next to him who was staring at Mu Yanyan's back with a stern face as she disappeared soon. He finally understood why Mu Yanyan's murderous look came from. It must have been caused by what this girl said to him just now. Fuck that goddess just now, bro. Last time I told you about a young woman I saw here, it was her. Isn't she beautiful? But she's too cold, like an ice cube. But I like it this way. If I could only. When the man said this, he suddenly seemed to think of something, and then he saw Hua Jiza looking at him coldly. Oh my god, brother, please don't tell me that goddess is your wife. The man looked at Hua Jiza with disbelief, surprise, and even some excitement. Hua Jiza didn't say anything, but there was a hint of anger on his face. The man understood immediately after seeing this and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't know it was your sister-in-law. I'm sorry. Hua Ji's expression eased a little when he saw the other party apologize repeatedly. Then he thought, which man doesn't like beautiful women, let alone a goddess-level beauty like Mu Yanyan? He even had similar thoughts when he first saw her. Hua Jiza waved at the man, and then, without caring whether he was in class or not, he put down what he was holding and chased towards the corridor where Mu Yanyan disappeared. Chapter 33 Climbing up to the 4th floor without taking a breath. When he chased out, he just saw Mu Yanyan walking into the elevator, but he was still a few steps too slow. When he got there, the elevator had already closed and was moving upwards. I saw that the other elevators were on the roof and there was an emergency exit on the side. He carried it all the way to the 4th floor in one breath, and arrived at the 6th floor panting. Just then, an elevator opened. Mu Yanyan was stunned for a moment when the elevator opened, and saw Hua Jiza standing outside the elevator with his hands on his knees, panting. You? Weren't you in class on the 2nd floor just now? Mu Yanyan was a little confused, and even suspected that she was dazzled when she was on the 2nd floor just now. The person she saw just now was not Hua Jiza at all. Heh, cough cough. I just came up, cough cough. Hua Jiza almost ran out of breath and died on the spot. Slow down first. Just came up? You're lying to me. I just got here by elevator. Mu Yanyan quickly walked up to Hua Jiza and patted him. It took Hua Jiza about 2 minutes to recover, and he was still breathing heavily. I wasn't afraid that you might misunderstand or get angry. I just ran out and saw that your elevator was closed, so I ran up from the emergency exit on the 2nd floor. Listen to me, honey. You can't believe what that man said just now. I ignored him at all. He kept nagging me and I was getting annoyed. But don't worry, I haven't thought about it. Hua Jiza spoke nervously while panting. How do I know if what you said is true? Just now I heard something about beauties, figures, beautiful legs, and beautiful women. Mu Yanyan said this angrily with some jealousy. Even she didn't know why she said that. According to her relationship with him, she shouldn't have such emotions, let alone say such words. That was all he said. I didn't listen at all. You have to believe me. I'm not that kind of person at all. When Hua Jiza saw her like this, he suddenly became nervous. Whether you are such a person or not is none of my business. I am not related to you. Mu Yanyan said this in a tone of being extremely jealous. You are my wife and I am your husband, how can it be none of your business? We have obtained the marriage certificate, which is legally binding. I have to be worthy of you. Hua Jiza no longer cared whether they were a contractual couple or not. When Mu Yanyan heard this, her heart was warmed, not to mention how happy she was. However, there was no change on the surface, and her face was still cold. Don't be angry, please. Smile a little. You don't look that good with a cold face like this. Smile and you'll look much better. Hua Jiza looked at her with a smile and even made a pulling gesture with his hand. If they were a couple, he would probably use his hands to lift the corners of each other's mouth to make her smile. I'm not angry. Why should I be angry? What do I have to be angry about? The corners of Mu Yanyan's mouth had already slightly risen, but she still spoke in a very stiff tone. Yeah. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. Then smile, like this. As Hua Jiza spoke, he pulled his cheeks with both hands, as if he was laughing, but the way his hands pulled them looked like a clown making a face. Mu Yanyan couldn't hold back her laughter when she saw this and burst out laughing. Honey, you look so beautiful when you smile, just like a fairy. It's so sweet that I feel like flying. Hua Jiza looked at the other person with a smile on his face. Mu Yanyan burst out laughing again. Then why didn't you fly? Hua Jiza was stunned for just a second, then he opened his arms, bent down, and waved his hands around Mu Yanyan in circles in the corridor. Fly, fly up. Mu Yanyan was so amazed by Hua Jiza's behavior that she covered her lips with her hand and giggled. That's enough. You're just like a little kid. You're not afraid of being laughed at. About a minute later, Mu Yanyan saw several staff members looking over here and smiling. What are you afraid of? I don't care what others think. As long as I can make my wife happy, that's all. Hua Jiza still stopped. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself here and follow me back. Mu Yanyan glanced at the other person with a smile and went straight to her room. After returning to her room, Mu Yanyan still had a faint smile on her face. After thinking for a while, she looked at Hua Jiza, who followed behind her. It's better to spend less time with people like that in the future, or you'll get sick. Hua Jiza was very helpless. He felt that all his previous explanations were in vain. It was obvious that this person didn't believe him. Honey, I swear I really didn't go along with this. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I'm still a virgin. Hua Jiza spoke softly and even became a little shy. When Mu Yanyan heard the other party say this, she was shocked and shy, and her face began to turn red, just like she had drunk alcohol, and it was a little hot. Hua Jiza saw that the other person's face was red, with an expression of disbelief, and even his eyes were looking somewhere in him. Really, I'm not lying to you. If the hospital could check whether it's your virginity like you girls can, I would go check it out right away. Hua Jiza said this with confidence. Okay, I believe you. Mu Yanyan blushed as she spoke, then turned around and walked inside, muttering to herself, no wonder you didn't treat me, it turns out you still. Just after finishing lunch, Mu Sierre was brought in by the staff. She wanted to drink milk again. This little guy is very picky. Not only does he only drink breast milk, he also wants the ready-made one. He even refuses to drink the milk that has been squeezed out and stored. The staff are at a loss. Fortunately, Mu Yanyan has enough milk to ensure the little guy's appetite. And the feeding time is quite punctual, otherwise Mu Yanyan would suffer a lot. The little guy rarely sleeps after eating with grandma during the day, but this time he didn't sleep. He opened his big eyes and looked around. When he saw Hua Jiza, he actually waved his hands as if he wanted to hug him. Hua Jiza was no longer surprised by this scene. It was not the first time this had happened. Okay, Daddy, hug me. Hua Jiza took it from the staff. After being held by Hua Jiza, Mu Sierre began to giggle and waved her arms and legs. The small quilt could hardly cover her feet. She was quite strong. Ha, look how happy our Sheer is. Come, call Daddy, Dad. Hua Jiza was actually teaching a 1-month-old baby. The staff nearby just smiled and watched. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself. Sierra is only a month and a few days old. How can she call me Daddy? Mu Yanyan, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Hua Jiza, who was playing with Mu Sierra with a helpless expression. That's hard to say. Our Sheer is different from other people's. Isn't that right, baby Sierra? Hua Jiza looked proud and teased Mu Sierra in his arms. Mu Sierra seemed to understand what Hua Jiza said. She actually cried out and waved her hands. Look, Sierra has responded, he. Hua Jiza happily watched the others showing off. Chapter 34, Missing Your Ex-Girlfriend? Mu Yanyan was speechless as she looked at Hua Jiza, who was acting like a child. She didn't even know who had the child. She also didn't know whether Sierra would be raised by him to be a stupid child in the future. Mu Yanyan opened WeChat and made a video call to her mother, and the call was connected immediately. What's wrong with Yanyan? Is she missing her mother? As soon as the phone was connected, Li Wanliu's kind laughter was heard. No, I wanted to show you Sheer, but forget it. I'm hanging up now. Mu Yanyan was unhappy when she heard this. This was all caused by the two of them. Originally, I was a treasure in their eyes, but with Sierra, she was not that important anymore. Even when they said they missed me, they were not sincere. In fact, they just wanted to see their granddaughter. An anxious message suddenly came from the phone. No, Yanyan. But before she could finish her words, Mu Yanyan hung up the phone. Even when the other party called her several times, she either hung up or ignored them. Mu Yanyan was really a little angry. Looking at the little guy in Hua Jiza's arms, she pouted. Hua Jiza was holding Mu Sierra and teasing her when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. My wife and mother called. Hua Jiza took out his cell phone and saw that it was Li Wanlu, whom he had just added. Honey, what's wrong with you? Hua Jiza originally wanted the other party to answer the phone, but when he looked over, he saw that the other party looked unhappy. Mu Yanyan glanced at him and the phone, didn't say anything, but turned her head away. Hua Jiza could only answer it himself. Xiaozhe, where is Yanyan? As soon as the call was connected, Li Wanlu spoke nervously. Here I am. What's wrong with Mom? I'll give her the phone right now. Hua Jiza frowned slightly, but still answered with a smile, then handed the phone to Mu Yanyan, who turned her head away. Wife and mother are looking for you. Little did I know that the other party would ignore me and turn his head away instead. What's wrong with my wife? Hua Jiza was a little confused and asked with a worried tone. Yan Yan is angry with mommy. I'm sorry, my dear daughter. It's mommy's fault. Li Wanlio's apologetic voice was also heard over the phone. When Hua Jiza heard this, he finally understood why Mu Yanyan was angry. Mom, I'll call you later. I'll. Hua Jiza spoke to his wife on the phone, and his eyes turned to Mu Yanyan when he said the last two words. The meaning was very clear. Okay, then Mom will hang up first. Hua Jiza held Mu Xier, whose big eyes were rolling around, and sat next to Mu Yanyan. What's wrong with my wife? Are you having a fight with your mom? Wife. Hua Jiza held Mu Xier and talked to the sulking pregnant woman for more than 10 minutes before he finally coaxed her into paying attention to him. She's still smiling? It's all your fault. As soon as you came, your mother, was abandoned. Your grandma and grandpa treasure you, but your mother, have been abandoned. Your dad is the same. He likes to hold you every day. Mu Yanyan pretended to be complaining and looked at Mu Xier, who was still smiling in Hua Jiza's arms with her big eyes rolling around. Hua Jiza was very hurt when he heard her words. How could he be hit by a cannon while lying down? Although he held Xier in his arms every day, this was his mission. Now it sounded as if Mu Yanyan was the one he was taking care of. But he didn't dare to reveal anything, not even to make a sound. Who knows what a woman is like when she is angry? He might even be scolded if he breathes loudly. Mu Xier laughed even more happily, and even grabbed one of Mu Yanyan's fingers with her tender little hand. It's no use catching me. I'll take care of you when you grow up. Mu Yanyan pouted and glared at the cute Mu Xier. Come give Mom a hug and apologize to her, or she will beat you up. Hua Jiza smiled and handed Mu Xier to Mu Yanyan, who was teasing her. Honey, I need to go to the bathroom. Xier is left to you. He smiled at her and stood up and left. When Hua Jiza came to the bathroom, he did not forget to look back at Mu Yanyan, who was teasing Mu Xier on the sofa. Then he walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Hello, Mom. Hua Jiza opened WeChat and called Li Wanlu directly. Xiaozhe, you are in the bathroom now. Li Wanlu on the phone frowned. Well, I'm afraid of Yenner. Hua Jiza then recounted what he had just said to Mu Yanyan. It's all my fault. Yan Yan has been spoiled by us. We elders need to pay more attention to her and care more about her in the future. Xiaozhe, Yan Yan, if anything happens in the future, please bear with me. Hua Jiza didn't dare to stay too long. After explaining, he chatted for a few words and then hung up. But 10 minutes had passed. Honey, why do you take so long to go to the bathroom? I thought you fell into the toilet. Mu Yanyan couldn't help but tease Hua Jiza when she saw him coming out. Hua Jiza smiled awkwardly, not seeing the staff and Mu Xier. Where's Xier? You went to bed not long after you left. You were just taken away. Mu Yanyan's face showed some dissatisfaction again. When Hua Jiza saw this and thought about what had just happened, he suddenly showed an embarrassed and panicked expression. Honey, are you tired? Can I give you a massage? Hua Jiza quickly sat down beside her and reached out his hands to massage her and show concern for her. As expected, pregnant women are very emotionally sensitive. It seems that I need to take better care of her in the future and can't always think about Xier. Mu Yanyan glanced at Hua Jiza, who was massaging her shoulders with a flattering look on his face. When Hua Jiza saw the other person looking at him sideways, he could only smile foolishly. Honey, my method is better. I tell you, there are only 2 people in the world who can enjoy my massage technique. Hua Jiza said with a smile while pinching it. Mu Yanyan, who was originally sulking and enjoying the comfortable feeling of the massage brought by the other party, stiffened her body and turned around when she heard the other party's words. Why do you think of your ex-girlfriend? Mu Yanyan glanced at the other person sideways again, and this time her face was no longer just full of anger, but also filled with jealousy and anger. Hua Jiza, who was massaging her shoulders, was startled when he saw her suddenly turn around and look at him with such eyes. Then he was stunned when he heard such words. Ex-girlfriend? Why does it sound a little weird when she says this? What do I miss her for? Hua Jiza just frowned and thought for a moment, then looked at her. Okay, you lied to me, didn't you? Just now you said you gave massages to 2 people, and now you say you didn't miss your girlfriend. Mu Yanyan's face became even angrier. No, wife, you must have understood it wrongly. I've been with her for more than 2 years, and the most intimate contact I've had with her is just holding her hand a few times, let alone massaging her. Hua Jize explained with a helpless smile. You haven't pinched her, so who are the two people you mentioned? Besides me, who is the other one? A man or a woman? Mu Yanyan looked at the other person expectantly. She didn't know why she felt happy, but also anxious and nervous, fearing that the other person would say something she didn't want to hear. Chapter 35 Thinking of Master. Hua Ji found it a little funny when he saw the other person's face full of nervousness and anticipation. Female, my master. Hua Jize suddenly thought of his master Linger, who often ordered him around, and an expression of longing for the past appeared on his face. Your master? And she's a woman? This time Mu Yanyan was surprised. Well, my master. Even though she always orders me around, she is the person I love most in my life. Hua Jize's face was filled with tears as he spoke. He thought that he had been out for 5 or 6 years but had never been back to see his master. He felt very sorry for her kindness in raising him. Didn't you say you were an orphan? How come there is a master now, and she's a woman? Mu Yanyan frowned. I am an orphan. If it weren't for my master, I would have died more than 20 years ago. My master told me that she was on her way back when she heard a baby crying on the side of the road. She went over and saw me, who was only a few months old at the time, thrown on the side of the road. Hua Jize told what he heard from his master. Mu Yanyan's eyes turned red as she listened, as if she was going to cry in the next second. Then your master must be a very beautiful person. Mu Yanyan didn't know how to comfort the other person, and in the end all she could say was these words. Well, I also think that my master is the most beautiful person in the world. Not only is she beautiful, she is also the best person in the world. She is not only my master, but also my only relative in the world. I have already regarded her as my mother. Hua Jize nodded and said. When Mu Yanyan heard this, she didn't know why she felt unhappy in her heart. She also wanted to say that now your master is not the only relative you have, I am one too, Sierra is one too. But the words got to her throat and she didn't say them in the end. When Sierra grows up a little, I will go with you to see your master. Mu Yanyan finally said this while looking at Hua Jize, who looked a little sad. Forget it. My master is deep in the mountains. There is no road. You, with your thin arms and legs, can't get there. Hua Jize saw the other person's face start to change immediately after he finished speaking, and he quickly explained, well, I don't mean to look down on you. My master's place is not open to everyone. Even when I came out, it was very difficult and I almost couldn't get out. If it weren't for the people inside, even a strong mountain climbing expert wouldn't be able to get in. You're exaggerating a bit, aren't you? It's like a den of dragons and tigers. I don't believe there are still places like this. If there are no roads, there are helicopters. Mu Yanyan looked at the serious Hua Jize with contempt. When Hua Jize heard what the other party said, he couldn't help but smile bitterly with contempt and helplessness, thinking in his heart, it's a dragon's lair and a tiger's den, it's nothing there, the areas outside are 10 times more dangerous than a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. If he upgrades directly, it will probably fail and crash before he even gets close. If there is a chance, I will take you to see my master again. Hua Jize didn't want to explain too much and could only say this. I didn't expect Mu Yanyan to be serious. Well, bring Sierra with you then. Mu Yanyan nodded and agreed with a serious expression. Hua Jize felt even more helpless when he saw this. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Hua Jize came to the training classroom for class. I'm sorry about that day, brother. I didn't know which beauty was your sister-in-law. I'm really sorry. The man next to him saw Hua Jize coming and quickly apologized again. His face showed not only an expression of apology, but also more of surprise and envy. Fine. Hua Jize just waved his hand and ignored the other party. He kept Mu Yanyan's warning in mind. But the man didn't let her go and kept on talking. He first praised Mu Yanyan's beauty and then asked him how he found such a beautiful woman to be his wife. Hua Jize was so annoyed that he couldn't bear it any longer. Suddenly, a tiny silver needle appeared on his fingertips. When the man wasn't paying attention, he pierced several acupuncture points on him at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Less than 10 seconds later, the other party suddenly covered his stomach, his face became very ugly, and without saying a word, he covered his stomach, bent over and ran outside. Hua Jize chuckled as he watched the man disappear at the door while holding his stomach and bending over slightly. About half an hour later, the man came in awkwardly, with one hand covering his buttocks. Damn it, I must have eaten something bad for breakfast. I'll fire the babysitter later. The man who came in said this with a pale face. Brother, ouch fuck. The man was just about to continue chatting with Hua Jiza when his stomach suddenly growled again. He felt like he was about to burst out. His whole face began to deform and he ran out even faster than before. Hua Jiza took back the silver needle in his hand, raised the corner of his mouth, and thought in his heart. I'm sorry, brother. If you hadn't been talking next to me, I wouldn't have done anything to you. Otherwise, if my wife sees it, I'll be finished. It's better for you to be finished than for me. The man didn't come back until the morning class was over, so I guess the director's position is secure. Hua Jiza apologized to the man's nanny in his heart. In a blink of an eye, a month and a half passed and Mu Yanyan's confinement period was over. It has to be said that this confinement center is very good. It is indeed expensive for a reason. Mu Yanyan's body has recovered as before, and her figure is even better than before. Her curves are more obvious and she has more charm. When I returned to the villa at 10:30 in the morning, 3-month-old nannies had been waiting for a long time. This was someone Mu Yanyan had found a month ago. Miss, uncle. As soon as Hua Jiza helped Mu Yanyan get out of the car, the 3-month-old nanny started shouting respectfully. Mu Yanyan didn't seem to mind, but Hua Jiza was shocked for a moment. But then he understood. Mu Yanyan had told him about this in the hospital. These 3 people must be the confinement nannies hired to take care of Monsieur. Miss, are you going to eat now? Aunt Lee came to the sofa in the living room. Mu Yanyan nodded. She was still a little hungry at the moment, and she mainly wanted to eat the food made by Aunt Lee. Just waiting for the food to come, she frowned after picking up several dishes in a row, thinking to herself, why doesn't it taste like before? Is it because I have been eating light food for too long and my sense of taste has not returned? What's wrong, miss? Is the food not to your liking? Aunt Lee, who was standing next to her, saw that Mu Yanyan picked up several dishes in a row, ate a little and stopped eating, and frowned, so she couldn't help but ask carefully. Aunt Lee, why is this dish not as delicious as before? Mu Yanyan frowned and looked at Aunt Lee beside her. That shouldn't be the case. These are the foods you used to like. The cooking methods are the same as before. Aunt Lee looked at Mu Yanyan with a nervous expression on her face. What do you think, husband? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza who was eating enthusiastically. No, Aunt Lee's cooking is just as delicious as before. Hua Jiza picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth and chewed. Maybe it's because I've been eating light food recently, so my sense of taste isn't that good anymore. Although Mu Yanyan said this, she was still a little confused. Chapter 36 Can't Live Without Him? After dinner in the evening, Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza sat in the living room to rest. Honey, I feel so alone right now. Didn't you hire me to take care of Sierra? But now you see. Hua Jiza looked at the baby facility of about 100 square meters that had been set up on the other side, where 3-month-old nannies were taking care of and teasing Monsieur. When Mu Yanyan heard Hua Jiza's words, her face became extremely gloomy and she looked at him with cold eyes. When Hua Jiza saw that the other party did not answer him, but was staring at him with cold eyes, he could no longer conceal the anger on his face. After about half a minute, he could not bear it anymore. Wife, please don't look at me like that, I'm a little scared. Hua Jiza looked at the other person with an expression of horror and fear on his face. Next time I hear you say the words hire, contract, hire me, etc., you can just pay the money. Don't worry, I'll pay for the medical expenses and hospitalization fees. Mu Yanyan looked at the other person calmly and spoke, without any emotion in her tone. Hua Jiza then realized that he had said the wrong thing. Looking at her cold face and following her words, Hua Jiza felt like he had fallen into a deep ice cave of the devil. This is simply a naked threat, so terrifying. If I really said it, not only would I have to pay compensation for breach of contract, but I would also be beaten up by her. I don't know whether he would be half dead or lose arms and legs, but it would definitely not be a light punishment. Hua Jiza gave an awkward smile. He. I promise I won't do that next time. Well, wife, look, Sheer is already taken care of by them, so they don't need me at all. Would you like me to find the contract and show it to you? You just need to be a good father, and I will take care of the rest. You just need to obey me. Mu Yanyan glanced at the other person with a sidelong glance, her expression was so cold that no one dared to object. 10 minutes later. Wife, if you're alright, I'll go see Sheer. Hua Jiza felt that it was too cold here and the other party's aura was too strong. If he stayed any longer, he would probably be suffocated to death. What are you going to do with them here? Are you afraid to sit here with me? Come here and give me a shoulder massage. When Mu Yanyan saw the other person getting up and about to leave, she looked at him sideways. How is that possible? Hua Jiza smiled awkwardly. I thought to myself, is she the worm in my stomach? How come she knows everything I'm thinking? A little further in, yes, right here, squeeze it more. Mu Yanyan closed her eyes and enjoyed the comfort that Hua Jiza brought her. No more pinching. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going back to sleep. Mu Yanyan looked at the clock and it was already 9:30 in the evening. Musier had already been taken back to the room to sleep by her nanny more than 10 minutes after Hua Jiza had been massaging Mu Yanyan's shoulders. Well, go to bed early, good night, wife. Hua Jiza said with a smile to Mu Yanyan, who had already taken 2 steps. Mu Yanyan stopped and turned around to look at him, who had no intention of going back with her. What do you mean by this? You don't plan to come back with me? Is there anything else? Okay then, I'll help you massage your body and then I'll go to Sheer. Hua Jiza was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. There are a few nannies over there. What are you doing there? You are not. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza with a look that said, you are incredible. Me what? What kind of look is that? Am I that kind of person? I'm just afraid that Sheer will wake up and want to drink milk, so I can bring her over. Hua Jiza suddenly realized what was going on when he saw the other person's gaze. How could this person be so imaginative? Would he fall in love with a few-month-old nannies? What kind of person did he imagine himself to be? A professional confinement nanny knows these things better than you do. You don't have to worry about these things. Mu Yanyan said and walked straight to the elevator. Ever since she was in her 6th or 7th month of pregnancy, Hua Jiza had been massaging her body every day. His toiletries had been moved into Mu Yanyan's room. It could be said that except for the clothes he didn't wear, all other things had been moved in. Except for sleeping on the sofa, he could say that Mu Yanyan's room was his room. After taking a shower, Hua Jiza massaged Mu Yanyan as usual to relax her body and applied some potions he had researched himself. Then he prepared to leave and go back to his room to sleep. After all, she no longer needed his care. Mu Yanyan, who was about to fall asleep, watched the other person get up and leave in a daze. Where are you going? You don't need me to take care of you at night now. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Hua Jiza spoke very naturally. Just stay on the sofa and fall asleep. Mu Yanyan closed her eyes immediately after she finished speaking, her tone leaving no room for doubt. When Hua Jiza heard what the other party said, he was about to say something, but he saw the other party closing his eyes. He could only shake his head helplessly and return to the sofa where he hadn't slept for almost 2 months. Fortunately, the quilt and pillow were there. After making the bed and preparing to lie down, I thought of something. Good night, my wife. Hua Jiza whispered to the figure on the bed. He didn't expect the other party to respond to him. Good night. Hua Jiza, who was half lying down, suddenly heard a pleasant, sweet, tiny voice coming from the head of the bed. He was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and lay down. I don't know how long it had been, but in a daze, Hua Jiza heard a knock on the bedroom door and a faint baby cry. When he was fully awake, he saw movement somewhere on the bed. Sierra is hungry. He glanced at Mu Yanyan, who was sitting up on the bed, then quickly walked to the door and opened it. Auntie, you can just open the door and come in next time. The door is not locked. When Hua Jiza opened the door, he saw 2 moon nannies standing at the door, holding Musier in their arms, crying and waving her hands. Sheer, don't cry, don't cry. Daddy will carry you to mommy to drink milk now. Hua Jiza took Musier from the confinement nanny and walked quickly into the bedroom while coaxing her. I'm going to the bathroom. Hua Jiza handed Musier to Mu Yanyan, and then said with some embarrassment. Hua Jiza, who was in the bathroom, felt that the time was about up, so he pressed the flush button before coming out. Sure enough, when he came out, he saw the confinement nanny holding Musier and rocking her to sleep. Auntie, you don't need to rock her like this. She will fall asleep quickly after drinking enough at night. Hua Jiza had already figured out Musier's whereabouts. Okay. The confinement nanny who was holding Monsieur and coaxing her to sleep was stunned for a moment when she heard Hua Ji's words, then nodded. Although she was a little confused, she still stopped coaxing her. Sure enough, Monsieur in her arms didn't react at all. She still closed her eyes and was very well behaved. After the nanny left with the already asleep Monsieur, Hua Jiza looked at Mu Yanyan, who was still leaning against the head of the bed. "Would you like some water, wife?" Mu Yanyan nodded slightly. "Go to sleep quickly, my dear. Sierra will need milk again in 2 hours." Hua Jiza waited for the other party to finish drinking the water and then spoke softly. Chapter 37, Chasing to the Company with My Daughter. 2 months later. Mu Yanyan, who had just finished feeding Monsieur at 9:30 in the morning. "Honey, I'm going to the company later. If you have anything, call me. I'll be back before 12 o'clock. "Yeah, okay, do you want me to take you there?" Hua Jiza has gotten used to it. Mu Yanyan has been going to the company every few days since she returned to the villa half a month ago. Fortunately, she always returns home when Sierra is full and before she is hungry. Otherwise, with Sierra being such a picky eater, she might have starved to death. I don't know if there is something attractive about Mu Yanyan's breast milk, but he only chooses Mu Yanyan's breast milk, which is fresh. He will drink it even if he is starving. Hua Jiza thought that Mu Yanyan was the same as usual this time. Until about 11 o'clock, when Monsieur started drinking milk, Mu Yanyan did not come back and did not answer the phone. He called several times and thought the other party was driving and wouldn't answer, but when he saw that it was time for Monsieur to eat, and she would cry loudly if she didn't get breast milk, Hua Jiza began to pace back and forth nervously. "Where is Aunt Li Yenner's company?" Hua Jiza couldn't wait any longer and looked at Monsieur in the confinement nanny's arms. After Hua Jiza got the company address, he asked the confinement nanny holding the baby to follow him. Hua Jiza drove his commercial vehicle at full speed. Fortunately, he was an excellent driver, as many cars honked at the rear of his car, and some even stuck their heads out to curse at him. He hurried to the company's gate, but unexpectedly he was stopped by the security guard. Even though he explained his purpose, the other party refused to let him go and even looked at him with contempt. Hua Jiza could only park the car against the gate and glanced at Monsieur, who was held by the confinement nanny behind him. Judging from her appearance, she might cry and ask for milk in the next second. I called Mu Yanyan again and again, but just like before, no one answered. "Hello, Aunt Li, do you know the phone numbers of other people in Yenner's company?" I was stopped by someone at the door of her company. Hua Jiza had no choice but to call Aunt Li at home. After getting a number, Hua Jiza dialed it directly. The call was answered in less than 2 seconds. A professional greeting came from the other end, and Hua Jiza interrupted the other party directly. "Where's Mu Yanyan?" There was some anxiety in Hua Jiza's tone. The other party was obviously stunned when he heard this. "Hello, who are you?" "I'm sorry." Hua Jiza almost couldn't help cursing as he listened to the slow and steady words, but after looking at Monsieur, he held back. "I'm her husband. Her child is starving to death. She doesn't answer my calls and I can't find her. We've been stopped by security at the gate of her company." Hua Jiza spoke quickly. The other party was stunned when he heard this, but then his tone became a little anxious. Okay, I'll go find the president right away. I'll have someone pick you up." Less than a minute after Hua Jiza put down the phone, the security guard on the other end suddenly ran over here quickly with a walkie-talkie in hand. "Sir, I'm sorry, we don't." Hua Jiza was too lazy to pay attention to him and said directly to him. "Can we go in now?" Yes. The security guard had some sweat on his forehead at this time. Although it was May and the temperature was still a little chilly, he couldn't help but be frightened by the phone call just now. Hua Jiza parked the car directly in front of the company building. Just as the security guard at the door was about to stop him, he heard the hurried stomping of high heels behind him. He turned around and saw that it was the president's secretary jogging towards him in a hurry. "Secretary Wu, we will deal with it immediately." Wu Lanlan didn't even look at them, but rushed past them and trotted to Hua Jiza and the other two who got off the car. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Hua." Hua Jiza waved his hand. He knew this person. He had met her once. When he and Mu Yanyan had just got their marriage certificate, this bespectacled girl brought him a contract. He still remembered it clearly. "Where's Yanyan?" Hua Jiza looked at Monsieur in the confinement nanny's arms, and her mouth had already started to make sucking movements. "The president is in an important meeting, and I can't get in." Wu Lanlan withdrew her gaze from the confinement nanny holding a baby and looked at Hua Jiza. Take me. Hua Jiza said this and walked forward. This. Wu Lanlan looked embarrassed, but seeing Hua Jiza walking straight inside, she gritted her teeth and followed him. The elevator reached the 18th floor. When passing the office area, everyone looked at them. Everyone's face showed various expressions, such as astonishment, confusion, curiosity, etc. Where are they meeting? Hua Jiza walked quickly and looked at the bespectacled girl following him. In the front meeting room 1. Mr. Hua, why don't we wait a while? I think they will be done soon. Wu Lanlan still reminded him because she knew how important today's meeting was. Is this the one? Hua Jiza came to a conference room and vaguely saw some figures inside through the glass. As soon as Wu Lanlan opened her mouth, before she could say anything, Hua Jiza pushed the door open without even knocking. The people who were having a meeting inside were also stunned by the sudden opening of the door. There was silence for several seconds. Those who approached the door saw the face of a man they had never seen before. Who are you? Get out of here. Don't you know what kind of meeting this is? The man pointed at Hua Jiza angrily and said. Hua Jiza was too lazy to pay attention to him. He glanced over and soon saw a familiar figure in the middle of the conference table. However, she also looked at Hua Jiza with a look of astonishment and disbelief. The meeting ends here first. Mu Yanyan didn't wait for Hua Jiza to speak, she just stood up and spoke in a cold and unquestionable command. The people present were even more confused when they heard this, which was 10 times more exaggerated than the expression of disbelief on Mu Yanyan's face just now. But Mu Yanyan's next words shocked everyone present so much that their mouths opened so wide that they could fit an egg in them, especially the person who had just pointed at Hua Jiza and cursed him. At this moment, not only was his mouth open wide, but his face was also filled with fear. Husband, why are you here? Mu Yanyan quickly walked to the door and spoke softly to Hua Jiza, who had a slightly angry look on his face. How dare you say that? What time is it now? Before Hua Jiza could finish his words, he heard a baby crying behind him. When Mu Yanyan heard the voice, she remembered Mu Xier. She glanced at the watch on her wrist and found that it was already 12 o'clock. It was time for Mu Xier to drink milk. I'm sorry, I lost track of time. Mu Yanyan apologized with a look of self-blame on her face. Mu Yanyan's words shocked everyone present again. Several people returned to Mu Yanyan's office. Mu Yanyan and 2-month nannies followed Mu Yanyan into a room, while Hua Jiza was in the outer office. He looked around the spacious office curiously. Seeing the domineering big office, Hua Jiza walked over and sat directly in the boss chair. He looked around Mu Yanyan's office and suddenly saw a photo frame beside the table. Chapter 38. Pour him another glass. He couldn't help but smile. He picked up the photo frame and looked at the 3 people on it. His mouth corners became more and more raised. When was this secretly filmed? It looks like this was secretly filmed by the hospital. Hua Jiza was looking at the photo in the frame while whispering the photo was of Mu Xier, whom he had just received from Mu Yanyan. The person who took the photo was quite skilled in taking pictures. Otherwise it would not have been possible to take such a good photo. From the photo, it looks like a family of 3 is overjoyed to have a daughter. Time goes back to 10 minutes ago. In conference room number 1, all the senior executives looked at Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza leaving with astonished expressions. Senior Executive 1, did I see it wrong just now? Tell me, I must have been dazzled just now. Senior Executive 2, you are dazzled, so I must be dreaming. Senior Executive 5, I felt something was wrong with the president's stomach last year, and it turns out she is pregnant. A Senior Executive 8, who was that man just now? Which family's young master is he? Why haven't I seen him before? The senior executive who was near the door and told Hua Jiza to get out said, it's over, I'm done for this time. There was a lot of whispering in the conference room, and no one left. Instead, they started gossiping. Some of them looked at the young and handsome senior executives with expressions of loss and sadness on their faces, as if they had lost their loved ones. The people outside the meeting who were able to witness the scene at the door were so shocked when they saw Mu Yanyan come out and hold a crying baby to comfort her. They were stunned until they saw Mu Yanyan and the baby and several people disappear from their sight. Only then did they come to their senses and start gossiping with people around them. Wu Lanlan walked in with a document. When she saw Hua Jiza holding a photo frame on the desk with a silly smile on his face, she was stunned for a moment. Then, as if she thought of something, she looked towards the closed lounge on the other side. What's up? When I was staring at the photo frame and smiling blankly, I suddenly felt a figure standing in front of the desk. I looked over and saw the bespectacled girl looking a little bit at a loss, so I felt curious. It's okay. I'll come in later. Wu Lanlan smiled respectfully at Hua Jiza, who was sitting in the president's chair. Cough, cough, cough. Wait, hey, do you have anything to drink? I'm a little thirsty. Hua Jiza felt a little thirsty. Although there was a teacup on the desk, he didn't dare to touch it. Otherwise, if Mu Yanyan saw it, he would probably be scolded to death, and he might even have to compensate her with a cup of water himself. Yes, Mr. Hua, what would you like to drink? Wu Lanlan, dressed in a professional suit, smiled. What do you have here? Never mind, just pour me something to drink that will quench my thirst. Right, just get something to eat. Hua Jiza felt a little hungry at this moment. Okay. Anything else? Hua Jiza waved his hand, then leaned back in his chair with his feet on the desk, even crossed, with an expression of enjoyment and relaxation on his face, and he even hummed a tune. Hua Jiza, who was enjoying humming with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a cold and angry voice. You seem to be enjoying it. Are you comfortable? Shoo, ahihi, old wife, why did you come out? Sheer, are you full? Hua Jiza, who was enjoying himself, blurted out these words when he heard them, but he felt something was wrong after saying one word. He opened his eyes and saw Mu Yanyan looking at him with a cold face. He was so scared that he quickly stood up with a nervous look on his face. Mu Yanyan glared at the other person, then sat down in the chair opposite him. Why am I so scary? Why are you standing? Sit down. Or is there a needle hole in my chair? Weren't you sitting very comfortably just now? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who was standing there with a nervous look on his face. No, it's better for me to stand. Hua Jiza looked at Mu Yanyan, who was staring at him coldly, with an uneasy look on his face, and he couldn't speak clearly. Sit down. Mu Yanyan only spoke softly, but her words were like a knife on Hua Jiza's neck. Mu Yanyan saw that as soon as she finished speaking, the other party was so scared that he sat down directly, and sat up straight, just like a child in school. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and chuckled. At this time, the sound of high heels was heard at the office door, and Wu Lanlan came in with a plate of snacks, fruits, and a cup of Coke. Seeing the two people in the office looking at each other, I paused for a moment, but then I came to my senses. President. Mr. Hua, here are the desserts and drinks you ordered. Thank you. Hua Jiza thanked him. Change the Coke and pour him a glass of water. Mu Yanyan saw Coke and spoke calmly. Wu Lanlan first glanced at Mu Yanyan and then at Hua Jiza, not knowing what to do. Boiled water is good. Boiled water is healthy. Hua Jiza smiled awkwardly. Mr. Hua, your boiled water. Wu Lanlan poured Hua Jiza another glass of water. Hua Jiza thanked him and just looked at Mu Yanyan, who was sitting opposite him. He was very nervous at the moment, fearing that the other party was still dissatisfied with him. Fortunately, the other party did not react until he drank half a cup and even picked up the fruit to eat. President, this is what we discussed with company last time. Please review it and sign it. Wu Lanlan handed several documents in her hand to Mu Yanyan, who was staring at her. Mu Yanyan flipped through the pages for a few times and reached out to take the pen, but found that she couldn't reach it from her position. When she looked at Hua Jiza, he had already taken a pen and handed it to her with a smile on his face. Wu Lanlan took the signed document, asked if there was anything else, and left quickly. She felt that if she stayed here, she would be frightened to the point of lack of oxygen and faint. Is it tasty? Mu Yanyan calmly looked at Hua Jiza, who was peeking at her with a somewhat nervous expression. It's delicious. Do you want to eat it? Hua Jiza looked at the fruits, desserts, etc. on the plate that he had almost finished eating. Hua Jiza saw that the other party looked at the plate and said nothing, and immediately smiled awkwardly. Well, I'm a little hungry. If you want to eat it, I'll go out and ask that four-eyed girl to bring some more. Mu Yanyan was speechless when she heard the other party call her secretary four-eyed girl, but she didn't say anything. Sorry. Mu Yanyan thought that it was because of her that this happened, so she started talking. It's okay. After all, everyone has urgent matters. Anyway, it's just in time. Sierra is not hungry. Hua Jiza was stunned when he suddenly heard the other party say sorry, but then he knew the reason and waved his hand. I'm hungry, so let's go to the company to eat first. Mu Yanyan glanced at her wrist and found that it was already past noon. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who had finished his meal. Will you go back first or wait for me to go back together? I still have some unfinished business. I'd better wait for you. Xier has fallen asleep anyway. It doesn't matter where we are. Hua Jiza burped. Then go back to my office and rest. If you feel sleepy, I have a lounge. Mu Yanyan walked out of the private room, talking to Hua Jiza, who was following behind her as she walked. Who is this, President? At this moment, a young and handsome man suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Hua Jiza was very confused when he saw the man looking at him with obvious hostility. Chapter 39, The Contract Wife's Suitor. Mu Yanyan looked at the man who blocked her way and asked her in a questioning tone, which made her frown and feel unhappy. Manager Wu, is there something? Mu Yanyan didn't tidy up the place, but asked back. The man saw that the other party did not answer him, but he could not get what the other party's mood was from her words. After all, Mu Yanyan was always in this state in the company. Nothing much, I just don't see this person. He also came out of the private room with you, President. He must be a senior executive of that company. I just want to get to know him. The man had just returned from a business trip when he heard the gossip that the president's husband had brought his children to Mu Yanyan. His first feeling was anger, and he even scolded the people who were gossiping. He came here just for Mu Yanyan, but he never thought that not long after he joined the company, he found out that Mu Yanyan would not come to the company, and it had been almost a year. When he learned that she would come to the company today, he hurried back, but when he got to the company, he learned the news. How could he not be angry? When he learned that Mu Yanyan was coming to dinner, he hurried over, but he didn't expect to see this scene. I am not a leader, I am. Do you have anything else to do? Mu Yanyan looked at the man and said coldly without waiting for Hua Jiza to finish. Seeing that the other party did not respond, she just passed by. The man clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Mu Yanyan's back after she took 2 steps. Boss, I like you. I came here just to. Hua Jiza was about to pass by him when he was frightened by his shout. No, buddy, you are not taking me seriously. The real owner is here. Although it is a contract, there is a red book. You actually say such things. Aren't you afraid that I will beat you to death? Mu Yanyan stopped and turned to look at the man. There was no expression on her face. She was still cold and distant. She didn't even let the man finish his words. The company doesn't allow dating. You're fired. Hubby, let's go. Mu Yanyan then looked at Hua Jiza, who was obviously a little angry, and spoke with a completely different tone, with a hint of tenderness. The man was stunned. He didn't expect this result. He stared blankly at the backs of the 2 people walking into the elevator and suddenly clenched his fists. Who was that guy just now, wife? The elevator slowly rose, and Xiao Wei spoke as Hua Jiza, who was standing a little behind Mu Yanyan, spoke. Mu Yanyan turned her head to look at Hua Jiza. Seeing his expression, she felt a little happy for some reason. I don't know. My ID card says I'm in the marketing department. Hearing this, Hua Jiza felt some sympathy for the man for some reason. Notify the senior management of each department to resume the unfinished meeting in 20 minutes. When Mu Yanyan passed by the secretary. Okay, President. Wu Lanlan wanted to remind someone of something, but finally nodded in agreement. When the 2 returned to the office, 2 of the 2 nannies had already come back from dinner and were looking at Mu Xier, who was sleeping in the stroller. When Hua Jiza saw them standing up to greet him, he quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. Auntie, let's wait for a while before going back. Hua Jiza came up to them. It's too bright here. Push Xier to the lounge. Mu Yanyan looked at Mu Xier, who was sleeping soundly, and then spoke to the 2-month nannies. Yes, miss. Do you want to rest? Mu Yanyan then looked at Hua Jiza. No, honey, if you have something to do, just go ahead and do it. Don't worry about me. Hua Jiza smiled and waved his hand. Come and massage my shoulders, they're a little sore. Mu Yanyan said this and turned to walk towards the desk. Hua Jiza, who was about to walk to the sofa to rest, was stunned when he heard this. If he had known earlier, he would have said he wanted to rest. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Just a few minutes after I started massaging the man's shoulders, there was a knock on the office door. Dong dong. Mu Yanyan frowned. Didn't they just say that the meeting would start in 20 minutes? Come in. Mu Yanyan was a little angry at this time. Wu Lanlan opened the door and walked in. She was stunned for a moment when she saw Hua Jiza massaging Mu Yanyan's shoulders. But when she saw Mu Yanyan's face, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Finally, she nodded and walked over. President and Marketing Manager Wu Nan is going through the resignation procedures. Wu Lanlan handed the document to her. Mu Yanyan picked it up, signed her agreement without even looking at it. Tell the Human Resources Department to be more serious about recruiting people in the future and not just hire anyone. He threw the signed book directly onto the table with a bang sound. Wu Lanlan was frightened. She picked up the notebook and nodded repeatedly. When she saw the other party waving, she left quickly. Honey, did you really fire that guy? Will it have any impact on your company? Hua Jiza, who was standing behind her and massaging her, said this carefully. Why not leave it here? Leave it here so that he can chase me? Mu Yanyan turned her head and looked at Hua Jiza behind her, with some unspeakable meaning in her eyes. This, how could this happen? Hua Jiza didn't expect the other party to say that, which made him very embarrassed. Humph. I thought you wanted others to chase me. You are my husband to others, do you want to show them that you are wearing a red hat on your head? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza behind her with a meaningful smile. I don't have that hobby. Hua Jiza was so angry at this woman that he spoke rudely. Go away. If you can't speak, don't speak. Mu Yanyan was so angry at the local government that they were just throwing the problem back to her, saying that she was a fickle person. Are you jealous? Mu Yanyan suddenly looked at Hua Jiza behind her and smiled. Why am I jealous? We're not real. It's clearly written in the contract. Hua Jiza thought of a clause in the contract that stated that the private lives of both parties must not be interfered with as long as it did not affect the children. That's enough. I thought you were jealous. If that's the case, you'll never get over your jealousy. My suitors in Shitong City alone can line up from here to Yelyo Street. Mu Yanyan had a smug expression on her face, as if she was deliberately trying to anger the other person. Everyone can brag. I can even line up from here to the outskirts of Shitong City. Hua Jiza was not to be outdone. Mu Yanyan just chuckled. This was still her bottom line. If she were to be in the public eye, there would probably be a lot of flies around her. She might not even be able to work in the company. But now, several people sent her flowers almost every day. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. I have to go to a meeting first. You stay here for a while, about an hour. Mu Yanyan glanced at the watch on her wrist. Don't be like you were this morning. Don't forget that your baby girl will be waking up in an hour and a half for feeding. Mu Yanyan, who was almost at the door, staggered and almost fell. She turned back and glared at the other person before leaving. Mu Yanyan turned around and glared at Hua Jiza, who was already sitting in the office chair, then quickly left. Chapter 40: How to Celebrate Sierra's 100-Day Banquet? Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Mu Sierra has been in this world for 98 days. In 2 days, it will be her 100th day. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan, who were resting in the living room after dinner, were teasing Mu Sierra. Mu Sierra was giggling sweetly. Just at this moment, Mu Yanyan's cell phone on the coffee table rang. Who is it? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who was approaching her phone. Mom calling? Hua Jiza picked up the phone and took a look at the caller ID. Please answer it. Mu Yanyan did not take the phone handed to her by the other party, but continued to tease Mu Sierra in the stroller. Hey, what's wrong, Mom? Yenner is playing with Sheer. I don't know about this. You have to ask Yenner. Mu Yanyan turned around and looked at the other party. What's wrong? Sierra's 100th day will be in 2 days. They asked us how to handle it. Hua Jiza put the phone down and looked at the other party. What should I do? Just make a cake. I don't want to go through so much trouble. Mu Yanyan looked indifferent. Mom said no. She said that this time we have to have a grand celebration no matter what, and she can't just let us celebrate it like the full moon. After hearing what was said on the phone, Hua Jiza turned around and went back to tease Mu Sierra's back. Mu Yanyan directly reached out. I'll tell her. I don't know what the other party said to Mu Yanyan, but he actually gave in and nodded repeatedly, but he still looked unhappy. Okay, I get it. I'll listen to you. Okay, got it. We'll go back tomorrow, okay? I'll hang up if nothing else. Hua Jesus saw that the other party was reluctant to put down his phone. What's wrong? Hua Jesus saw that the other party looked unhappy, so he asked. It's okay. Hey, pack up your things later, we'll go back to Lingdu tomorrow. Mu Yanyan was too lazy to say more, since it was already destined. Okay, got it. I'll clean it up later. Let's pack it now, I'll have someone book us tickets right now. Mu Yanyan picked up the phone again. Hua Jiza first went back to his room and packed a few sets of clothes, which only took about 10 minutes. Mu Yanyan had just sorted out the identities of several people when she saw Hua Jiza coming down and frowned. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you to pack your bags? I've packed a few changes of clothes. That shouldn't be quick. Mu Yanyan was angry and took a deep breath. Don't tell me you're just going to clean up after yourself? Yeah, if it's not mine, could it be yours? Sierra's things are all at Auntie's place. They will pack whatever you bring. Hua Jiza spoke speechlessly. What do you think? Mu Yanyan had deliberately suppressed her anger. Hua Jiza immediately had a bad feeling when he saw this, because Mu Yanyan's expression had now become angry as if it was about to explode. He quickly waved his hands and explained. No, it's inappropriate for me, a man, to help you pack your luggage, right? Mu Yanyan was speechless. It was as if he had never helped her pack her clothes. She had asked him to help her get and put away clothes countless times in the past 6 months. He even packed some of her underwear. I didn't think anything of it. It was surprising that a man like him could be like this. The more Mu Yanyan thought about it, the angrier she became. If she hadn't seen several people here, she really wanted to take action, grab the other person's ears and curse. Don't be angry, I'll go up and help you clean it up now. Hua Jiza saw the other person's chest heaving and the uncontrollable anger on his face, which frightened him and made him speak quickly. Stand. I'll go up with you, and you can help me. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza's back as he turned around and wanted to run. When Hua Jiza heard this, he was so frightened that his body felt cold. He was afraid that the other party would wait until there was no one else around and would really do something to him. After all, he had been pinched and pulled by her countless times in the past year. I don't want a wife anymore. I can do it alone. If you're worried, I can ask Aunt Lee to help. Hua Jiza looked at Aunt Lee beside him. Miss, let me and my son-in-law go upstairs to clean up. You are tired from going to the company today, and you have to take a plane tomorrow. When Hua Jiza heard Aunt Lee's words, he was so excited that he almost cried. Yes, wife, you should rest here and accompany Sierra. Aunt Lee and I can help you clean up. Hua Jiza also nodded and smiled. No need. Aunt Lee, go to your work first, he and I will clean it up. Mu Yanyan waved her hand and walked towards the elevator without caring about anything else. It's over, I must beat myself up. Come on, why are you standing there like an idiot? Mu Yanyan walked a few steps and didn't hear anyone following her. When she turned around, she saw the other person still standing there in a daze. That wife, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. I'm going to the bathroom first. How about you ask Aunt Lee to help? Hua Jiza also made a painful expression and covered his stomach with one hand. Mu Yanyan raised the corner of her mouth and looked at the other party with contempt. It seemed that the other party knew what she was going to do next. But it was useless. This trick of yours no longer worked. Could I be fooled a second time? Really? Fine then, I'll wait for you. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Mu Yanyan smiled lightly and looked at the other person. But in Hua Jiza's eyes, this smile was like the seductive smile of the white bone demon, very beautiful but life-threatening. Hua Jiza was terrified. What? You're not going? Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore? Mu Yanyan smiled even more contemptuously when she saw the other person. He. I don't feel that much pain now. There's no rush. I'd better accompany you to pack your luggage. Hua Jiza had a bitter face and had no choice but to follow her up, only asking her to be gentler. Come in, what are you doing? You make it seem like I can eat you now. Mu Yanyan walked into the elevator and looked at Hua Jiza, who was hesitant and did not dare to enter the elevator. Can you be gentler later? Hua Jiza no longer concealed himself and looked directly at her. Cannot. Who knows, the other party is more obvious. Come in, otherwise, hee. Mu Yanyan looked at the other person and smiled, but this smile was like an angelic, beautiful fairy holding a bloody knife and waiting to look at someone. Hua Jiza gritted his teeth and walked straight in, but his neck had already started to shorten when he entered the elevator door, and his hands were still in a defensive position. What are you doing? Mu Yanyan originally wanted to hit him when the elevator closed. After all, she was very angry with him just now. But now seeing him like this, for some reason her anger subsided a lot and she laughed out loud instead. Hua Jiza was ready to be attacked by her at any time, his heart was in his throat, but after a few seconds, he didn't see anything coming from his body, but heard a laugh instead. When I opened my eyes, I saw the other person's face covering his lips and laughing, and I was stunned. You. As soon as Hua Jiza expressed his doubts, he saw the other person's face change instantly. Chapter 41. It seems like these days. When the elevator opened again, the two were already together. Wife, be gentle, be gentle. Hua Jiza's head tilted to one side, his ear was grabbed by the other party's white and tender hand, and his ear was already a little red. Are you repeating what you just said in the living room? As Mu Yanyan spoke, she looked fiercely at the other person who was begging for mercy with a painful look on his face. I don't dare, I don't dare. Gently, my ears have become much bigger. Hua Jiza was grabbed by the ear by the other party and walked out of the elevator towards the bedroom. You're still telling me it's inappropriate? It's as if you haven't touched my clothes at all. When Mu Yanyan said this, her face still showed obvious shyness. That's not the case when you're here. Besides, I was just holding the hanger. I didn't touch your underwear with my hands. Hua Jiza said this with a painful look on his face. Really? Why do I seem to have seen you touching it a month ago? And? Mu Yanyan suddenly stopped talking, not daring to continue, her face was very red. She had once seen the other person pick up her underwear and smell it. It was accidental. Don't accuse me wrongly. Hua Jiza was also startled. He thought that he was discovered by the other party when he smelled it carefully because her underwear had a familiar smell last time. Mu Yanyan couldn't say anything, so she could only snort coldly and grab the other person's ears fiercely. Hua Jiza cried out in pain. You still want me to pinch you, right? Mu Yanyan came to the cloakroom and saw Hua Jiza still standing at the door, rubbing his ears. My dear wife, if you have any instructions, I will do it for you right away. Hua Jiza was so scared that he hurried in with a flattering smile on his face. Mu Yanyan was once again made happy by the other party. A smile appeared on her face and she glared at the other party. Go over there and get a suitcase. Is one enough? Hua Jiza knew that women would like to take all their wardrobes and cosmetics with them when they go out. You're only going back for 2 or 3 days, why bring so many things with you? Mu Yanyan said unhappily. Put this one, and this one away. Don't wrinkle them. Mu Yanyan was looking for suitable clothes that she liked in the huge wardrobe. Hua Jiza followed behind her, already holding a bunch of things in his arms, and was still picking when he saw her. Well, I guess my wife can't pack all the items in one box. Hua Jiza reminded in a low voice. That's right, let me take a look and pick a few more. Mu Yanyan turned around and was stunned when she saw the clothes in the other person's arms. In the end, I picked out 20 or 30 pieces of clothes and skirts, and screened them again. Finally, I gave up because I couldn't put them down. I don't want these anymore. Put them back where they belong and don't mess them up. Mu Yanyan pointed at a dozen or so dresses on the bed. Isn't there still half a box left to be packed? Hua Jiza looked at the suitcase which was still half full and asked curiously. Fortunately, it is summer now and all the clothes are thin, otherwise one box would probably only be able to hold 10 pieces of clothes. Do you really have to tell me that these are for underwear? Mu Yanyan said this while glaring at the other person with a shy and angry look on her face. Hua Jiza was embarrassed. Go get me a few bottles of skincare products that I use frequently from the dressing table over there. Mu Yanyan pointed at the dressing table. Yeah, okay. Hua Jiza knew this. After all, he had seen her using it every day and had even applied it on her when she was pregnant. They were all extracted from plants that were harmless to the human body. And she has never used any foundation, lipstick or other cosmetics. After all, she has a beautiful face, and her bare face looks better than the ones put on by others with all kinds of makeup. When he took it, he had already seen her coming out of the cloakroom with a few small packaging bags, but he could still vaguely see that they contained underwear. Is that all? Hua Jiza placed 7 or 8 bottles on the bed. Well, there are a few facial masks in the drawer next to the bathroom. Mu Yanyan took a look and then nodded. Is that enough? Hua Jiza took a dozen directly, but he didn't know how many there were. Mu Yanyan looked at the number of facial masks in his hand, then stared at him. Do you want to use it too? What do I need these things for? Hua Jiza was stunned for a moment. No, why do you need so many tablets? We will be back in about 3 days, so you can take 7 or 8. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at the other person. Forget it, just pack it up and use it when the time comes. Look at your dry face. Mu Yanyan directly handed a small bag to the other party. Anything else you want to take? Mu Yanyan looked at the suitcase, which was almost full, and whispered thoughtfully. Do you want me to take that thing of yours with me? Hua Jiza hesitated for a while, but was still too embarrassed to speak. Mu Yanyan looked at the other person's shy face and frowned immediately, but she couldn't figure out what the other person was saying. My what? What are you talking about? Mu Yanyan frowned and looked at the other person. That. I remember your period came around the 28th, right? Today is the 26th. Hua Jiza looked embarrassed. When Mu Yanyan heard this, her face suddenly turned red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. But for some reason she felt secretly happy. I know. I buy them everywhere. Mu Yanyan lowered her head and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Fortunately, Hua Jiza had better hearing than ordinary people, otherwise she would not have heard it clearly. After a short silence, Mu Yanyan was still a little shy. Pack up your luggage. Yeah, okay. Both of them were a little embarrassed at this time. Well, I'm going to take a shower first. The flight is at 11:30 tomorrow morning. Mu Yanyan said this with embarrassment, and then went straight to the bathroom, but after a few seconds she came out and turned to the cloakroom, then took a pajamas before going into the bathroom. Hua Jiza couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Mu Yanyan, who was a little flustered. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Hua Jiza was awakened by Mu Yanyan. He woke up from the sofa in a daze, and the sunlight through the curtain she had just opened pierced his eyes. He subconsciously blocked his eyes with his hands, but his eyes still saw her standing in front of the window, revealing her perfect figure. In addition, he was wearing a thin pair of pajamas, and he was almost completely exposed in the sunlight. He unconsciously rolled his throat and swallowed his saliva. Mu Yanyan just turned around at this time and saw the other party covering his eyes with his hands. I'm sorry. But just as she finished saying this, she saw the other person swallowing his saliva. When she saw where his eyes were, she looked down and was startled, her face suddenly flushed. Where are you looking? Mu Yanyan covered some parts of her body with her hands and stood there. It was unclear whether she was frightened or what. Chapter 42, Pick up my wife in front of me. Where should I look? The sun is too bright, I can't open my eyes. Hua Jiza's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly recovered and spoke with a look of confusion. When Mu Yanyan heard what the other party said, she frowned. She even suspected that she had misunderstood. Could he really not be what she thought just now? But, just now I clearly saw him looking at me and swallowing his saliva. Could it be that he saw me and then? Could it be that he really thought it was wrong? Then you should get up quickly, we have to rush to the airport later. Mu Yanyan thought she had misunderstood him, but her face was still shy. When Hua Jiza heard the other party say this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue the matter further, otherwise he would not be able to continue pretending. By the time the two of them washed, changed their clothes and went downstairs, half an hour had passed and it was already 8:30. Miss, good morning, Uncle. Aunt Lee saw the two people coming down. Good morning, Aunt Lee. What delicious breakfast do you have today? Hua Jiza smiled at Aunt Lee. There are toast, fried eggs, poached eggs, white porridge, and steamed dumplings. Sir, what do you want to eat? Aunt Lee introduced with a smile. By the time they finished breakfast, it was almost 9 o'clock, and it was almost time for Mousse Sierra to dry her milk. Are all Auntie Sierra's things ready? Hua Jiza looked at the 3-month nannies. My uncle is ready and can leave at any time. A confinement nanny smiled at Hua Jiza. Wife, do you want to leave now, or wait until after 10 o'clock? Hua Jiza looked at Mu Yanyan, who was resting on the sofa in the living room. Mu Yanyan knew what the other party meant. If she waited until 10 o'clock to leave, she was afraid that she would get stuck in traffic and miss the plane, so she thought it would be okay to feed her baby in the car. Just feed him on the way. Mu Yanyan glanced at Mu Xier, who was giggling because of the confinement nanny. Aunt Li refused to go back with them no matter what, insisting that someone had to look after the house, and she was worried about others, so she had no choice but to let him stay at home. Several people said goodbye to Aunt Li and rushed to the airport. 5 adults and 1 child could only fit in 2 business cars. Hua Jiza, Mu Yanyan, and a confinement nanny holding Mu Xier sat in the first car, while the other 2 went straight to the airport in the same car with the luggage. Sure enough, not far from the villa area, there was a traffic jam on the main road. It was rush hour and it took more than 10 minutes to move only 1 or 2 kilometers. Honey, you are wise, otherwise we might not be able to catch the plane. Hua Jiza looked out the window at the various vehicles stuck in traffic, and then looked at Mu Yanyan, who was sitting next to him. Mu Yanyan just rolled her eyes at the other person and hadn't said anything yet when the confinement nanny sitting behind her holding Mu Xier started crying. Everyone knew why she was crying. After all, Mu Xier drank milk at almost the same time every day, with a difference of no more than half an hour. Give it to me, Auntie. Mu Yanyan turned around and looked at the confinement nanny behind her. Mu Yanyan took Mu Xier and was about to feed her. Her clothes were lifted up to her belly, but suddenly she put them down and looked at Hua Jiza, who was moving his head and looking around. Turn aside and don't look. Mu Yanyan used warning and stern words to Hua Jiza. I'm not that kind of person. Hua Jiza looked out the window and waved his hand in the direction of Mu Yanyan. The confinement nanny sitting in the back frowned, thinking that this couple was really weird, acting like strangers and being shy. After about 10 minutes. Baby Xier, do you want to drink more? Xier is so well behaved and cute. When Hua Jiza heard this voice, he knew that Mu Xier must have finished her meal, but he still didn't dare to look back. Who knows what the scene would be like next? It would be bad if Mu Yanyan lifted her clothes and exposed the child's bowl. Hua Jiza waited for a while, and just as he was about to ask, he heard Mu Yanyan's voice behind him. Okay. But Hua Jiza seemed not to hear it and still looked out the window, as if there was a beautiful woman outside the window. Mu Yanyan was about to take a break after she finished speaking, but she didn't see him turn around for half a minute. He was still looking out the window. She thought there was something outside the window, but there was nothing there, only vehicles passing by quickly. Is the view outside the window nice? There was obvious dissatisfaction in his words. What's wrong? Hua Jiza turned his head subconsciously and saw Mu Yanyan looking at him with some coldness. When Mu Yanyan heard what the other party said, she became even angrier. What did he mean by what happened? He was obviously in a daze just now and didn't hear what she said to him at all. I originally wanted him to massage my hands so I could take a break, but I never expected that he didn't care about me at all. Nothing, continue looking at the scenery outside your window. Mu Yanyan didn't know why she suddenly became very angry and spoke angrily. There's nothing to see outside, what should I see? I don't know if it's because Hua Jiza has been staring out the window for too long. He was in a drowsy state and couldn't tell Mu Yanyan's mood at the moment. Wife, has Sierra grown up? I'm tired of holding your hand just now. Let me help you massage it. Hua Jiza saw Mu Yanyan pinching her other arm with one hand from time to time. Mu Yanyan didn't say anything, she just turned her head away and pinched her arms more frequently and quickly. Honey, let me help you. Hua Jiza didn't care about anything else. He just took one of her hands and gently helped her to pinch it. At the beginning, she obviously pulled it back with force, but only for a moment, and then she went along with his wishes. Luckily we were almost at the airport, so I helped massage her for 5 or 6 minutes. Seeing other people in the lounge, Mu Yanyan did not show any signs of being at home. Instead, she sat on a chair and rested like a graceful, cool and beautiful woman, reading an unknown magazine in her hand. Hua Jiza was sitting not far from her, eating snacks. He didn't care what others thought of him or whether he made a fool of himself. Hello, beautiful lady. I am the manager of the marketing department of Xinyuan Technology. My name is Ping Tu Shuai. May I have the honor to... Hua Jiza, who was eating biscuits, suddenly heard a man's voice coming from beside his wife. He turned around and saw a bald man reaching out his hand to his wife with a disgusting face. Mu Yanyan just glanced at the man sideways, without even staying for a second, and looked at Hua Jiza, who was eating snacks on the side. Hua Jiza was staring at the man when he suddenly felt a cold gaze looking at him. He shivered subconsciously, and then he saw Mu Yanyan staring at him fiercely with cold eyes. He was so scared that he dropped the biscuit in his hand that he had just opened halfway. "Wow, beauty, you are so beautiful, you look like my wife, can I get to know you?" Hua Jiza came to Mu Yanyan's side, looked at her with an exaggerated expression, and even stretched out a hand. Mu Yanyan and the man were also stunned when they heard Hua Jiza's words. Before the man got angry, Mu Yanyan smiled and stretched out her hand. "Really? What a coincidence that you look like my ugly husband." Hua Jiza felt the tight grip on his hand and her smirk. He gritted his teeth and thought, okay, you want to play like this, right? Chapter 43. Want to experience it yourself? Hua Jiza was about to fight back, but the man next to him refused to let him go. It was obvious from his face that he was very angry, but he just suppressed his anger. "Sir, where are you employed?" Me? I am a strict father. Why do you want to get to know me? Do you need to cooperate with me?" Hua Jiza looked at the man. The man was obviously stunned for a moment, not understanding what this meant. Mu Yanyan, who was still shaking hands with Hua Jiza, chuckled. "What kind of job is this?" The man frowned, looking confused. In layman's terms, it means serving others and changing their shit in urine. Do you understand?" Hua Jiza explained it to him in a very serious manner. Mu Yanyan couldn't help it anymore at this time, and covered her lips with her other hand and giggled. "Damn it, you're kidding me." After hearing this, the man could no longer hold back his anger. He revealed his true face, pointed at Hua Jiza and cursed him, even raising his hand to attack him. Just when he was about to touch Hua Jiza, his face suddenly frowned as if someone had pressed a point on his body, and he covered his stomach with the hand that was about to hit Hua Jiza. Puff, puff, snap, snap. The man with his legs tightly clamped together suddenly looked relieved and comfortable. Then a foul odor spread throughout the lounge. "Fuck you, you're not questioning me, I want to verify it on the spot." Hua Jiza wanted to continue speaking when he was hit on the back of his head. When he turned around, he saw Mu Yanyan covering her mouth and nose with her hands, looking uncomfortable, nauseous and disgusted, and signaling him with her eyes to leave quickly. Some people present directly cursed the man in various ugly ways. Except for Hua Jiza, the others who came outside all showed expressions of relief. Mu Yanyan gasped for breath and it took her more than 10 seconds to recover. Hua Jiza used his hands to soothe her back. "Is my wife feeling better? How come you're okay? Don't you feel sick?" Mu Yanyan, who had recovered from her shock, looked up at Hua Jiza, who was helping her calm down. Considering that she was farther away from that man than he was, why was she about to vomit? But he was fine. I'm fine." Hua Jiza had already blocked his sense of smell and hearing before he attacked the man. Mu Yanyan looked at the other person with a look that said, "You're awesome." The few of them found a lounge and rested for half an hour before boarding the plane. Meals started being distributed shortly after the plane took off. "Honey, you should eat something. You have to feed 2 people." Hua Jiza looked at Mu Yanyan, who was resting with her eyes closed. She still looked a little nauseous. "No, I don't have as strong a heart as you. Don't talk to me, I need to rest for a while." Mu Yanyan didn't even open her eyes. She wanted to vomit when she saw the food, let alone eat it. Her stomach churned when she thought of the scene just now. "Okay then, I won't be polite then." Hua Jiza opened the sumptuous food box as he spoke, and even ate 2 servings at once. He also ate a lot of snacks, fruits, and drinks. It was indeed the most comfortable cabin. After more than an hour's flight, Hua Jiza didn't know what to do after dinner. He glanced at Mu Yanyan, who had her eyes closed. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, he suddenly heard a baby crying in the cabin. The flight attendant came out to comfort the passengers. One of the 3 confinement nannies who was sitting in the first-class cabin with them and holding Monsieur was a little overwhelmed at this moment, and apologized to the flight attendant apologetically. "Give it to me, auntie." Hua Jiza approached her, stood up and went to the side of the confinement nanny. When he took Monsieur, he seemed to touch the flight attendant and felt a soft feeling on his hand. The stewardess looked shy, but seeing that Hua Jiza didn't seem to notice anything, she thought it was not intentional. "How about I switch places with the confinement nanny?" Hua Jiza handed Monsieur to the arms of Mu Yanyan, who had just woken up. "Need not," Mu Yanyan said as she pulled up the curtain. 10 minutes later, Mu Yanyan closed the curtain. Hua Jiza, who was playing with things on the table, was startled by the sudden draw-away of the curtain. He took Mu Xier, who was handed to him, and wanted to play with her, but he didn't expect that the little girl actually closed her eyes and fell asleep. She looked like she was sleeping very sweetly, and her mouth would pout from time to time. Send the little one to the confinement nanny. Honey, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? When Mu Yanyan heard this, she suddenly made a vomiting gesture. Hua Jiza was frightened when he saw the other party looking at him with murderous eyes. He originally wanted to show some concern for the other party, but he never expected that he would treat the other party like this. I thought to myself, is it really that disgusting? If I had known, I wouldn't have let him take the goods to make his crotch diarrhea, I would have just used other punishments. You're talking to me about food, you. Mu Yanyan didn't even finish her words before she pretended to vomit again. The flight attendant felt something was wrong and walked over to Su Wen directly. She left only after finding out that everything was fine. Before the other party got angry with him, Hua Jiza slapped himself on the mouth with his hand and then made the zipper-like gesture of closing his mouth as she saw it. Mu Yanyan's anger, which she originally wanted to scold him, was forced to be suppressed by his sudden action, but she still glared at him fiercely. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Humph. I'll let you go this time. If you hear anything when you get home this time, don't worry about it, understand?" Mu Yanyan knew that when she returned home to hold Xier's 100-day banquet, there would definitely be some people talking nonsense, and she was afraid that Hua Jiza would be unhappy and take action when he heard it. "I'm talking to you, do you understand?" When Mu Yanyan saw that the other party did not answer her, but instead pointed his finger at his mouth and made a whimpering sound, she really wanted to strangle him right on the plane and start screaming. When Hua Jiza saw the angry look on his face, he became nervous and still pointed at his tightly closed mouth, but he still stuck to his idea of keeping his mouth shut. Mu Yanyan was about to take action, but suddenly she seemed to remember something and showed an expression that was both angry and amused. "I give you permission to speak now." Mu Yanyan glared at the other person fiercely. Yes. I know. I will obey you in everything." Hua Jiza sat upright and spoke seriously, almost saluting. "Honey, can I ask why?" Hua Jiza saw the anger on the other person's face fade away, so he asked nervously and curiously. Never mind. It doesn't hurt to tell you. You'll definitely hear it from others by then anyway. Mu Yanyan didn't want to mention this sad memory. "I had a childhood sweetheart, and just a few years ago, when we were about to get engaged, I was diagnosed with infertility during a checkup and was unable to have children in my lifetime." Mu Yanyan looked very lost when she said this, and there were even tears in her eyes. "Isn't this bullshit? If you are infertile, where would Sierra come from? I saw her growing up slowly in your belly until she came into this world. This is not a mediocre thing." Hua Jiza blurted out what he wanted to say when he heard this, but before he could finish, he saw a pair of cold eyes looking at him, and he was so scared that he shut up and dared not say anything. "If you interrupt me, I won't say anything." Hua Jiza once again made the big mouth and sealed mouth movements. Chapter 44, Falling Asleep in My Arms. Mu Yanyan made sure that he would not interrupt her again before she continued with what she was saying. "When I was diagnosed with infertility, he left the country overnight. He even asked someone else to break up with me. He could have just called or texted me, but he didn't. He just left like that. He and I have been together for more than 20 years. At that time, I felt that we were the happiest people in the world. Not only were we childhood sweethearts, but we also had the consent of both parents and were well matched. But when he found out that I was infertile, he didn't even give me comfort or the chance to meet me. He even said he loved me so much that he would even die for me, but in the end, when he found out about this, he left the country overnight. Woo. No man is good, they are all liars. As Mu Yanyan spoke, she burst into tears. Hua Jiza didn't say anything, but took out a few tissues and handed them to her. If there wasn't something separating the two of them, he would have wanted to hold her in his arms. A year ago, I was just like her. I liked to hide in a dark corner and cry alone at night. It lasted for 3 months and 18 days before I recovered. How I wish I had someone to accompany me, listen to my complaints and comfort me. He knew that the other party really wanted someone to hug and comfort him. But there was a fence between her and me, and seeing how sad she was, I finally got up and walked to her side. Fortunately, the first-class seat was spacious. He sat next to her and held her in his arms. Mu Yanyan in Hua Ji's arms was crying even more sadly at this time, and her tears had wet a large area of his clothes. It even attracted 2 flight attendants, who left quietly after seeing Hua Ji's waving. I don't know if it was because she was too sad, or because she cried for so long, but Mu Yanyan actually fell asleep in Hua Ji's arms. He asked the flight attendant to bring a blanket, and then Hua Ji stared at the person sleeping in his arms. I have to say that she is really beautiful. Even with tears still on her face, she is still so beautiful. He really couldn't understand why the man would abandon the beautiful woman who loved him so much. As he thought about it, he suddenly smiled bitterly. Yes, why would one leave someone who loves him very much? I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly I heard the voice of the flight attendant. Ladies and gentlemen, our plane is about to arrive at our destination, Lingdu. Please confirm that your seatbelts are fastened again. Mu Yanyan was also awakened by the sound. She got up from Hua Ji's arms in a daze, rubbed her eyes, and found that the place where she was lying comfortably just now was actually in his arms. Her face suddenly became shy. Wife, you're awake. The plane is about to descend. I'll fasten your seatbelt for you. Mu Yanyan stared at the person who was checking her seatbelt. She had no idea what she was thinking, and her eyes showed longing and infatuation. After checking, Hua Jiza returned to his seat. As soon as I walked out of the terminal, I saw Li Wanli waiting anxiously at the exit. Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza went over to greet them when they saw them. Mother. Oh, my dear Sierre, I miss Grandma so much. Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan were suddenly embarrassed, watching Li Wanlu walk around them and reach out to Mu Sierre, who was being held by the confinement nanny. Oh, my Sierre has grown so big and is getting prettier. Hee, her smile is so adorable. Does she miss Grandma too? Mu Yanyan looked at her mother holding Mu Sierre and teasing her with a happy look like a little child and smiled bitterly. 3 cars slowly drove into the Mu family mansion. When I entered the gate, I saw several people waiting in front of the villa from a distance. Mu Boyan rushed over before the cars even stopped, but the person he was looking for was not in the first car. He then ran to the second car and finally saw the little one in Li Wanliu's arms. But when he wanted to hug her, Li Wanlu pushed his hand away. Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan, who were standing nearby, were at a loss whether to laugh or cry when they saw this. Ha, Sheer is so popular. Luckily Grandpa isn't here, otherwise I probably wouldn't be able to get hugged by Mom and Dad. Hua Jiza said with a wry smile as he looked at the 2 people who followed Li Wanlu into the villa. Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan sat on the sofa in the living room and watched the 2 old people teasing Mu Sierre in various ways. They were really speechless. Mu Sierre was supposed to sleep at this time, but the 2 of them made it impossible for her to sleep. Fortunately, she didn't cry, but laughed happily instead. It was not until almost 4 o'clock when Mu Sierre became hungry and started crying that the 2 men let her go. However, Li Wanlu still watched Mu Sierre drink milk, and even watched with gusto, talking about the time when she and Mu Yanyan drank milk. Hua Jiza and Mu Boyan left the living room. The 2 grown men didn't dare to stay there. Tea room area. Xiao Zhe, tomorrow is Sierre's 100-day party. If you don't have any family or friends, you can invite them over. After all, you are Sierre's father. Mu Boyan poured the other person a cup of tea. Hua Jiza took a sip of tea. Dad, you should have heard Yenner say that I'm an orphan and I don't have many friends, and they can't come because of work. Hua Jiza suddenly thought of Master Linger, who was far away in the Misty Valley. If possible, he really wanted to call her over, but that was impossible. He had never seen Master leave since he could remember. Ah, I see. It's okay, Xiaoza. This is your home. If your friend wants to come, Dad will arrange for someone to pick him up. If it's for work, tell me what their company is called and who the boss is. Dad still has a certain status in the business world. Their boss should give your dad this face. If it really comes to that, let your friend come to work for Dad. The treatment will definitely not be worse than his original one. Mu Boyan looked at the other person and spoke seriously. When Hua Jiza heard the other party say this, he felt that it would be hard to justify himself if he was lying to him. During the 3 years in Shitong City, I went back and forth between the 2 places because I was with my girlfriend and took care of her feelings. I didn't have any real friends. Hua Jiza smiled bitterly again when he thought about this, thinking that for her, he refused to attend parties and socialize. Even if many people of the opposite sex approached him, he rejected them all, just because he didn't want her to have any bad thoughts. But in the end, When Mu Boyan saw the other party suddenly show such an expression, he frowned and asked in confusion. Xiaozhe, what's wrong with you? Are you in any trouble? You can tell your dad. It's okay, Dad. I just thought about some past events. Dad, I don't actually have any real friends, so forget it. Hua Jiza chuckled and explained. Well, if anyone you know wants to come, tell Dad and he'll send someone to pick them up. Well, Xiaoza, Dad has something else he wants to tell you. Mu Boyan also turned the corner and started to get to the point. Well, Dad, tell me what's going on. Hua Jiza looked at Mu Boyan, who had an embarrassed and hesitant expression. Chapter 45 Mu Yanyan's Past. It's like this. Do you know Yenner's past? Mu Boyan thought about it and decided to ask first. A little bit. Hua Jiza thought about the love history that Mu Yanyan had told him on the plane just now. He only knew this much and had no idea what the other party wanted to say. Did you know that Yenner was diagnosed with infertility? Mu Boyan felt a little sad when he thought about this. Yes, Yenner mentioned it to me. Hua Jiza just looked at the other person and nodded. Then she should have also told you that she was almost engaged to someone else? This matter was a thorn in their family's side. Many people laughed at them behind their backs, but due to their family's influence, no one dared to speak out directly. Because of this incident, they lost their daughter's company at home and hid in Shitong City alone, and even did not return home for several years. Yeah, I've heard of it. Hua Jiza clenched his fists when he spoke. He was really angry. If that man was here, he would probably really hit him. Firstly, for Mu Yanyan, and secondly, as a man, he looked down on such people. It seems that she told you that this matter is Yenner's concern. We dare not mention anything related to this matter in front of her. Because of this incident, she left Lingdu and went to Shitong City alone for several years without returning home. As a father, I couldn't do anything for her. I felt so ashamed of her. I feel like a failure. Mu Boyan felt very regretful and self-blaming when he said this. Dad, can you tell me a little more about this? Hua Jiza looked at the other person calmly. It doesn't hurt to talk to you. After all, you are nominally his husband now. It all started when I met his father. By chance, his father and I met because of our company cooperation. We were both young at that time. After a few drinks, we had a great time chatting and started treating each other like brothers. Later, we both had successful careers, started families, and had children. The two families often have dinner together, and as they visit each other, they become more and more familiar with each other, and the two children also get along well with each other. I remember that on Yenner's 5th birthday, when the two were chatting, Yenner's mother suddenly suggested that they arrange a marriage for each other. At that time, the two families had a good relationship, and the two children liked each other, so both parties agreed. Everything was fine at the beginning, and we were glad to make this decision. They really got along well, and even declared themselves boyfriend and girlfriend in college. But when Yenner was 23 and preparing to get engaged, she was diagnosed with infertility. We were devastated at the time. Especially the old man, because he fainted because of this matter. After all, the news was passed on only to him and me, so we couldn't accept it for a while after hearing it. And Lu Xiao, who was nothing but a worthless person, actually ran away after learning about this and left the country that same night. The most hateful thing is that his parents, who are also my best brothers, actually made excuses for him. Our two families broke up because of this incident. As a father, I understand. After all, no one wants to cut off the incense of his own family, so I didn't do anything to their family. But the old man doesn't care about these things. After all, Yenner is his only granddaughter. He usually loves her so much, but in the end, she was bullied like this. How could he bear it? He directly ordered people to attack their family's business and even sent people to capture them. Finally, Yenner spoke up and the matter was over. But the old man still drove them out of the capital, but Yenner still hasn't come back. Mu Boyan's thoughts went back to the past. But now it's all good. Yenner finally has her own child, and we Mu have an heir. This is simply God's favor to our Mu family. But, I don't know who the child's biological father is. Mu Boyan was excited, or maybe he felt depressed again when he thought about not finding the child's biological father. With technology so advanced now, is it possible that we still can't find it? Hua Jiza doesn't believe that there is nothing that cannot be found. As long as he wants to find it, it is not an easy thing. After all, there are cameras everywhere, plus the old man's identity. Isn't it a simple thing to find someone? Maybe it's just like Yenner said, this is God's will. Just let it be. No matter how big the obstacles are, they will appear. Mu Boyan chuckled and said that they were actually afraid that the other party would find out that they had a child and come to snatch custody. Yeah, that's right. Hua Jiza doesn't want the other person to appear now. After all, it has been more than a year and he is somewhat attached to her. In addition, he has such a lovely daughter, although she is not his biological child. Xiaozhe, I'm telling you this because I'm afraid you'll be unhappy if you hear something tomorrow. Mu Boyan looked at Hua Jiza. He. Dad, I can't. Yenner also told me that on the plane. Hua Jiza said with a chuckle. Dad, what are you talking about? At this time, Mu Yanyan's voice came from behind. Nothing much, just chatting casually, and about Sierra's 100-day banquet tomorrow. Mu Boyan gave Hua Jiza a look, then looked at Mu Yanyan and said with a smile. Well. Mu Yanyan suddenly lost interest. She didn't want to hold a 100-day banquet in the first place, but she had no choice but to accept the arrangements made by her family. The main purpose was to dispel the jokes that happened a few years ago and make them shut up, otherwise she would not hold this 100-day banquet. Where's my wife Xier? Hua Jiza looked at Mu Yanyan and smiled. She sleeps after eating. You know that. Mu Yanyan showed a little fatigue. Yenner, do you have any suggestions for Xier's 100-day banquet tomorrow? Mu Boyan looked at the chair next to Hua Jiza. Just took a sip of the tea that the other person brought. I don't have any suggestions. I'll take your advice. How can this be possible? Sierra is your biological daughter. As a mother, how can I not participate in the planning? Mu Boyan was not happy when he heard this. For example, Sierra's outfit for tomorrow, and the cake, etc., it would be better for you as a mother to do these. Mu Boyan poured them another cup of tea. What do you think, husband? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza. Me? Ha. I'm a grown man, how can I understand these things? Hua Jiza was stunned for a moment, then pointed at his face and smiled helplessly. Wife, I think it's better for you to make the decision. After all, we are both women, and she is Sierra's mother. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her mother, and birds of a feather flock together. What you like must also be what Sierra likes. Chapter 46. Are they two? Mu Yanyan let out a breath and no longer expected him to give her any advice, let alone do anything. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Mu Yanyan took a sip of tea. At around 5 o'clock, all the important people from various families in the capital received the invitation from the Mu family. Some well-informed people did not see any changes in the content of the invitation, but some less well-informed people showed surprised expressions when they saw the content of the invitation. The three major families in the capital Lu family. Dad. Tomorrow is Uncle Mu's great-granddaughter's 100-day banquet. Let's go together then, or... A middle-aged man was respectful to an old man who was sitting on the sofa and reading a newspaper. Let's go together. I haven't met Yenner's daughter yet. In the past few months, I have often heard Brother Mu talking about his great-granddaughter, saying how cute and wonderful she is. Now I am looking forward to it. The old man put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at the man. By the way, pack up my jade pendant. Lu Yanhua suddenly thought of something and looked at the middle-aged man. Dad, that Qing Emperor Qianlong. The old man didn't wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking and interrupted him with his hand. Yenner can be considered half my granddaughter, just a jade pendant. The middle-aged man could only nod when he heard this, and then went to prepare. Son family. Dad, the Mu family sent an invitation. Didn't Dad say that the girl from the Mu family is infertile? Why are they holding a 100-day banquet now? Could she be adopted? A middle-aged man was whispering to an old man who was pruning flower branches in the garden. The old man paused and looked back at the middle-aged man who was speaking. It shouldn't be. I heard last year that the old man from the Mu family personally went to Shitong City twice. If he was adopting a child, he wouldn't have gone there for so many days. It also matches the time. The four small families, the Sun family, the Huang family, the Bai family, the Li family, and the Wu family, were different. They all showed expressions of disbelief, and even speculated where the Mu family would adopt a child in order to continue their offspring. Some people even boldly speculated that this was Mu Boyan's illegitimate child. After dinner, the Mu family sat in the living room to rest. Only Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan were sitting in the living room to rest, while Mu Boyan and Li Wanlu were teasing Mu Sierra on the side, and some even got a little angry because of Sierra, but Mu Boyan always lost. Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan couldn't help but smile bitterly when they saw this. Pour me a glass of water. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who was sitting next to her. Okay. Hua Jiza had just stood up and taken a few steps when an ant came over and asked. Hua Jiza waved away her good intention. Although it was the other party's duty, he was not that precious. Besides, it was his wife who called him. If she wanted to call someone else, she would have called him long ago. It's warm, maybe a little hot, drink it carefully. Hua Jiza handed her a glass of warm boiled water and reminded her. Why are you warming it for me? I want it cold. Mu Yanyan immediately became unhappy and didn't answer. You can't touch cold things recently, be obedient and drink warm water. Hua Jiza continued to pass it on. Why can't I? Mu Yanyan seemed to suddenly think of something and stopped talking midway, her face suddenly turning red with embarrassment. I obediently took the cup of water he handed over and drank it. Hey, be careful, it's hot. Hua Jiza still said it was too late. Mu Yanyan had already put the water to her lips and started drinking. Fortunately, it was not very hot, just a little warm. Mu Yanyan took the cup away and spilled the water on her skirt. Honey, are you okay? Are you burned? Hua Jiza nervously came over to help her pat the wet parts of her skirt. He was so anxious that he didn't care where they were. It's okay, it's all right. Mu Yanyan didn't notice this at first, but she was embarrassed after she found out. Seeing Hua Jiza still helping her wipe the areas between her thighs and belly that were splashed with water, she didn't dare to say anything as her face had turned red all the way to her neck. Honey, now, what's wrong with me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hua Jiza looked up and saw her blushing face, staring blankly at the place he was wiping. When he lowered his head to look again, he felt embarrassed. The two of them suddenly separated far apart, both looking shy, not daring to look at each other, and both leaning their heads against each other. What's wrong? What got burned? At this time, Mu Boyan, who was teasing Mu Sier, turned his head and looked at the two strange people. Nothing. They both said it almost at the same time. Why are you guys acting weird? Why are your faces so red? Did you get burned? Mu Boyan looked at their red cheeks, frowned and asked. It's okay, Dad. It might be because of the hot weather. When Hua Jiza saw that Mu Yanyan didn't say anything but lowered her head, he smiled foolishly. Is it hot? I think it's still a little cool. Then I'll have someone turn the temperature down a bit. Butler Huang. No need, Dad. No need. It won't be good if Sierra gets cold. Hua Jiza hurriedly stopped him. That's fine too. Mu Boyan nodded when he heard it, then waved to the butler. I'm going to change my clothes. Mu Yanyan felt that she couldn't stay here, so she got up and left. Honey, I'll accompany you. Hua Jiza subconsciously stood up and followed. Mu Boyan immediately showed an expression of disbelief on his face as he looked at the backs of the two people in front and behind him. Hey, Yenner's mother. Mu Boyan kept his eyes on the two people's backs and pushed Li Wanlu, who was teasing Mu Sier, with one hand. What are you doing? Li Wanlu said this with some impatience as she was having fun with her granddaughter. You see the two of them? Mu Boyan raised his head towards Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza. What happened to those two? Li Wanlu frowned and looked at the backs of the two of them walking upstairs one after the other, then looked at Mu Boyan, who had a somewhat happy expression on his face, and asked curiously. Don't you think they are both weird at this moment? Mu Boyan said this with a smile on his face. Strange? What's strange about it? I can't tell. Sierra, my precious granddaughter. Li Wanlu rolled her eyes at the other person and continued to tease Mu Sier. No. They both went up together? They can't be the real one, can they? Mu Boyan said this with a look of excitement and joy on his face. Let's go up together. What's the big deal? I've been up there with Xiaoza before. Li Wanlu turned her head and rolled her eyes at the other person and spoke unhappily. No, do you know why Yenner went up there? Yenner just said she was going upstairs to change clothes, and Xiaoza followed her upstairs. Don't you think this is? Mu Boyan had an expression that said, you know what I mean, especially his happy smile. He almost said what was in his heart. Yenner changed her clothes, and Xiaoza went up with her. It's not very proper, that's not right, it's not normal, it's very abnormal. As Li Wanlu spoke, she suddenly became excited. Then the two looked at each other, and each could see what the other was thinking. How about we? Li Wanlu gave a wicked smile. Chapter 47, Being Peeped at, Misunderstood. The nanny couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the two people walking towards the stairs cautiously and excitedly. Mu Yanyan walked into the bedroom cloakroom shyly. It was unclear whether she did not notice Hua Jiza following in, or whether she thought it was natural. Her hands had already touched her skirt, and just when she was about to take it off, she suddenly saw Hua Jiza standing at the door with a look of shock on his face. He turned his head away, and bumped into the corner of the wall, making a bang sound. She was startled awake, and her face quickly turned red all the way to her neck. The redness that had just subsided was now even redder than before. Why did you follow me? Mu Yanyan even stuttered when she spoke. I'm going out. I'm going out now. Hua Jiza was also extremely embarrassed. Even though he felt pain on his forehead, he smiled foolishly, turned around and left quickly, and even almost bumped into the wall again. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and blocked it with his hand. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza's back as he disappeared at the door, and couldn't help but cover her lips with her hands and chuckled. After about 10 seconds, when she was sure that the other person was not there, she took off her wet skirt, and even looked towards the door, as if she was afraid that the other person would look back. She was so nervous that she even tripped over her skirt. Hua Jiza sat on the sofa, looking at the place where he slept a few months ago. He had not yet had a good look at this room. Looking at the pink bedroom, it looked like a princess room. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that this room belonged to Mu Yanyan herself, because it was so incompatible with her current personality. When Hua Jiza saw a photo frame on the desk, he stood up and walked over to take a look. He thought it must be a photo of Mu Yanyan when she was young. I walked to the desk and just about to grab the photo frame when I heard Mu Yanyan's nervous and excited voice behind me. Don't want. Why? Hua Jiza held the photo frame and looked at Mu Yanyan, who was jogging towards him nervously. At this time, she had changed into a set of casual home clothes. No, don't look. Mu Yanyan looked at the photo frame in Hua Jiza's hand nervously and reached out to grab it. Now that you mention it, I just added it to watch it. Hua Jiza immediately became interested and started to fight with her, neither of them even realizing that their relationship was very ambiguous. There was a gap in their bedroom door, and at this moment, two middle-aged men and women were standing at the door eavesdropping, and even trying to look through the gap. When I heard the conversation between two people coming from the bedroom, they first looked at each other, then covered their mouths and laughed, exchanged glances, and then gently pushed the door open and looked inside. When they saw Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza pressed together and twisting their bodies, they suddenly became shy, quickly closed the door gently, and then left carefully. The two of them walked to the stairs and let out a breath when they were about 10 meters away from Mu Yanyan's bedroom. Then they both laughed excitedly. Yanyan's father, it seems that the two of them are really together. It doesn't matter whose daughter Yener is, this is still an easy thing. Mu Boyan said this proudly, his face showing an extremely happy expression at this moment. He almost burst into laughter. If it were just the two of them at home, he would probably really laugh out loud. How was I also deceived by you in the past? Li Wanlu looked at the other person with a sidelong glance and snorted coldly, but her face was smiling happily. That's because you're willing to fall into my hands. The two of them left laughing and joking. While they were playing in the bedroom, the two of them were fighting and hiding, and they didn't know that they were being spied on, which led to a big misunderstanding. Give it to me, and bring it here at once, I won't let you see it. Mu Yanyan's entire body was stuck to Hua Jiza, especially her upper body, some parts of which were even deformed. No, I want to see it. What kind of photo made you react like this? Why don't you show it to me? I want to see it. Hua Jiza grabbed the photo frame and put it behind himself, hiding her slender hand. Suddenly he felt his upper body was cold and a little soft. He looked down subconsciously and immediately felt embarrassed, even a little shy. He stopped and moved his hand away. Mu Yanyan grabbed it immediately and was about to feel proud when she suddenly noticed the other person's eyes looking at a certain place on her. She followed his gaze and found. Hooligan, pervert. Mu Yanyan was shocked. The clothes she had just changed were wet again, and even the other person's upper body was wet. She was shocked, angry, and embarrassed. She suddenly stepped hard on Hua Jiza's toes, then shyly ran to the cloakroom with the photo frame in her hand. "Oh my god, it hurts, it hurts." Hua Jiza covered his feet that were stepped on hard by her, jumped up and down, and looked at the back that disappeared at the door of the cloakroom. It took him about half a minute to recover. He pulled at the wet upper part of his clothes and for some reason he suddenly sniffed it. So this is what breast milk tastes like. He actually looked as if he was in a daze. I took a look at the bedroom and found that I had not taken my luggage with me. I walked towards the bathroom and remembered that there was a hairdryer there. By the time he finished drying his clothes, 5 or 6 minutes had passed, and Mu Yanyan had also changed her clothes and walked out. When Hua Jiza came out of the bathroom, he saw Mu Yanyan glaring at him with an angry look on her face. He said nothing, then simply opened the door and walked out. Hua Jiza smiled bitterly before following him out, but he didn't dare to follow too closely, for fear that the other party would attack him. He followed cautiously downstairs. Grandfather. When Mu Yanyan arrived on the first floor, she saw Muangwa happily holding Mu Sierre and teasing her. "Oh, baby Sierre, look, mommy is here." Muangwa looked at Mu Yanyan, who was walking towards him quickly and happily, but it was obvious from her face that there was still some remnant of anger. However, when Muangwa saw Hua Jiza following cautiously 4 or 5 meters behind him, he immediately understood what was going on, and the smile on his face became even happier. "Ha, Sierra looks so happy, do you like playing with Grandpa?" Mu Yanyan came up to Muangwa, who was holding Mu Sierra, and teased the smiling little one in his arms. Mu Sierra was giggling, and it was unclear whether she understood what was said or was just happy to see her mother coming. "Grandpa, didn't you say you would come over tomorrow? Why are you here now?" Mu Yanyan led Muangwa to sit on the sofa. "I miss my Yener and Shier." Muangwa glanced at Mu Yanyan with a smile, and then teased the little one in his arms. "Grandfather." Hua Jiza greeted the old man. "Well. Xiaoza, sit down, don't stand." Muangwa smiled and nodded. Hua Jiza sat next to Mu Boyan and nodded to him and greeted him. When Hua Jiza sat down, Mu Boyan's nose twitched a few times, and his nose got closer and closer to Hua Jiza. "What's wrong, Dad? Do I smell like sweat?" When Hua Jiza saw the other person like this, he couldn't help but sniff, but found nothing. No. There is just a faint milky smell. It should be because Sierra vomited." Mu Boyan frowned and said. When Hua Jiza heard this, he suddenly felt embarrassed. This was not caused by Sierra vomiting, but was obviously caused by his clothes. He suddenly felt embarrassed and even sat uncomfortably, for fear that the other party would smell the odor from him and then think about it. Chapter 48. Should I go back to my room and sleep? Mu Yanyan, who was chatting with Muangwa, paused when she heard this. Even her tone of voice changed and her face turned red. "Ha? What's wrong, Yener?" Muangwa was teasing Mu Sierra and chatting with her when he suddenly heard Mu Yanyan's tone was not right. He turned around and found that she was lowering her head with a red face. "Ha? Nothing, Grandpa." Mu Yanyan was startled and quickly explained. However, her explanation made people even more suspicious. Even the couple who were staring at Mu Sierra and Muangwa's arms turned to Mu Yanyan, with frowns and curious expressions on their faces. They don't even know what their own daughter is like, so there must be something wrong with these words and expressions. When Hua Jiza saw the other person's appearance, he understood what was going on. After all, he could be said to be the culprit. Now, among the people in the living room, except for the 3 youngest ones, everyone else is looking at each other, as if they are communicating something with their eyes. Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan were leaning against each other, either playing with the corners of their clothes or their fingernails. Mu Boyan and Li Wanlu exchanged glances for a while, and smiles appeared on their faces. They roughly guessed the reason. Mu Boyan even moved closer to Hua Jiza, sniffed his nose lightly, and then showed an expression of realization. When Li Wanlu saw her husband's eyes and expression, she smiled happily, but her face still looked a little shy. After Mu Sierra fell asleep, they discussed the information about tomorrow's banquet and then went back to their respective places. Mu Boyan originally wanted to lead Hua Jiza back to the room, but when he was about to speak, he was stopped by Li Wanlu, who said something and took Mu Boyan away. Muangwa had returned to his room to handle official business as soon as Mu Sierra finished feeding. At this time, only Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza were sitting in the living room, looking at each other. After about 10 minutes, Hua Jiza finally spoke. "Well, it's getting late, let's go back and rest. Is my room still the same as before?" Hua Jiza paused for a moment and added this sentence. Although he guessed from her parents' behavior just now that they wanted the 2 of them to sleep in the same room, he was still a little worried that Mu Yanyan would not be able to let go. After all, Sierra would definitely come over to drink milk at night, and it was possible that her parents would come as well. They knew that the two of them slept in the same room. Although they were caught last time, they had some guesses but were not sure. If they were caught tonight, the two of them would not be able to explain it clearly, and it would also affect Mu Yanyan in the future, so he still considered the other party. Mu Yanyan was a little shy when she heard the previous sentence, but she suddenly became unhappy when she heard it. His face suddenly became gloomy and he looked at the other person coldly. It took him 3 or 4 seconds before he spoke. "Do you dislike me? Or are you afraid of something?" Mu Yanyan said this with some anger and disappointment. There was expectation for an answer in her eyes, and she was nervous and afraid that the other party would say something she didn't want to hear. Why would I dislike you? As for being afraid, I do have some. Hua Jesus said this with some embarrassment. Phew, I'm not that horny. Mu Yanyan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the other person with a contemptuous expression. Hua Jesus was immediately annoyed when he saw this. Damn, what kind of expression and look is this? It makes him seem like a bad person. Never mind. Then what do you say we should do? I don't care anyway. It doesn't matter where you sleep, as long as you're not afraid of it affecting you. Hua Jesus suppressed what he wanted to say and gave in. Let the other party say whatever she wants and see him however she wants. Anyway, there is nothing between him and her. They are just a contractual couple and a cooperative partnership. Mu Yanyan just rolled her eyes at him, then stood up and walked towards the stairs. After taking a few steps, she looked back as if she was afraid that he would not catch up with her. Why, do you want me to treat you? Mu Yanyan came to the stairs and suddenly remembered that she didn't see Hua Jesus' luggage in the cloakroom today. She knew that her father and mother must have asked someone to send it to another room, so she said to a nanny, "Go and move my uncle's luggage to my room." "Yes, miss." Hua Jesus, who was following behind her, was stunned when he heard this. Was he going to show his true colors? Was he not going to hide it anymore? Aren't you afraid that your father and mother will know about this? Hua Jesus took 2 quick steps and asked her. You think they don't know we share the same bedroom? They knew it the first day you slept in my bedroom in West Copper City. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at the other person. She had known for a long time that Aunt Lee was an undercover agent sent by her father, but she just didn't say it. When Hua Jesus heard this, he immediately understood. No wonder Aunt Lee took a secret photo of him with her mobile phone while sitting in the living room on the night he moved into her house. So that's how it was. Then your family already knows about our situation, why are you still doing this? Or do they want to tell us that we can no longer sleep in the same room? Hua Jesus frowned and looked at the other person. Mu Yanyan glanced at the other person and felt that he was really stupid sometimes. Hey, no, what do you mean? You haven't answered me yet? Hua Jesus looked at Mu Yanyan's back as she walked up the stairs. Mu Yanyan stopped and looked at him with a silly face. She was really speechless. Her father and mother had been so obvious just now, and he was actually asking such a question now. She really didn't know if the other party did it on purpose, or was really as stupid as a pig. I find you dumber than a pig. It's your first time here. My dad will take you to your room and my mom will take me back to my room. What about now? They went straight back to their room and told us to rest early. Didn't you see the way they looked at us when they returned? What do you think they mean? Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at the other person and spoke unhappily. Are you asking me to be self-aware and go back to my room? Hua Jesus tilted his head in thought. You can go die now. Mu Yanyan really wanted to kick the other person downstairs. There was really no hope for him. She walked towards her bedroom angrily, opened the door as wide as possible, and left the door open for him, as if she was afraid that the other person would be too stupid to come in. What did I do again to make her angry? Hua Jesus scratched his head and muttered to himself. When God saw this, he would wonder if the aftereffects of the pregnancy had been transferred to him. He came to Mu Yanyan's bedroom door with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing the door open, he was stunned for a moment, but finally walked in. Close the door. You know where the quilt is. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jesus who came in, but she didn't see him close the door, and she almost got angry and wanted to fight again. Hua Jesus was just about to continue asking what to do if his father and mother saw it when he heard a voice coming from the door. Miss, this is my son-in-law's luggage. Can you please sort it out and hang it up? No need, just give it to him. Okay. When the young nanny saw the other party waving, she stepped out and closed the door. Hua Jiza looked at the luggage in front of him and could only smile bitterly, thinking that he could not run away. So let it be, he would just sleep on the sofa anyway and not in bed with her, so what if it was discovered? Chapter 49. Just find it. What do you want to say? Mu Yanyan saw that the other party opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something to her, but was interrupted by the nanny who brought the luggage. No, nothing. Right, do you want to take a shower first, or should I? Hua Jiza smiled innocently. Please pack your luggage first. Having said that, Mu Yanyan went back to the cloakroom, took out a set of pajamas and walked towards the bathroom. An hour later, Hua Jiza came out of the bathroom in his pajamas and was just about to lie down on the sofa, which was already covered with a quilt. Come and give me a massage. Mu Yanyan found that she could no longer do without the other person's daily massage, otherwise she would not be able to fall asleep at all. Okay. Hua Jiza had already gotten used to it, but he was not in Shitong City today, so he thought the other party didn't need it. Mu Yanyan was wearing a nightgown at the moment, which was somewhat sexy and looked like one of her old ones. He had been with her for at least a year, but he had never seen her wear this nightgown. If he looked closely, he could even see the other side's towering peaks. The other party seemed to be completely unaware of it and still had his eyes closed with a look of enjoyment on his face. Come closer, yes, harder. Mu Yanyan looked like she was enjoying the place being pinched by the other person, and her whole body felt extremely relaxed. Please massage my arms and feet, too. Honey, why do you feel so comfortable when you massage me? I feel like you're more professional than those professionals. Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza, who was massaging her hands. Then is there any extra salary? Hua Jiza laughed and joked. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at the other person. You're such a killjoy. My feet are sore, give them a massage. Mu Yanyan then raised her white, tender and straight feet. Why are you acting so weird today? Why do you always look away? Am I ugly and annoying you? When Mu Yanyan saw the other person massaging her feet, she kept looking away. No, it's easier to use force this way, and it makes my body feel more comfortable. Hua Jiza said this, but he must have started cursing in his heart. Damn it, why didn't I look at you today? Don't you know that I suspect you are pretending? You are completely exposed. Auntie, I am a normal man. Well. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Go to bed early. Sheer will come over a few times in the evening. After a while, Mu Yanyan lifted her feet, shaking off the hands that were massaging her feet. Good night, wife. Having said that, Hua Jiza stood up and walked towards the sofa. Mu Yanyan frowned and looked at the other person walking towards the sofa in confusion. Does your back hurt? Why are you bending over? Ahem, yes, I'm old and my waist is not very useful anymore. Hua Jiza walked towards the sofa without turning his head and answered. Is it serious? Should we go to the hospital? Mu Yanyan, who had just laid down, sat up again with a worried look on her face. No, it's okay. I guess it's because of the flight today. Just take a rest. Hua Jiza had already come to the sofa at this time. Is that really okay? Mu Yanyan still said this with some concern. It's okay. I know my body. It's getting late, go to bed early, good night. Hua Jiza waved his hand and then lay down. I don't know how long it had been, but Hua Jiza, who was sleeping, suddenly heard a noise at the door. He got up and saw a figure coming in from the door. He stood up and rubbed his eyes, knowing that Monsieur wanted to drink milk, but when he looked closely and saw the face of the person walking in front of Monsieur, he was so frightened that he suddenly became completely sober. Mom, why are you here? Just let the confinement nanny do this. Hua Jiza spoke nervously and awkwardly. It's okay. I just got up to drink some water and heard Sierra crying. Li Wanlu was not surprised to see Hua Jiza appear in this room, as she had thought of it a long time ago. At this time, Mu Yanyan also got up. This had become her habit. Every time it was time for Monsieur to drink milk, she would wake up. It had become an instinctive alarm clock for her body. Mom, why did you come here in person? Mu Yanyan sat at the head of the bed and watched Li Wanlu and Hua Jiza talking. Li Wanlu explained it again and then handed the crying Musier over. Hua Jiza avoided this embarrassing situation by going to the bathroom. He came out only when he heard the sound of someone walking at the door. Xiao Zhe, go to sleep quickly. Li Wanlu watched Hua Jiza walk out of the bathroom door. Well, Mom, you should go to bed early too. He nodded and watched them leave, then closed the door and walked back. Honey, do you want to go to the bathroom? Seeing her shake her head, I asked again, do you want some water? No, I can do it. You go to sleep first. Mu Yanyan, leaning against the head of the bed, waved her hand. Are you tired? How about I give you a massage to relax you? Hua Jiza said this and was about to walk over. No, I'll just be there for a few minutes. You go to sleep first. Mu Yanyan simply waved her hand and refused again. Why aren't you asleep yet? Why are you looking at me? When Mu Yanyan saw the other person return to the sofa, he sat still and looked at her. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing, I just found you pretty like this, so I wanted to take a closer look. Hua Jiza didn't know why he suddenly said this. He felt a little regretful after he finished speaking. In my heart, how come I said what was in my heart out loud? Mu Yanyan was also stunned by the other party's words. She was stunned for 2 seconds before she reacted and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Go to bed, good night. Mu Yanyan lay down directly. Her face was already flushed, her heartbeat was much faster, her hands had left marks on the quilt buckle, and she was thinking some strange things in her mind. This time, Hua Jiza was stunned. He thought the other party would despise him or something else, but he had no idea that the other party would say such words, and even say goodnight to him. Will the sun rise from the west tomorrow? I was originally nervous, but now I am confused, curious and puzzled. I even lay on the sofa for a long time and couldn't fall asleep, with all kinds of thoughts in my mind. At around 6 o'clock the next morning, the sky was just beginning to pale, but the sun did not rise from the west. Husband is up. Hua Jiza, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by someone. What's wrong? When he opened his eyes, he saw Mu Yanyan bending over beside him, holding his hand and shaking it gently. Get up, today is Sierra's 100th day banquet, there are many things to prepare. Mu Yanyan explained softly. After Hua Jiza focused his vision, his throat couldn't help but roll. Mu Yanyan, who was bending over to get closer to him, could hear the sound of him swallowing his saliva. What's wrong? Are you thirsty? Chapter 50 Musier's 100 Days Banquet 1. No. I'm thirsty. Hua Jiza was almost exposed, and quickly shifted his gaze, speaking nervously. Then, get up quickly. Mu Yanyan said as she walked straight to the bed and opened the curtains. It was almost 7 o'clock when the two of them came out of the bedroom. This is because Mu Yanyan dressed up and put on some makeup. When Mu Yanyan and her friend arrived on the first floor, the Mu couple had already arranged things in the living room. Mu Xier was sleeping soundly in the crib beside her. Wow! Yanyan, you look so beautiful today. When Li Wanlu saw Mu Yanyan coming down, she was immediately surprised. Mom, you look beautiful today too. Mu Yanyan felt a little shy after hearing what she said. Yanyan, mommy hasn't seen you put on makeup for a long time. You are so beautiful. You are worthy of being mommy's biological baby daughter. Li Wanlu walked around in front of Mu Yanyan and looked her up and down. You are praising yourself. At this time, Mu Boyan interrupted. Li Wanlu glared at the other party. Why am I beautiful? I don't know who I was back then. Ahem, beautiful, beautiful. You and your daughter are the most beautiful in the world in my heart. Mu Boyan interrupted quickly, with a hint of embarrassment still on his face. What happened to Mom? Mu Yanyan suddenly became curious. It's nothing, it's just that your mother was as beautiful as you back then. Come here Yinner, come and take a look. Which of these photos looks good? Mu Boyan quickly grabbed Mu Yanyan's hand, stopping the mother and daughter from continuing talking, otherwise, all those cheesy words he said when pursuing her mother would be revealed. Li Wanlu glared at her husband who took her daughter away. Dad, aren't these photos of me during my pregnancy and confinement? How did you make them into posters? Mu Yanyan became a little dissatisfied when she saw the poster on the huge coffee table. After all, these could be said to be her private photos. This is what your grandfather asked for. Mom can't do anything about it. And your grandfather gave me a death order. Mu Boyan had a helpless expression on his face. Grandpa. I see. Mu Yanyan was stunned for a moment, then she understood what was going on. Yenner, take a look. Which of these pictures is good looking? They will be hung outside soon. Tonight I'm going to show them the pictures of our Yenner being pregnant and sheer, and slap them in the face. When Mu Boyan said this, he was obviously a little emotional. This one and this one, I feel good. Mu Yanyan looked through them and selected a few. Okay, I'll have someone hang it up in a prominent place so they can see it when they come in. Let's see if they dare to talk about us behind our backs. Mu Boyan said as he picked up several posters that Mu Yanyan had picked out. Yenner, your pregnancy test reports, this is what your grandfather asked for. Dad tried to persuade him, but he, your grandfather. Your father, can't say anything. I can only obey his orders. Look, how about, you go and tell your grandfather while you're still alive. Mu Boyan then felt embarrassed and was too ashamed to look at Mu Yanyan. Isn't this enough to prove it? Besides, do we need to prove it to them? After hearing this, Mu Yanyan suddenly became a little angry. This is what your grandfather asked for. You know your grandfather, after all, back then. Mu Boyan looked at Mu Yanyan with a pitiful and helpless expression. Mu Yanyan compromised immediately after seeing this. Because of her own affairs, her family had been laughed at many times, especially her grandfather, who even fainted because of her affairs. Got it. Then do whatever you want. I have photos here. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Aunt Lee to fax them over. Mu Yanyan compromised. Ha. No need. I knew you would agree, Yenner. I've just asked Aunt Lee to fax it over. Mu Boyan smiled when he heard this. Mu Yanyan chuckled and shook her head. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, people started to come into the Mu family villa one after another. There were no less than 100 luxury cars of various kinds. And these were just the beginning. The real big shots only came when the banquet started. Because they saw various posters and information about Mu Yanyan as soon as they entered the door, most of the doubts in their hearts when they came were immediately dispelled. However, they still did not quite believe it. After all, it was quite a big fuss back then, and everyone in the upper class of the entire territory knew about it. However, when some people saw the information on the poster, they suspected that someone had deliberately spread rumors to discredit the Mu family. Anyway, there are all kinds of speculations, and now people are gathered in groups of 3 or 4 in the Mu family garden to discuss them. Do you think the daughter of the Mu family is really pregnant? Or to cover up what happened a few years ago, adopt a child from outside? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear it and let the Mu family hear it. Otherwise. The middle-aged young woman who spoke first quickly covered her mouth with her hands. I think this is possible. After all, there was quite a stir back then, and the Mu family didn't come out to clarify that Mu Yanyan was infertile. Even the Lu family was driven out of the capital by Mr. Mu. The Lu family and the Mu family used to have a very good relationship, and the two families even arranged a marriage for their children long ago. But because of that incident, I heard that the Lu family member left the country overnight. Another corner. Hey! Old Lu, don't you think this is Mu Boyan's illegitimate daughter? After all. A middle-aged man holding a glass of wine whispered to another man. I don't think so. The information on the posters just now doesn't show any signs of modification. 7 p.m. The Wu family is here. The Bai family is here too. The Li family and the Huang family are here too. The 4 small families are here too. The Mu family is worthy of being the leader of the 3 major families in the capital. What's the big deal? It's not normal for a small family to come together. The Sun family and the Lu family will be here soon. Everyone looked towards the main entrance and talked about the luxury cars that were coming in one after another. Is that Patriarch Huan? A middle-aged man pointed at an old man in his 70s. Well, that's Huang Zhenhui, the old patriarch of the Huang family. Someone nearby responded. Patriarch Bai and Patriarch Li are here in person. The other side exclaimed again. Ha ha. Elder Bai, Elder Huang, Elder Wu, Elder Li, I didn't expect you to come in person to attend my granddaughter's 100-day banquet. Welcome. Welcome. Come in, come in. When Mu Boyan learned that someone from the four small families was coming, he hurried out to greet them. At this time, lights were seen at the door again, and several luxury cars came in. Everyone looked over and knew who was coming by looking at the license plate. Chapter 51 Musier's 100 Days Banquet 2. This license plate belongs to the Sun family. A middle-aged voice was heard among the four major families. Please come in first. When Mu Boyan saw the people from the Sun family coming, he quickly made a gesture to invite them to go into the villa. After several family members entered the villa, Mu Boyan turned around and looked at the cars slowly approaching. Uncle Sun didn't expect you to come in person. Welcome, welcome. Mu Boyan didn't expect that the old master Sun would come in person. He first greeted old man Sun, and then greeted people who were about the same age as him. How could I not come in person to Brother Mu's great-granddaughter's 100-day banquet? An old man with a cane chuckled at an old man who was helped out of the bus by a younger person. Uncle Sun, go inside. My father and some old friends have been waiting inside for a long time. Mu Boyan respectfully invites you into the villa. Brother Lu is here too? As he walked inside, Mr. Sun looked at Mu Boyan. Uncle Lu hasn't arrived yet, but he will probably be here soon. Mu Boyan replied with a chuckle. But before they had walked a few meters, they were attracted by the lights behind them. Looking back, they saw another convoy. Brother Lu is here. Mr. Sun turned around and saw the license plate and stopped. Brother Lu, you are still in good health. When Sun Yuanshuan saw Lu Yanhua get off the car, he laughed and went to greet her. You old man are not dead yet. You haven't been seen for months. Lu Yanhua said cheerfully. The guests in the garden were stunned when they heard this. How could they dare to curse the old patriarch of the Sun family, one of the three major families, to death? They all began to whisper. Some of them knew the old patriarch Sun, and those who did not know the old patriarch Lu all cursed Lu Yanhua in their hearts. I dare not die, otherwise how can I burn paper money for you, Brother Lu? Sun Yuanshuan might as well let more people go back. Okay, then when you're about to die, I'll shoot myself, otherwise I won't get that treatment anymore. Lu Yanhua and Sun Yuanshuan hugged each other and laughed heartily. The younger generations who followed them were sweating under the words of the two men. If the old men of the Sun and Lu families were not there at the same time, the whole county would probably be in chaos. Let's go find Brother Mu. We can drink to our heart's content tonight. Sun Yuanshuan put one hand on Lu Yanhua's shoulder. The four small families who had just entered were all standing at the door. They saw the Lu family and the Sun family being led in by Mu Boyan with flattery. Mr. Sun, Mr. Lu. The old patriarchs of the four small families greeted the two of them, and the younger generations also nodded and greeted them respectfully. Then the younger generations of the several families got acquainted with each other in twos and threes, and those who were interested looked for a place to drink and chat. Several old guys are here. It just so happens that we are all here at this party tonight, so let's have a good drink. The old patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Yuanshuan, laughed. Where's little brother Yanmu? Why can't I see him? Lu Yanhua looked around but didn't see Muanhua. Uncle Lu, my father is in the study. How about I ask him to come out? Mu Boyan said this somewhat embarrassedly. No, let's go find him. Lu Yanhua waved his hand and then led the way towards the villa corridor. At this time in the spacious study room, Muanhua was holding Musier and teasing her, with Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan standing beside him. The main reason is that Mu Yanyan doesn't tea like lively scenes, otherwise she wouldn't have thought of not holding the 100-day banquet. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Before the person in the study could respond, the door was pushed open from the outside and a hearty voice came in. Brother Mu, why are you hiding in the study? Hey, is this the little guy? No wonder you, old man, are hiding in the study. It turns out you are hiding here holding your granddaughter. As soon as Lu Yanhua came in, she saw Muanhua holding and teasing a little kid. Can you speak, old man? This is my great-granddaughter. What do you mean great-great-granddaughter? Muanhua frowned and glared at the person who came in first. Yes, it's my great-granddaughter. Lu Yanhua was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Hello little one, I am your great-grandfather Lu. So cute. Those big eyes, that nose, that crescent-shaped mouth, they are exactly the same as Yenner's when she was a child. When Lu Yanhua came over and saw the little guy in Muanhua's arms, she immediately showed an expression of excitement and joy. Isn't this nonsense? My granddaughter was born after 10 months of pregnancy. Who else would she look like if she doesn't look like my granddaughter? Muangwa retorted unhappily again. Look, I just said something and you old man got mad at me. Lu Yanhua shook his head slightly and looked at the other party helplessly. The patriarchs of the 4 small families behind them were looking at the 2 of them with smiles on their faces. Brother Mu, can you let me hug you? After all, I am the little guy's great-grandfather. Lu Yanhua looked at the other party with anticipation and even wanted to snatch it away directly. Want to hold the baby? No, if you want to hold the baby, ask your kids to give birth to it for you. Muangwa looked at the other person with a smug look on his face, and even made a move to give Musier to the other person. However, when the other person was about to hug her, he suddenly took it back and looked at the other person with a smirk on his face. Hey, you old man, look at how proud you are. One day I will let those useless granddaughters and grandsons give birth to 5 or 6 of them for me, so that you won't be envious. Lu Yanhua was so angry at the other party that her eyes were wide open. Okay, I'll hold you for a while, just for a while. When Muangwa saw that his old friend was so angry that his face turned red, he reluctantly handed Musier to him. Be careful. After handing it over, Muangwa reminded him with some concern. I know. She is also my half-great-granddaughter. How can I not be careful? Don't worry. Lu Yanhua was so happy after receiving it. So cute, hee, she smiled at me. Lu Yanhua looked down and saw Musier staring at him, giggling and moving her hands around, as if she was greeting him. The old men behind him were so envious that they also wanted to hug him. After all, who wouldn't want to hug such a cute little guy? However, their status and friendship could not compare to Lu Yanhua, so they could only watch with envy from the side. Congratulations, Brother Mu. Congratulations. Sun Yuanshuan then came up and congratulated Muangwa. After that, the rest of the small families came to congratulate. Thank you, come sit down. Muangwa was very happy today. After greeting each other, he led them to the tea table nearby. But Lu Yanhua didn't care about those old men. He was so happy holding Musier in his arms that he even wanted to take her home directly. She was so adorable. Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza smiled helplessly when they saw this. Come here, Xiaoza, and say hello to the grandfathers. Muangwa, who had just sat down, waved to Hua Jiza who was standing over there. Chapter 52 Musier's 100 Days Banquet 3. Grandpa is calling you, why are you standing there like an idiot? Mu Yanyan pulled Hua Jiza who was a little dazed. Hua Jiza was pulled back to his senses from Musier. Grandfather. Hua Jiza took small steps to Muangwa's side. This is my son-in-law, Hua Jiza. Muangwa held Hua Jiza with one hand and looked at everyone. Hello, grandpas. Hua Jiza smiled with a look of flattery on his face, and he didn't know if it was fake. He looked very panicked, but his eyes did not look genuine. Brother Lu, you know him? He's the one holding Xier. When Muangwa said this, he looked fiercely at Lu Yanhua who was hugging and teasing him lovingly, with an unhappy expression on his face. This is your grandpa's son, this is your Grandpa Li, Grandpa Huang, Grandpa Li, Grandpa Wu. Muangwa introduced them to Hua Jiza one by one. Hello, Grandpa's son. Xiao Zhe, right? No wonder Brother Mu thinks highly of you. You are indeed a handsome man. Not bad. Come visit Grandpa's son someday when you are free. Okay, Grandpa Sunday. Okay, it's settled. Grandpa's son is waiting for you to come. Hello, Grandpa Li. Okay, Brother Mu is one of the people I admire and respect the most in my life, and his son-in-law is indeed different. Grandpa Li, you are too kind. How can I compare to you? I am not even 1/10,000th as good as you. You see, this is still modest. Come to Grandpa Li's house when you have time. Grandpa Li welcomes you anytime. Hua Jiza then greeted everyone one by one, and each of them invited him to visit them when he was free, to sit, eat, and have fun. Then he became a tea boy. Fortunately, he knew some tea art thanks to what he learned from his uncles when he was a child. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself by making all the grandfathers laugh. After tasting the tea, several grandfathers gave Hua Jiza another thumbs up, nodding and praising him while tasting the tea. This made Muangwa so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Soon an hour passed, and Musier was held by several old grandfathers, one after another, back and forth. Even when she was handed over to another person, her face was full of reluctance. At this time, there was a knock on the study door, and then Mu Boyan walked in cautiously. "Dad, uncles, it's time for the banquet," Mu Boyan said to the elderly people with a respectful smile. "Well, then you guys go ahead, we'll have tea inside." Just when Mu Boyan, Mu Yanyan and others went out, a sound was heard from the door again. Mu family's butler Huan respectfully led a few people to the study. "Comrade General Mu, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm busy with official duties and I'm late." A middle-aged man with a square face walked in with an apologetic, respectful look and a smile. "It is an honor for my great-granddaughter Mu Sierra to be here. How could I?" Muangwa stood up from his seat and came over to shake hands with the visitor. The square-faced middle-aged man shook hands respectfully with several elderly people and greeted them. Then he shook hands with Hua Jiza, and even hugged Mu Sierra and gave her a gift personally. "Comrade General Mu, I'm so sorry, I still have some things to deal with." The middle-aged man with a square face stayed for about 10 minutes and then said goodbye to everyone and left. Originally, several elderly people wanted to send each other off, but were rejected. Mu Boyan, Hua Jiza, and Mu Yanyan, who was holding Mu Sierra, personally escorted each other to the car and left. Everyone who came to the Mu family to attend the party exclaimed when they saw the square-faced man. Even some who didn't see clearly heard about it from the discussions of people around them, and then they were also surprised. Mu Boyan and the other two watched the other vehicle leave the villa compound before they looked away and turned to walk towards the party stage. The party was supposed to have officially started a few minutes ago, but it was delayed for some time because of this incident. When Mu Yanyan saw the scene playing on the big screen on the stage, she stopped and looked at Hua Jiza, who was holding Mu Sierra, with a look of embarrassment on her face. What's wrong, wife?" Hua Jiza suddenly saw Mu Yanyan, who was walking in front of him, suddenly stop and almost bumped into her. No. It's okay." Mu Yanyan said this with embarrassment on her face. Hua Jiza, who had been lowering his head slightly to watch Mu Sierra follow them, looked up and talked to Mu Yanyan when he noticed the picture being played on the big screen behind the stage. At first he didn't notice anything, after all, it was just a baby of a few months old, and then it was a cute baby with big beautiful eyes of 2 or 3 years old. "Hey, the little girl my wife plays on TV looks like Sierra, look at her big eyes, so cute." Hua Jiza showed joy on his face. Mu Yanyan felt even more embarrassed and shy when she heard this. She thought, how can I not look like this? This is me when I was a kid. Ha ha. Xiaoza, it would be strange if it didn't look like that. Mu Boyan next to him burst into laughter at this time. When Hua Jiza heard this, he became confused and looked at the other party with a frown on his face. What does Dad mean by that? Why is it strange that he doesn't look like Sheer? Could this have anything to do with Sheer? This is a photo of Yenner when she was a child. Do you think it has anything to do with Sheer? Mu Boyan looked at Hua Jiza with a smile on his face. When Mu Yanyan heard her father say this, she was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at Hua Jiza. Her head was resting on her chin and was about to touch her body. It turns out my wife was so pretty when she was a child. No wonder she is a Mino fairy now. Wife, you really look like Sheer when you were a child, huh? Wife, why are you leaning your head back? What's wrong? As Hua Jiza spoke, he looked in the direction of Mu Yanyan, but he didn't know that she lowered her head, so he thought something was wrong with her. No, nothing. Mu Yanyan lowered her head and didn't dare to look up at the other person. Hubby, Yanyan, Xiaoza, why are you still here? The banquet has already started, it's time to go on stage. At this time Li Wanlu suddenly came over. Hua Jiza followed them onto the stage, but his eyes were fixed on Mu Yanyan and the picture on the big screen. At this time, the picture had shown Mu Yanyan when she was in her teens, and she was 90% similar to her now. But there was one thing he didn't understand: why did she act as if it was something embarrassing? She kept her head down when he asked her a question, even when she was on the stage she kept her head down. Originally she held her head high and had a great temperament, which made people dare not approach her at first sight. But now, why did she act like a socially anxious, shy little girl? When the two hosts saw the protagonist appear, they immediately began to get into the mood and give their speeches. Dear friends and family, welcome. Okay. Please ask the photographer to point the camera at our protagonist today, little Princess Mu Sierra. Look, wow, this chubby little face is so cute, so adorable. This little mouth looks like a pink blooming petal. Especially these big eyes, they are as bright as the little stars in the sky. They are so adorable that they melt my heart. When the people in the audience saw Musier's face on the big screen, they all exclaimed in surprise, especially those who liked children, who had cute expressions on their faces. I was skeptical just now, but now I am 100% convinced that this is Miss Mu's biological daughter. Look at her big eyes, nose, and face. She looks exactly like the little Miss Mu I saw just now. Yes, they are exactly like those carved from the same mold. Many people in the audience expressed similar sentiments and exchanged ideas. Chapter 53 Musier's 100 Days Banquet 4. Li Wanlu and Mu Boyan, who were near the stage, were delighted when they heard this. They wanted to have this result by holding this 100-day banquet in such a grand manner. After the audience whispered for a few minutes, the two hosts continued with a smile. It seems that all my relatives and friends like this little princess very much. In fact, I like her very much too. I can't wait to go home and ask my wife for one. There was laughter from the audience, and some people even responded to what the host had just said. It makes me think so too. This little princess is so cute. The female host was also smiling, and you couldn't tell whether it was real or not on her face. It was as if she really wanted it. Okay, we would like to invite our little princess's parents to express their gratitude. Being able to give birth to such a lovely daughter, it must be more than just a matter of genes. Is there some trick? The male host looked at Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan, who were hugging Musier, with an expectant look on his face. The female host also looked at the two of them expectantly, and even the people in the audience looked at Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza expectantly, especially the couples who were preparing to have children. Mu Yanyan first glanced at Hua Jiza, who was holding the child, and then picked up the microphone. Hello, grandpas, uncles, brothers and sisters. Everyone here should know more or less what happened to me, Mu Yanyan, a few years ago. Yes, I was diagnosed with infertility a few years ago. I believe everyone here is wondering if the child my husband is holding is my biological child. I can tell you now that I found out that Musier was pregnant in April. Not to mention you, I didn't believe I was pregnant at the time. I even went to many hospitals in the city for several checkups. The results were the same in the end, so I began to believe it. It wasn't until 3 months later, when my belly started to grow bigger and I saw the results of the monthly checkups, that I finally believed it and dared to tell my parents and family. When my family found out I was pregnant, they weren't happy at first, but instead suspected that I had a mental problem. Indeed, if I had the same suspicion, after all, I had been diagnosed with infertility by an authoritative expert, so how could I possibly get pregnant? But I am pregnant. My parents came directly to me the night I informed them. I knew they were worried about my health, not that I was pregnant. After they checked it again with their company, they finally believed the fact. Perhaps this is God's pity for our Mu family. After 10 months of waiting, our long-awaited child finally came into this world in February this year. Even when I gave birth to her, I still couldn't believe it was real. I wondered if I was dreaming. Even now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. If it weren't for the fact that I carried her for 10 months, 286 days and nights, and that she and I look alike, I would have thought about doing a paternity test. It's unclear whether Mu Yanyan did this on purpose or not. She was actually joking. However, the audience found it quite touching at first, but the last words made everyone smile. Mu Yanyan waited until the laughter from the audience subsided before continuing. During my pregnancy, birth and childcare, I am especially grateful to my husband, Mr. Hua Jiza. When I was having a hard time, feeling bad, feeling down, it was he who encouraged, cared for, comforted, and fearlessly took care of me and my child. Thank you, husband. As Mu Yanyan spoke, she looked at Hua Jiza, who was holding Musier, with an indescribable feeling in her eyes. It didn't seem fake, but rather it was a sincere gratitude from the heart, and one could even say that she was moved. This confused Hua Jiza. What was going on? He was the father of the kid she had found for cooperation, her contract husband. Why did he listen to her talk so seriously? He was even a little moved. The host next to him quickly handed the microphone to his mouth. Well, Mr. Hua, are you so moved that you don't know what to say? The host next to him couldn't help but smile awkwardly when he saw Hua Jiza hesitating for a long time without saying anything. Indeed, after all, having a wife like this is a blessing I have earned in this life. Now I have such a lovely and beautiful daughter. I feel that this is God's blessing to me. I'm not in pain, but how can I not take good care of them? If they run away, I won't have anywhere to cry. Hua Jiza suddenly looked at Mu Yanyan with a smile on his face. Mu Yanyan was somewhat touched when she first started listening, but she never expected the other party to suddenly do this. She should have thought of this. After all, he did this the first time she brought him home to meet her parents and grandfather. She didn't expect him to do it again now, and in front of so many people. She wanted to reach out and grab his ears, but she didn't dare to do that with so many people around, because she was not as shameless as him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present except Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Mr. Hua is really humorous. No wonder he could marry such a beautiful wife like Miss Mu. The host quickly broke this somewhat awkward situation. He had hosted so many banquets and this was the first time he felt a little pressure. Who knew that these two people did not play by the rules and made embarrassing remarks from time to time? When Hua Jiza saw Mu Yanyan's gaze, his heart skipped a beat and he knew something was wrong. To be honest, I also have something to say to my wife. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. You are the greatest mother in the world. Without you, we wouldn't have our current home. Thank you for giving me a beautiful and lovely daughter. I feel very happy to have such a warm family. Thank you, wife. Hua Jiza's last words were also spoken from the heart, his eyes were full of sincerity. This was the second time in his life that he felt the warmth of home, and he no longer felt like an orphan without parents and a home. Mu Yanyan was originally angry at his previous words and wanted to find an excuse to beat him up after the banquet, but now she found that she was not so angry anymore and was even a little touched. So touching. There was silence for a few seconds. The host saw no response and quickly broke the awkwardness. The two of them spent nearly an hour giving their speeches. By the time Mu Yanyan's parents finished speaking and left the stage, it was already 9:30 in the evening. But just as he stepped down from the stage, Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza's arms began to cry, and Hua Jiza then realized that Musier wanted to eat. What time is it now, honey? Hua Jiza looked at Mu Yanyan with curiosity and shock. 9:30, what's the matter? Mu Yanyan was unable to react for a moment when she saw Musier crying. Doesn't Sierra normally drink milk around 8:30? It's already 9 o'clock now. Has Sierra changed her milk drinking time? Hua Jiza breathed a sigh of relief and took his hand away from Musier. Chapter 54 Musier's 100 Days Banquet 5. Is Sierra sick? Mu Yanyan suddenly became nervous. These words also scared the parents who were following behind her. Then let Dr. Lu take a look. Li Wanlu walked over nervously and was about to carry the crying Musier into the villa. Don't worry, Mom. I don't think Sierra is sick. Hua Jiza hurriedly explained. Xiaozhe, we can't be careless. We should go back quickly and ask Dr. Lu to come and check it out. Li Wanlu was extremely anxious at this time. If something happened to Musier, they wouldn't know what to do. Don't worry, Mom. Maybe Sierra is hungry. But it's better to check. Hua Jiza felt helpless, as he couldn't say that he knew medical skills. Afterwards, several people hurriedly walked towards the villa. This scene confused everyone present, and some people even began to have various suspicions. After all, Musier was carried into the villa crying. Musier cried even harder at this time. After all, in the past she would get her milk after crying for a short while. Now she had been crying for several minutes and still hadn't gotten her grandmother. If she could speak, she would probably have started cursing. But her behavior now is similar. Not only is she crying more, but she is also dancing around, which makes people feel very distressed. After Dr. Lu and Dr. Li checked and found nothing, they looked at each other. Madame Sierra is not feeling well. She is probably hungry. Dr. Lu looked at the nervous Li Wanlu. No way. Sierra usually drinks milk on time, but tonight she suddenly. Yan, you feed Sierra first. Li Wanlu felt so distressed when she saw Musier crying so hard. Hua Jiza and several other men hurried out of the room. Li Wanlu carried Musier to Mu Yanyan. She was indeed hungry. Before Mu Yanyan lifted up her clothes and before she was held tightly in her arms, Musier had already found the time to eat accurately like a radar. Several people were stunned when they saw Musier taking big gulps. It seems like she's really hungry. She looks so anxious. When Li Wanlu saw Musier like this, she immediately smiled happily. Xiaozhe Shier should be okay, right? If anything happens, the old man will definitely skin me alive. Mu Boyan paced back and forth at the door with a nervous look on his face. Don't worry, Dad. Sierra will be 100% fine. Hua Jizi guaranteed it with his life. He had already checked Mu Xier when they were outside just now, otherwise he would probably be no better than Mu Boyan. Although he is not his biological child, he watched him grow up day by day. Although he is not his biological child, he is better than his own. Are you really okay? I hope you're okay. Mu Boyan felt a little relieved after hearing Hua Jizi's words. Although he stopped walking around, his face was still full of tension and worry. No one knew who informed Mr. Mu, but just as Hua Jizi continued to comfort him, hurried and powerful footsteps were heard in the corridor. How is Xier? Muangwa walked over nervously, followed by 7 or 8 people of his age, who also had nervous expressions on their faces. Dad, don't worry. Xier should be fine. Mu Boyan didn't dare to guarantee it and could only say this, but his tone betrayed him. When Hua Jizi saw this, he quickly stepped forward to explain. Don't worry, Grandpa. Xier is fine. She's just hungry. Hua Jizi smiled, which made people feel more at ease. Are you really okay? Then why are you guys outside? Muangwa frowned and looked at the two of them, and wanted to open the door to go in and see what was going on. Grandpa Yenner is feeding Xier. Muangwa had his hand on the door handle and was about to turn it to open the door when he suddenly heard Hua Jizi say this behind him and subconsciously stopped and withdrew his hand. So that's how it is. Muangwa was also a little embarrassed at this time, but it only lasted for a moment. Brother Mu, Xiaozi said everything is fine, so don't worry. Lu Yanhua stepped forward. Crunch. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Everyone turned their heads. Yenner's mother, is Xier okay? When Mu Boyan saw it was his wife, he asked immediately. The people around were looking at each other nervously. When Li Wanlu opened the door, she saw that everyone at the door was also stunned, but they reacted immediately. It's okay, Xier is just hungry. I just finished eating and now I'm having fun. When Li Wanlu saw Mu Xier finish drinking milk, she came out and opened the door, fearing that her husband outside would worry. Little did she know that not only her husband was outside, but even the old man and the elders had come over, and they all looked nervous and worried. Well, it's okay, it's okay. Where's Xier? The old man finally breathed a sigh of relief and took a step forward, but then he stopped when he thought of something. Her mother is holding her. Come in, Dad, uncles. Li Wanlu quickly turned sideways. Grandpa, why are you here? Mu Yanyan, who was holding Mu Xier, suddenly heard a noise coming from the door. She looked and saw her grandfather walking in with a group of people. I heard that Xier was sick, so Grandpa came here quickly. Is Xier okay? Muangwa looked at Mu Xier, who was dancing in Mu Yanyan's arms and giggling from time to time. It's okay, I was just hungry. Look how happy you are smiling now that you are full. Mu Yanyan smiled and handed Mu Yanyan directly to Muangwa. As expected, you are the great-granddaughter of Muangwa. Look how happy you are smiling. Muangwa hugged Mu Xier and looked at her giggling happily. He was so happy. Several elderly people came forward when they saw Muangwa holding the little guy. They didn't hold him enough just now. Who could blame Mu Xier for being so cute and lovable? Then the happy laughter of several old people was heard in the room, and from time to time there was laughter teasing children. The old naughty boy was no more than that. At 10 o'clock, the banquet was drawing to a close, and everyone had already gone out to the villa hall, where were the elders of the 3 major and 4 minor families, as well as some of the top bosses in the capital. Xier, this is a gift from Grandpa Zhang Lu. Do you like it? Lu Yanhua handed a piece of jade to Mu Xier. Mu Xier grabbed it directly, swung it around, and smiled happily, as if she had obtained some fun toy. Fortunately, the jade was not very big, but it was already quite heavy for a baby of more than 3 months old. However, in Mu Xier's hand, it seemed to have no weight at all, which was enough to show that Mu Xier was quite strong. Everyone who learned about this piece of jade was shocked. Brother Lu, you've made me doubt that Xier is yours. I didn't expect you to give our Xier your favorite jade from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Muangwa, who was holding Mu Xier, was surprised when he saw this, and then laughed and teased. Xier calls me great-grandfather, which makes me half of Lu Yanhua's family. Why don't you agree? Lu Yanhua looked at Muangwa as if he was going to fight if the other party dared to disagree. Chapter 55 Awkward Scene. Why not? I welcome it very much. This way, our Xier will have another person to rely on. Muangwa laughed teasingly. Everyone present smiled, but most of them looked at him with envy. After all, Muangwa was already very strong, and with the addition of Lu Yanhua, he could be said to be the person with the most backing in the country. He would probably have no problem doing whatever he wanted in the future. What is the origin of the jade in my wife Sierra's hand? Why does it look so valuable? Hua Jiza, who was pushed outside by the crowd, asked Mu Yanyan beside him. The jadeite made by Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty is Grandpa Lu's favorite. I remember wanting to play with it when I was a child, but he wouldn't let me. Now he actually gave it to our Sier, which shows how much Grandpa Lu loves our Sier. Mu Yanyan was full of emotion. That must be expensive, right? Hua Jiza had the same expression as a miser. Expensive? This cannot be measured by money. Mu Yanyan rolled her eyes at the other person. How much is it? Is it 50 million? Hua Jiza still did not give up, thinking that if he ran out of money in the future, he could trick his precious daughter into giving it to him. Wouldn't that make him rich? As he thought about it, a smile appeared on his face. 50 million? What are you thinking? Forget 50 million. Even if it's a few more, forget it. I'm too lazy to tell you. Mu Yanyan was almost pissed off by the other party. She was about to explain, but in the end she didn't say anything and was given a big eye roll by the other party. Afterwards, everyone presented their gifts, but only a few of them could be placed in Mu Sier's hands, and the rest were put aside. The banquet ended at 10:30. Several elderly people said goodbye to Mu Sier reluctantly. Even though the other party did not understand or respond, they still left happily when they heard the other party's giggles. Muangwa also left at 12 o'clock and returned to his post. Before leaving, he went to see Mu Sier, even though she was asleep. Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan did not return to the bedroom until after 1 o'clock. I am so tired. Mu Yanyan stretched lazily as soon as she walked into the bedroom. Honey, do you want me to give you a massage before you take a bath and go to bed? Hua Jiza, who followed behind him, looked at the other person. Mu Yanyan looked back at Hua Jiza behind her, with a light in her eyes and warmth in her heart. That's fine too. Mu Yanyan said as she walked to the sofa. Hua Jiza came to her side, and after just one look, he turned his head subconsciously. He could almost see the other person naked just now. Mu Yanyan, who was wearing an evening dress, didn't know that she was exposed. She closed her eyes and waited for the other person to massage her shoulders. However, after 5 or 6 seconds, she still didn't feel the other person's hand. Please massage my shoulders first. They are a little sore. Mu Yanyan shrugged her shoulders as she spoke. Yeah, okay. Hua Jiza sat behind her with his hands outstretched. He didn't know if he had just seen something he shouldn't have seen, and he was afraid of seeing it again and being discovered by the other party, so he turned his head away. But as luck would have it, the hands that were stretched out had no eyes, and they happened to touch places that they shouldn't have touched. Fortunately, Mu Yanyan did not raise her hands, otherwise she would have probably touched the soft and sticky places. Mu Yanyan, who had her eyes closed, felt a touch under her armpits and couldn't help but frown. She turned around and saw that the other person had turned his head away and was trying to put his left and right hands through her armpits. What are you doing? Mu Yanyan looked at the other person fiercely, feeling both ashamed and angry. What's wrong, fuck? Hua Jiza turned his head subconsciously, and when he saw the position of his hands, he was so scared that he retracted his hands and even jumped up. It's just that he felt something was wrong, because he saw something he shouldn't have seen again, and it was even more obvious this time, because Mu Yanyan was facing him at that moment. Mu Yanyan was also frightened by the other party's sudden attack, and gently patted her heart with her hand. What are you doing? You're so startled. Are you thinking, hooligan? Mu Yanyan looked up and suddenly caught the other person's gaze, then followed his gaze, looked down, and immediately screamed, quickly covering her mouth with her hands. Still feeling unsafe, she reached out and picked up the pillow beside her to cover her chest. No, honey, please listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't see anything. Hua Jiza also became nervous, gesticulating and dancing, and was comparable to Mu Sier. Well, I'd like to see how you explain it. Mu Yanyan let go and looked at the other person with uncertainty. I really didn't see anything just now, and I'm not that kind of person at all. If I were, why would I be so scared and afraid to look at you, which led to my hand touching other places, don't you think? So I really didn't mean it, really. Hua Jiza looked at the other person seriously, his eyes were firm, even a little nervous, as if he was afraid that the other person would not believe him. Is that so? You really didn't see anything? Well, I didn't see anything really. What's the collar on my dress today? Is it a little low? Mu Yanyan suddenly asked again. The V-neck is indeed a bit low, it's not me, my wife. Bump. As Hua Jiza was speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He felt like he had been fooled, but it was too late. Suddenly, he saw a pillow coming towards him and hitting him directly on the head. Well, you still dare to say you didn't see anything, you pervert. Mu Yanyan's face was already red with shame, and she took a pillow and threw it at Hua Jiza. Hua Jiza tried to block with his hands and was even knocked down on the sofa by the other party, covering his head with his hands. Mu Yanyan no longer cared about anything and didn't even realize that she was riding on and hitting the other party. Honey, please listen to my explanation, please listen to my explanation. Hua Jiza covered his head with both hands and begged. Although he didn't feel any pain from being hit by the other party, he was frightened by her temperament. Explain, what else is there to explain? I've already seen it, and you still don't want to admit it? I'll let you see it, you pervert. Mu Yanyan didn't care about that and continued to hit the other person with the pillow. Hua Jiza felt very wronged. He did see some things he shouldn't have seen, but that was not the main point. He knew that the other party was wearing a V-neck evening dress with a low collar, which he had already seen from the front. Now, I have been misunderstood by the other party, and they also misunderstood that I just happened to be here and didn't bring any bullying intentions. Hua Jiza didn't care about anything else. He was afraid that he would lose control if the other party treated him like this. He put his head in his hands and began to explain. My wife is not what you think. I admit that I saw some of it just now, but only some of it. I know you're wearing a V-neck evening gown today. I saw it a while ago. I wanted to remind you, but when I saw everyone else wearing it, I didn't tell you. Really, I didn't lie to you. Mu Yanyan, who was hitting the other person on the head with a pillow, suddenly stopped what she was doing when she heard this, and looked at the other person with a frown, puzzled, and unbelieving look. Is that true? Really, more real than pearls. Hua Jiza put down his hands, looked at the other person seriously and nodded. Humph. I'll trust you this time. If I find out that you deliberately saw something you shouldn't have seen, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Mu Yanyan glared at the other person fiercely and even lifted the pillow in her hand. Really, I definitely didn't intentionally see anything I shouldn't have seen. Wife, can you get off me now? We feel. Hua Jiza then looked at the other person's body sitting on him, his face full of anxiety and panic. Chapter 56. I'm still here. Why can't we even sit down for a while? It feels like we are, When Mu Yanyan discovered the ambiguous actions between the two, she screamed in shock. When she stood up, she almost fell down because of her anxiety. Fortunately, Hua Jiza reacted quickly and helped her up, otherwise Mu Yanyan would have fallen directly on the coffee table in front of her. But while physical harm can be avoided, embarrassing accidents cannot be avoided. The two returned to their previous position, which was even more ambiguous than before. Mu Yanyan lay directly on top of the other person and even kissed him on the forehead. They were both stunned, as if time had been paused. It took 3 or 4 seconds for both sides to react. It was because Hua Jiza reacted first and moved his body that Mu Yanyan woke up. She got up from Hua Jiza and walked quickly towards the bathroom without looking back. When she was about to enter the bathroom door, she suddenly turned to the side, then ran into the bathroom from the cloakroom with her pajamas. During this period, he did not look at Hua Jiza. Hua Jiza was also stunned when he saw this. He didn't even dare to make a sound when he saw her running back and forth. Even his breathing was in small breaths and his heart was beating very fast. It wasn't until the other person disappeared at the bathroom door for a while that he reacted. Did she kiss me just now? Hua Jiza talked to himself and even touched his forehead with one hand. At this time, there seemed to be a hint of coldness somewhere on his forehead. But as time passed, there was no movement coming from the direction of the bathroom, as if the other person was not in there. More than half an hour had passed. Hua Jiza even thought that the other person had drowned. He wanted to go and check it out several times, but was scared away by the scenes he imagined in his mind. If he saw something he shouldn't have seen, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Just now, I was beaten up by her because I accidentally saw something. If I go in and see something I shouldn't see in the bathtub later, I probably won't even have time to find a good feng shui location. But as time went by, there was still no movement in the bathroom. Hua Jiza, who was sitting on the sofa, became uneasy and kept looking at the clock. It was almost an hour since she went in, and it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Just when Hua Jiza was about to ask, he had just stood up and walked halfway when there was a knock on the bedroom door, and then the door was opened from the outside. Then the sound of a baby crying reached his ears. At the door, the confinement nanny and Li Wanlu walked in holding Mu Xier. Where's Xiaoze Yanyan? Xier is hungry. Li Wanlu came in holding Mu Xier and saw Hua Jiza walking towards them. Not seeing Mu Yanyan, she asked curiously. Yenner is taking a bath in the bathroom. Mom is so tired today, why did you bring Xier here in person? Hua Jiza looked at Li Wanlu, who was hugging the crying Mu Xier. Da day. There were footsteps coming from the bathroom, and then Mu Yanyan came out in her pajamas. When Hua Jiza saw this, he was stunned. He frowned and looked at Mu Yanyan, who came out. He thought, did this girl hide in the bathroom after taking a shower? Otherwise, how could she come out in less than 3 seconds after hearing her daughter crying? Xier, don't cry, mommy is here, mommy will give you milk now. Mu Yanyan reached out and took Mu Xier from Li Wanliu's arms. She didn't know if she was too anxious or she didn't notice Hua Jiza beside her, and she just lifted her shirt in front of several people. It was too fast, too fast. Hua Jiza didn't look at it on purpose, definitely not on purpose. He turned around subconsciously. However, he had just seen something he shouldn't have seen, and this time he really saw it. He even thought of the scene where he was beaten by her just now, and when he associated it with what he had just seen, his body became a little uneasy and he began to tremble. Li Wanlu was also confused by her daughter's sudden action. She looked at Mu Yanyan, who was feeding the baby in a daze, and then looked at Hua Jiza, who turned around, not knowing what to say. Mu Yanyan, who was breastfeeding, had not noticed anything at this time. She still held Mu Xier in her arms and breastfed her. One could even see that her pajamas were covering Mu Xier's face, and she had lifted it up a little, revealing everything. Fortunately, Hua Jiza had turned around at this time, otherwise he would have contacted the cemetery agent after seeing this. Mom, why haven't you slept yet? Why did you bring Xier here in person? I am old, As Mu Yanyan spoke, she raised her head and looked at Li Wanlu, but suddenly, halfway through her speech, she caught up with the figure with his back to her. She screamed in surprise and even almost shook Mu Xier in her arms. Fortunately, she held onto her, otherwise Mu Xier would have fallen down. What's wrong? What's wrong? This sound also frightened the people present. They were originally wondering whether their daughter and son-in-law had broken through to the level of relationship, but were brought back to reality by Mu Yanyan's exclamation. Hua Jiza also subconsciously wanted to turn around to see what the problem was, but he stopped halfway as if he thought of something, feeling very nervous. Fortunately, her mother-in-law asked for her help. No. It's okay, Mom. At this time, Mu Yanyan's face was so red with shame that she couldn't even bear it anymore. She even started to recall the scene in her mind to see if the other party had seen it. But no matter how hard she thought about it, she still had no clue. She was so nervous, ashamed and angry, wondering why she was so unlucky today. Not only did he see some of her, but she also rode on him in an ambiguous position. When she was getting up, she accidentally fell and kissed him. He might even have seen places he shouldn't have seen just now. Thinking of this, she felt like dying. I'm glad you're okay. Yenner, why is your face so red? Li Wanlu had just breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but saw that her face was tense again. Maybe it's because I just took a shower. Mu Yanyan was extremely nervous. I thought you had a fever. Li Wanlu was relieved after hearing this. She thought her daughter had a fever, otherwise Xier would have to drink something else. Mu Yanyan then walked towards the bedroom rest area with her back to Hua Jiza, and even looked back every 3 steps, as if she was afraid of being seen by Hua Jiza. Fortunately, he always had his back to her. Hua Jiza felt relieved when he heard the other party's words. He was really afraid that something might happen to the other party. But on second thought, he saw something he shouldn't have seen, and her exclamation just now clearly showed that she had thought of these things, so now he was worried about how to explain it later. He really wanted his mother-in-law to stay and sleep with them today, but that was simply impossible. He guessed that his father-in-law would be disappointed if he saw that his mother-in-law was taking a long time to go back and look for him. I glanced at the bedroom door and thought, why not sneak away when they aren't paying attention and hide in the room where I stayed for the first time for a night? But he finally shook his head, thinking that his wife's temper would probably make her come to him with a knife, or even kill him while he was asleep. He decided to think it over first before killing her. Hua Jize was so scared that he trembled at the thought. He gritted his teeth and thought, forget it, I'll die, it doesn't matter if I die sooner or later. Chapter 57, Husband is sick? It was unknown how long Hua Jize thought about it. Time passed quickly. Just as he sat down and made his decision, he heard Li Wanliu's laughing voice behind him. This little guy falls asleep as soon as he's full, and he sleeps so soundly. Yan Yan, you guys should go to bed early too. Mommy won't disturb you for now. Xiaozhe, go take a shower and get some rest. It's getting late now. As soon as Hua Jize turned around, he saw Li Wanlu coming towards him holding Musier. Well, okay mom, you should go to bed early too. When Hua Jize said this, he was so nervous and uneasy that his body even trembled slightly involuntarily. Perhaps it was too late and the other party was a little tired, so he didn't notice Hua Jize's abnormality at all. He nodded in response, then left with Musier and the confinement nanny, and even closed the door considerately. When Hua Jize closed the door, he felt as if he was sentenced to death and was extremely panicked. He had already made up his mind before the door and waited for his fate to be slaughtered, but when the time came he was still afraid and instinctively wanted to escape. That wife, I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, he ran into the bathroom. He didn't even see the other person's face when he turned back to talk to her, he had already started running. He was really scared. If he saw the other person looking at him with a cold, murderous look, he was afraid that his legs would be out of control. Mu Yanyan was already panicked when her mother took Musier away. She didn't know how to face her mother. After all, too many unexpected things happened that night. She just wanted to hide in the bed and didn't dare to face him. When she heard the other party say this and then run away, she was actually relieved. However, when she thought about having to face him when he came out, and that he might even bring up what happened just now, she felt so embarrassed that she just lay down, pulled the quilt, and buried her head in it. Hua Jize ran into the bathroom and leaned against the wall at the door, patting his chest with one hand and looking out with his head tilted, as if to confirm whether the other party was chasing him, with a nervous look on his face. After looking for a long time and seeing no one and no sound, he withdrew his gaze. And he also took a long bath tonight, even longer than she did just now. He finished the bath in 10 minutes, but he had no idea how long he stayed in the bath. He was having a lot of fun playing in the water, just like a child. If I could blow bubbles, the whole bathroom would probably be filled with bubbles. Seeing that I would turn into a wrinkled body if I continued to soak in the bathtub, I encouraged myself in my heart and stood up from the bathtub. It's been so long, she should be asleep, right? He put one foot on the ground and muttered to himself, as if he was afraid that the other person was standing at the door and watching him, and he looked at him anxiously. It took him nearly 10 minutes to rinse his body, but he was still a little afraid to go out. She went back and forth for nearly 20 minutes before she tiptoed out of the bathroom in her pajamas. He first lay down at the bathroom door and peeked outside. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw someone lying on the bed. Creeping to the stern. Wife, are you asleep? Hua Jize stared at the bow of the ship and called out in a tiny voice. All he could think of was how scared he was at the moment. I guess any movement on the bed would scare him to death. Fortunately, after calling out several times, there was no response from the other party, not even a sound. Good night, my wife. He felt somewhat happy at this moment, and even said good night to the bedside before walking towards his sofa. Perhaps because he was really tired today, he fell asleep soon after he lay down. He didn't know whether it was a good dream or a nightmare. It's just that his body trembled from time to time, and even his expression looked like he was frightened. At 6 o'clock, Musier came to eat. The knock on the door woke him up from his sleep. He looked like he had escaped from a devil's cave. His face was covered with sweat, and his hair on his forehead was soaked, not to mention his body. Fortunately, it was two moon nannies who brought the baby over. If Yenner's mother had come along, she would probably have kindly asked what was going on. After all, Hua Jize looked like he had a fever and was sweating at the moment, and he looked like something was not right. Thinking back to the nightmare just now, he felt a little scared, and even when he looked at Mu Yanyan on the bed, it was as if he saw a devil. Mu Yanyan saw that the other person was staring at her and thought he still wanted to see her. She was so angry that she didn't know what to do and was filled with shame and anger. Musier in his arms was still crying hard at this time. Moreover, when the other party saw me looking at him, he actually had a dreamy look on his face, as if he didn't want to avoid me at all. Do you want me to carry Sierra outside to feed her? Mu Yanyan looked at the other person with shame and anger. Ah, I'm sorry. Hua Jiza finally reacted at this time, and quickly stood up and left. Mu Yanyan had an angry face at first, but when she saw the wet clothes behind the other person, she couldn't help but feel worried and distressed. But he was pulled back by the crying of Mu Xier in his arms. Hua Jiza washed his face several times at the sink before he felt better. It was the first time he had such a dream. It was too scary. He even thought in his heart that she couldn't really be waiting like this. Half an hour passed quickly. When he heard the confinement nanny carrying Mu Xier out and closing the door, he stood up after washing his face with cold water for who knows how many times. Mu Yanyan was a little worried about Hua Jiza at this time. After all, she just saw that he was in a bad mental state and his upper body was soaked with sweat. She was really afraid that he was sick. Even when she was feeding, her mind and eyes were always on the bathroom, and when he heard the sound of water splashing, he became even more worried about her. He even wanted to hold Xier and go over to take a look several times. After Xier had finished her drink and left, she tidied her clothes and got up to see what had happened. But when she lifted the quilt and was about to get out of bed, she saw the other person walking out of the bathroom with water droplets on his face. Obviously he had just washed his face with water. Honey, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Mu Yanyan looked at the other person with a worried look on her face, one foot already on the blanket on the ground. No, it's okay. Hua Jiza was startled and thought the other party was going to take revenge. But when Mu Yanyan heard this, she thought that the other party was not feeling well, so she became even more worried. She didn't care about anything else and got out of bed. She didn't even have time to put on her shoes and came to the other party barefoot. Honey, are you feeling unwell? As Mu Yanyan spoke, she raised her hand and reached towards the other person's head, wanting to see if the other person's forehead was hot. But when her hand was about to reach the other person's forehead, he suddenly dodged, with a look of horror and fear on his face, which completely confused her. Hua Jiza was so scared that he took a step back. Damn, he was ready to attack me and started pulling my ears. Chapter 58. Why are you afraid of her? Mu Yanyan was stunned for a moment, looking at the hand hiding in the air, very surprised. What did this mean? Was he worried that I would know that he was sick and afraid that I would worry? Husband, what are you doing? Why are you hiding? Although Mu Yanyan understood it in her heart, she still asked. I didn't hide. I was just afraid of getting your hands wet. My face is all wet. Hua Jiza felt that the other party didn't seem to want to hit him, and he felt a little relieved. I'm not afraid, so why should you be afraid? Come here. Mu Yanyan glared at the other person. When Hua Jiza saw this, he obeyed subconsciously, but by the time he reacted, it was too late. He thought the other person would grab his ears, but to his surprise, the other person just put her hand on his forehead to feel it, and then put that hand on her own forehead to feel it, and even frowned and looked puzzled. Same thing, am I having a fever too? Mu Yanyan talked to herself with a puzzled look on her face. What's the same? At this moment Hua Jiza was confused and looked at her with a frown on his face. Forehead temperature. Honey, do we both have a fever? Mu Yanyan looked at Hua Jiza with a silly and puzzled expression. If her family knew about this, they would probably be shocked, and even look at each other. Then the thought popped up in their minds, is this what they mean by pregnancy makes women stupid for 3 years? Fever? Hua Jiza was confused. What did this mean? Was it the literal meaning? Or was there a deeper meaning? Wife, you. Hua Jiza was a little scared, thinking that the other party might want to push him down, so he stuttered and was nervous. What's wrong with me? Is my fever severe? Mu Yanyan looked at the other person with confusion. No, I don't look like I have a fever, and I don't have a fever. Honey, why did you say I have a fever? Hua Jiza pondered for a moment and decided to follow her advice. No matter whether she meant that or not, he would just treat it as a fever incident, unless the other party could no longer pretend. No? Then when I saw you get up just now, you were soaked all over. You see, your pajamas are still a little damp. Mu Yanyan said this and touched the other person's pajamas with her hand. Hua Jiza was frightened by her move, thinking that she would stop pretending and start taking action directly, using this excuse to take off his clothes. But he seemed to have overthought it. The other party didn't intend to take off his clothes at all. He just touched him and then let go. I'm sweating. Hua Jiza was a little uncertain and looked at the other person intently. Sweating? The bedroom isn't hot, so why are you sweating? Are you sick? Mu Yanyan returned to her previous thoughts and looked at the other person with a worried expression on her face. Honey, I told you I had a nightmare and was sweating all over. Do you believe me? Hua Jiza can now be sure that the other party is really not what he thought just now, which is the literal meaning of what she said. Fortunately, he didn't reveal anything just now, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Nightmare? What kind of nightmare could scare you so much? Mu Yanyan was a little bit unconvinced. After all, the other party was a grown man, how could he sweat like this just by dreaming? Well, this left Hua Jiza speechless. How could he explain this to her? After all, she was the protagonist in the nightmare. What's wrong? Can't you tell me, or are you afraid that I'll be scared? Don't worry, I'm not that timid. Tell me, I'm very curious now. What kind of dream could scare you so much that your clothes are soaked? Mu Yanyan was relieved when she heard that the other party was not sick but dreaming, but her curiosity was aroused again and she looked at the other party with anticipation. Hua Jiza was immediately shocked and didn't know what to do. Isn't this the same as suicide? Even if you don't say anything to offend her, at most she will get angry, ignore you, or beat you up. But if you say it, I guess your grave will burst if you feed it to a cow tomorrow. Nothing, just some scary dreams. It's better not to listen. Honey, let's go to bed. Hua Jiza forced a smile and looked at the other person. No, I want to hear it. Tell me quickly, or I can't sleep. You have aroused my curiosity. If you don't tell me, you will sleep too. When Mu Yanyan heard the other party say this, she immediately became angry and even spoke in a somewhat dignified manner, but she calmed down a little after thinking of something. Hua Jiza was also frightened by the other party's sudden words. Even though her tone became softer and better later, he was still frightened by the content of her words. Now he felt like he was being held next to a stove. He was sweating, cold sweat. Hubby, please tell me quickly. I can't sleep if you don't tell me. Mu Yanyan suddenly spoke in a coquettish tone, and she didn't even notice it. If people she knew heard this, they would probably be shocked, even more surprised than the fact that she was pregnant. Is this still the iceberg beauty in their minds? Hua Jiza felt uncomfortable with the other party's tone of voice, and even had a feeling that even if he said something she didn't like to hear, she probably wouldn't get angry. Okay, then I told you. No, don't worry, I definitely won't. Before Hua Jiza could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other party. Both of them thought it was what they thought. One wants the other person to listen to him, and he won't get angry or beat him. On the other hand, I thought to myself that it was just a nightmare and I would never be afraid of it. After hearing this, Hua Jiza hesitated for a moment and then looked at the other party. I dreamed that you beat me up. I was beaten so badly that I was almost dead, but you still look so. When Hua Jiza said this, he saw the other person's face turn gloomy. He was frightened and didn't dare to say anything else. Honey, you just promised me that you wouldn't be angry and wouldn't hit me? Hua Jiza was nervous and looked at the other person with a frightened look on his face. Mu Yanyan resisted the urge to take action and adjusted her mindset. What else do I have on my face? Nothing. Hua Jiza didn't dare to say anything. The other party was obviously the one who started the fight. He even had a feeling that the other party would attack him in the next second. He just didn't know why the other party didn't move. However, he believed that the other party was definitely still angry. If he said anything, he would definitely be beaten immediately. Mu Yanyan could guess that it was definitely something bad when she heard this, so she resisted the urge to take action because she was really curious. Hurry up and tell me. When Mu Yanyan said this, there was obvious anger in her voice that she could not hold back. Honey, it's already very late. We just went to bed at around 2 o'clock. It's almost dawn now. Let's go to bed quickly, otherwise it will be bad for our health. Hua Jiza looked at the other party very nervously, and even there was a hint of fear in his tone. He didn't know why such a grown man would be afraid of the other party, and they were in a cooperative husband and wife relationship. But he was just afraid, just like he was afraid of his master. Chapter 59. I accidentally fell last night. Don't change the subject, tell me now, don't make me angry. Mu Yanyan glared at the other person fiercely. Hua Jiza was so scared that he took a step back. The other party had been pretending not to be angry just now, but now he didn't even pretend and showed his anger directly. Then you can't beat me? Hua Jiza watched in disgust. The other person's face became even colder. She didn't say anything, but the expression on her face showed what she meant. It's almost written on his face. Do you think it's possible? Tell me quickly, or the consequences will be more serious. Hua Jiza could only tremble with fear and said anxiously. I dreamed that you beat me up with a devilish face, a nightmare face with an angelic face. Hua Jiza hurriedly explained that thinking this way would help him get less beaten. When Mu Yanyan heard the previous words, she wanted to take action, but when her hand moved slightly, the other party suddenly explained, which made her heart suddenly happy and her hand suddenly stopped. But when she thought back to the demon he mentioned, she became angry again. Then he looked at the other person with a smirk on his face. Really, devil, if I beat you, I will make your dream come true now. Mu Yanyan started to take action after saying that. Hua Jiza suddenly screamed in pain as her grabbed his ear. About 10 minutes later, the sound of the man's screams of pain stopped in the bedroom. As for how badly he was beaten, whether he was beaten to death and therefore had no sound, or whether Mu Yanyan softened her heart and stopped the violence, it was unknown. The next day at noon, in an office in Lingdu Commercial Building, a man was holding the phone to his ear. Mr. Liu, I heard that you got the Beaver project? Okay, I'll definitely give you a discount. We've been working together for so many years, so don't worry about that. Mr. Liu, do you know that the Mu family held a banquet yesterday? In a luxurious office on the top floor of a tall office building in Tonghu City, a middle-aged man was listening to the content of the phone call, with his expression changing back and forth. Until the call ended and he put the phone down, his face still showed various emotions, the most of which was regret. At this moment, the office door was pushed open, and a woman in a custom-made suit came in carrying an insulated lunchbox. Brother Meng, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so worried? Did something happen? The middle-aged man sitting in the office chair heard a familiar voice, looked up and saw his wife coming, and his expression relaxed a little. Beautiful eyelash, you are here, come and sit down. The man quickly stood up and led the other person to the rest sofa. Brother Meng, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad today? Did something happen? The woman was supported by the other party and sat on the sofa, looking at the man sitting next to her. Well, something did happen. I just learned from others that the Mu family held a 100-day banquet yesterday. The man sighed, feeling very depressed. Just do it, it's none of our business. We have already severed ties with them. Don't forget that I was able to come here because they drove me out of the capital. The middle-aged woman was obviously angry when she said this. Hey, that's not right. Doesn't Menga's family only have one daughter? Why are they holding a 100-day party? They're not going to have another child, are they? That's impossible. Li Wanlu is the same age as me, it's impossible for her to have a child. No way Muangwa is looking for a mistress's illegitimate child outside? The middle-aged woman suddenly thought of something, and as she spoke she looked at her man with a surprised and incredible expression. The man was speechless by his wife's words. What was going on? But it was also his fault for not explaining it clearly. If he had heard what she said just now, he would probably have thought the same thing at the first moment. No, it was Mu Yanyan who gave birth to her. What? Impossible. Isn't she infertile? How could she have a child? Brother Meng, have you been deceived? The middle-aged woman interrupted the other person with an exclamation before he could even finish speaking. It shouldn't be possible. After all, the other party has been cooperating with me for several years. He probably won't lie to me. Besides, he still wants to see us beavers envious and give him some work, so he won't lie to me at this stage. It should be true. Just ask someone to check it out. I heard someone say that the girl opened a media company in Shitong City. Let someone check it out and they will know whether it is true or not. The middle-aged man looked thoughtful. The Mu family mansion in the capital. Because they went to bed too late last night, Mu Yanyan and Hua Jiza didn't get up until almost lunchtime. This was because Mu Xier was hungry, otherwise neither of them would have come out of the bedroom. At 11 o'clock, when the two were having breakfast, Li Wanlu stared at them with curiosity, her main target being the man with bruises on his face. What's wrong with your face, Xiaoza? Li Wanlu held Mu Xier and looked at Hua Jiza, speaking with an expression of disbelief and confusion. As soon as these words were spoken, the two people who were eating breakfast were stunned for a moment, especially Mu Yanyan, who lowered her head and drank the porridge in small sips with the spoon. Hua Jizi subconsciously glanced at Mu Yanyan beside him, and then looked at her with embarrassment. He really wanted to hug the other person's thighs and cry, saying that these were all beaten by your precious daughter last night, but he didn't dare to, otherwise he would be carried to the hospital on a stretcher by a nurse when he went out tomorrow morning. Instead, he said with an embarrassed look on his face, I accidentally fell while sleeping last night. Maybe I drank a little and didn't sleep well. Ah, is that so? Then you should drink less alcohol in the future. When Li Wanlu said this, she looked at Mu Yanyan, with a deeper meaning in her eyes. But Mu Yanyan, who had her head down, seemed to sense something and raised her head slightly, only to see her mother's eyes. She was so scared that she continued to drink her porridge with her head down. Not long after the meal, several people rested on the sofa. Li Wanlu handed Mu Xier to the confinement nanny, then stood up and looked at Mu Yanyan. Yanyan's mother needs your help with something. Please come in with me. Mom, do you want my help? Hua Jizi looked at Li Wanlu kindly. No, Yanyan can come and help me. Xiaozi sit here and rest and watch TV. Li Wanlu smiled and waved her hand. Mu Yanyan had a somewhat nervous look on her face. She had already guessed why her mother wanted to call her. It definitely would not be what she said. It was probably about the beating of her uncle-in-law by her last night. She was trying to avenge him. Hua Jizi looked at his wife, who looked like she was going to the battlefield, and felt a little strange. Didn't she say she was going to help? Why did his wife look so nervous? Mu Yanyan followed Li Wanlu into the reception room on the first floor. Mom, what do you want from me? Mu Yanyan looked at Li Wanlu with fear and uneasiness. Close the door. Li Wanlu turned around and looked at her frightened daughter, and spoke some cold words. Chapter 60 Mu Yanyan is scolded. Mu Yanyan turned around nervously and closed the study door. Mom, what do you want to talk to me about? Mu Yanyan turned around again and looked at Li Wanlu, who had a gloomy face and was obviously a little angry. Come here, come here. Li Wanlu waved and greeted Mu Yanyan with a smile on her face. What's the matter, Mom? Although Mu Yanyan was very reluctant, she still walked over, but her fear was clearly revealed on her face. As soon as Mu Yanyan walked up to Li Wanlu, she was hit lightly on the back of her head. Oops. Mu Yanyan screamed in pain. Did you hit Xiaozi last night, girl? Li Wanlu was so disappointed with her daughter that she looked at her with anger and rage. Aye. Mu Yanyan wanted to refute, but she didn't dare to. She knew her mother's temper. She must have made up her mind, otherwise she wouldn't have hit her. What are you talking about? Xiaozi is so nice, how could you do that to him? Such a good son-in-law. Your father and I are very optimistic about Xiaozi. Even your grandfather likes him very much. I think you must have some feelings for her, otherwise you wouldn't be like this. If he gets angry and leaves, I'll see what you can do. Li Wanlu got angry when she saw her daughter hesitating and not knowing what to say. He shouldn't be able to do that, right? When Mu Yanyan heard Li Wanlu say this, she suddenly became a little scared, and even a nervous expression appeared on her face. No? If you continue like this, I would leave too. So you should change your bad habits and stop bullying Xiaozi. After all, Xiaozi is so nice. Look how well he takes care of Xier, just like his own daughter. Besides, you two are not married yet. Xiaozi is a normal man, and you still bully him. When he leaves one day, I think you will have no place to cry. Even if I find another one, I won't be able to find a man as good as Ozawa. So Yanyan, if you have some feelings for him, you can. Anyway, you are both young people, and you have sex, will Xiaozi still run away? Li Wanlu looked at Mu Yanyan and said. Mu Yanyan was fine at first, but when she heard the latter part, she was so embarrassed that she lowered her head, almost burying it in her stomach. Her hands unconsciously grabbed the corners of her clothes and rubbed them, and she didn't dare to look at her mother at all. Mom told you, did you hear me? Li Wanlu was a little unhappy when she saw that her daughter was still leaning her head back, as if she didn't listen to her. She wanted to pat her on the head again, but halfway, she turned her hand to her right hand and pulled her clothes. Yes, I understand. Mu Yanyan didn't even raise her head and responded in a shy tone. Mom is doing this for your own good. Don't wait until Xiaozi leaves before you realize it. It will be too late for you to regret it then. When you get out later, apologize to Xiaozi. Don't treat him like this again in the future. Treat him well. Do you understand? Seeing that her daughter was acting like a little girl, Li Wanlu was afraid that she would not take it seriously, so she explained it again. Yeah, got it. Well, if there's nothing else, Mom, I'll go out first. Mu Yanyan no longer wanted to stay in the study with her, otherwise who knew what the other party would say. Did you hear clearly what I just said to you? Li Wanlu reached out and grabbed the person who was about to turn around and leave. I know. I will be nicer to him next time. I will apologize to him later. Mu Yanyan really wanted to leave this place at this moment. It was not until she walked out of the study that she let out a deep breath, as if a huge stone had disappeared from her body. Looking at the man sitting on the sofa in the living room, she hesitated again. She couldn't say it in her heart, but when she thought back to the scene of her mother just now, she gritted her teeth and walked towards the living room. Is my wife done helping Mom? Do you need my help? Hua Jiza, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV, suddenly heard footsteps. He looked up and saw her with an embarrassed and hesitant look on her face. Busy, finished. Husband. What's wrong, wife? Honey, do you want to eat some fruit? I'll give you one. Mu Yanyan tried to hold it in for a long time but still couldn't speak, so in the end she could only pick up an orange. Li Wanlu, who had just walked to the sofa in the living room, was almost angry to death when she heard her daughter's words, and even staggered. Hua Jiza and Mu Yanyan heard the noise and looked up. What's wrong, Mom? Hua Jiza asked with concern. It's okay, I'm fine, I just sprained my ankle. Li Wanlu first responded to Hua Jiza awkwardly, and then looked at her daughter, but her eyes and gaze were the same, as if she was blaming Mu Yanyan for being ignorant. They had agreed on it just now, but it happened suddenly. When Mu Yanyan saw her mother's gaze, she subconsciously dared not look at her and turned to look at Hua Jiza. Here, husband, eat orange. Mu Yanyan directly handed the half-peeled orange to the other party, but this orange was the same as if it had not been peeled. She just broke the whole orange in the middle, and then handed the half with the least peel to the other party. Li Wanlu felt relieved when she saw this, but when she looked closely, she almost suffocated. How can you give someone an orange just like this? What is the difference between this and sharing? I thought it was my daughter peeling the orange for the other person, but I was so mad at her. She said so much in vain. Thank you, my wife. Hua Jiza was stunned for a moment, then took it with a smile. He peeled the remaining orange peel again, then looked at Li Wanlu. Mom, do you want to eat it? Mom doesn't want to eat, so you eat it. Li Wanlu left Mu Yanyan's sight only after hearing this, and instead smiled and spoke. Hua Jiza smiled in response, then handed the orange flesh to Mu Yanyan beside him. My wife is here. Mu Yanyan was already feeling nervous when her mother was looking at her. Suddenly, she saw her mother handing the orange flesh to her mouth. She subconsciously opened her mouth and bit it. Ahem. Suddenly, Li Wanlu coughed from the opposite side, and one could feel a little anger from the cough. Mom, how about I give you another kiss? Hua Jiza was a little stunned, then looked at the other person with an awkward smile. He thought the other party wanted to eat it too, so he fed it to her daughter himself. What a joke. Only Mu Yanyan and Li Wanlu knew what was going on, and Mu Yanyan didn't even dare to look at Li Wanlu. She was so panicked at this moment. Oh, honey, I suddenly remembered that there are some things in our bedroom that are not tidied up. Can you come up with me? Without waiting for a response, he placed the remaining half of the orange on the coffee table and stood up and walked quickly towards the stairs to the second floor. Ahem. Yan, remember what Mom just said. Mu Yanyan was walking quickly towards the stairs when she suddenly heard a cough behind her, which scared her so much that she paused. Hua Jiza said goodbye to Li Wanli with a smile, then quickly followed, but his brows were a little furrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking.